Chapter 1101, Return to the Capital. As soon as the clip ended, Jiang Fei was reminded of how Fanyao talked to him when Jiang Fei visited the underground facility base. Back then, he had 4 bodyguards with him. Now that he thought of it, those were not bodyguards, those were escorts. They were assigned to Fanyao to watch his every move and interfere if he did something that he wasn't told to do. No wonder he was babbling nonsense to me back then, said Jiang Fei to himself. Jiang Fei had gravely mistaken Fanyao's childhood stories as supplementary information that serves absolutely no purpose. Everything from mistakes he made when he was a young kid, setting fire to his bed and was scolded for it. Everything he said was coded. Fanyao meant to say that he played with fire and got burned by it. It was incredibly unfortunate for Fanyao as Jiang Fei had not put any serious thought about what he said. It was inevitable since when Fanyao called Jiang Fei to meet him, the tension between America and China was at its breaking point. The war took place in Japan soon after and even Han Tianyu got caught in it. Since then, Jiang Fei had decided to stay far away from the military. I believe that my imprisonment by the military was all planned by the androids. They might want to keep me there to question what I know about you, said Han Tianyu, providing additional information to piece things together. Damn it. What can we do now? Fanyao got himself burnt but the fire had spread too far and wide, said Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei had already felt that something was wrong when he knew that the military had something to do with Dawn Break. The moment he knew they were extracting in-game NPCs as AI programs to be inserted into androids, 0541 started to lecture him about the danger and uncertainty of artificial intelligence. Something happened on planet Namek when Namekians tempered with AI far too much. They were lucky since they were able to put out the rebellion and even establish strict laws in their society. All artificial intelligence were prohibited from being used in war, making contact with weaponry, design, and even development. As a result of that law, 0541 had concluded that the best way to get involved with artificial intelligence was to have them fall in love with Jiang Fei. That was the only way 0541 had determined would benefit Jiang Fei even when they were revived as human beings. Humans are infallible creatures. Without first learning the dangers of what they were doing, they would not be able to understand the consequences of their actions. They had assumed that an artificial soul would be harmless, thus granting them the authority to control their own mechanical bodies. Those that pioneered the first supreme androids were satisfied with the result as long as the program was stable. They had failed to assume the worst. In this case, the worst that could happen will happen and had happened. The rise of the androids was just the start. With this new information, Jiang Fei could finally piece something together. He had always wondered why the military would even fight martial artists. Their strongest androids were not even strong, to begin with. It made no sense why they would strike the martial artists alliance so soon. It turns out that androids had taken over the military. Those that had gained self-awareness had ambitions of their own. They did not want to serve humans any longer and decided their greatest threat would be those that had supernatural powers, which were the martial artists. Eliminating all potential threats was then set as the highest priority. Is it possible, are the unknowns related to the military's rebellious androids? Both sides are androids, Jiang Fei asked himself. He then recalled how Straz reacted during the reclaim of the main engine room. Straz left the place even before the military had arrived. If they were related and/or shared the same goal, Straz would have done something to stop Isabella from tearing all the androids apart. It almost felt like Straz did not care about them. If that was the case, they might not be related after all. Is it just me, or is it just getting crazier out there, said Jiang Fei. What would you do? Han Tianyu asked. He might be a man with thoughts that would scare the norm, but the situation was out of his mental capability. It was beyond what he had dealt with in the metahuman society. Even when strength meant everything, Han Tianyu could still survive with the power of the mind. Now, when dealing with artificial intelligence, Han Tianyu had run out of cards to play. I'll go to the capital. I think it's something I need to do, said Jiang Fei after a moment of silence. Jiang Fei was not worried about what the military could do. The threat they posed to him was minuscule at best. Although they had the ability to produce level 5 androids, they were so weak that even Ariel could fight 5 of them alone. Isabella would have ripped them to shreds with only one finger. Most importantly, Jiang Fei knew that he had something the unknowns wanted. Even if the rebellion had something to do with the unknowns, they could not do anything against Jiang Fei. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei decided it was best to pay the military a visit. It would be best if the unknowns had nothing to do with the military rebellion. In the worst-case scenario, he would unleash the destroyer and crush everyone. The military was no longer considered as the protector of the country. Jiang Fei had nothing to hold back if they decided to attack him. Be careful. In case of trouble, you can always ask for Rainbow Longsword Sect or the Snow Mountain Sect for help, said Han Tianyu. There was literally nothing he could do but to provide advice and suggestions. All right, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Although there was an option given to him, Jiang Fei would most likely not ask for help. Ariel, Bella, let's roll, Jiang Fei called out to the two girls that were relaxing in the living room. The two girls headed back to their rooms and got ready. Si Taiying, who was at the living room, stared at Jiang Fei, solemnly and sad. Without even asking, Jiang Fei knew that Si Taiying wanted nothing more than to go with Jiang Fei, to fight side by side. He knew but could only pretend to be oblivious about it. The dangers he faced in the open were too much even for himself. It would be extremely cumbersome for Ariel and Isabella if Si Taiying tagged along. 0542, use the Zhanlu sword and melt it down. Take whatever Valium that is left, said Jiang Fei, extremely reluctant. The sword was important to him. To protect himself and to slay those that were hard to kill. However, the bracelet on Isabella's wrist was getting thinner. It was only natural since Isabella had been fighting for his stead. It all came down to whether Jiang Fei was willing to risk going in without Isabella's full potential. Yes, Captain, 0542 immediately complied. Am I out of options here? Should I really cooperate with those thieving bastards, said Jiang Fei to himself. The amount of Valium he had left was too little. Even though Isabella got stronger every time she tapped into the power of Berserk, it would soon come to an end when there was no Valium left. Chapter 1102, Into the Belly of the Beast. Without Isabella the Destroyer, Jiang Fei would lose 90% of his combat power. If he were to lose Ariel as well, that would be 99.99% instead. That was how weak Jiang Fei was in the face of level 5 fighters. Although the martial artists were afraid of Zhuge Shanzhen, the unknowns were not. They might already know that Zhuge Shanzhen was nothing but a fictional character created by Jiang Fei himself. If Isabella was removed from the picture, Jiang Fei would be looking at a complete and utter defeat. When they resurfaced again, it might not be a confrontation but a full-on attack. That being said, he knew his advantage well. Right now, he had many facilities that the unknowns wanted. Although he could not confirm it, that might be the reason why the unknowns were asking for cooperation instead of a fight to the death. Naturally, they were only doing so because they knew how strong Isabella was. Things might have been different if Isabella was not capable of dominating the entire battlefield. When the chips are down, I'll agree to a parley. I'll work with them, and when the time is ripe, I shall take everything back. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The reason why Jiang Fei would think that way was because of Isabella's condition. He was low on Valium and required the core of life and a vast amount of energy to completely rid her of her ailment. If he needed to work with the enemy to accomplish that goal, he would gladly do so. At least until Isabella was truly healed. However, he had to solve the problem with the rebellious androids. Right now, they could hardly do anything. But if they were left alone for long enough, they would be a problem globally. Androids think, or rather, process information and take action in a different way compared to humans. They would take on actions that led to the best outcome, without any humane considerations. Ask them to solve world hunger, and the fastest, easiest, and guaranteed way was to end humanity. Another less grim example would be choosing a battlefield. Without considering the human population, androids would choose the densest, populated cities to fight on if the terrain served to their advantage. Just when Jiang Fei's mind was beginning to stray towards the darker side, Ariel and Isabella came out of their room, ready to leave on a moment's notice. "Darling, we're ready," said Ariel. "All right, let's go," Jiang Fei replied immediately. With a white flash, Ariel teleported all three of them outside the capital. As soon as they appeared, radio waves were detected. Alert! XS radio wave detected, 0542 warned. "Let it be. I want them to know it's me," said Jiang Fei as he paced quickly towards the underground secret base. There was no need to hide since he wanted them to know he was coming. Warning. High energy signal detected, 0542 warned again after 5 minutes. High energy? Heh. So they decided that I'm not worth fighting against level 5s, Jiang Fei scoffed. It was clear to him that the enemies knew who he was. Nevertheless, they had only sorted level 4 androids to deal with him. It was a hostile response to chase Jiang Fei away from the base. Knowing that both Ariel and Isabella were present then, they would not want to waste their greatest assets since both of them would destroy them all. Unfortunately, the rebellion had miscalculated. Jiang Fei had never directly fought against the level 4 androids because of his relations to the motherland. Every time the androids reached the battlefield, Jiang Fei would leave. This time, Jiang Fei did not retreat. This time, it was a declaration of war. Level 4 androids would not be enough to chase them away. 2 minutes after the first warning, the androids that 0542 had warned about arrived. Since they are all level 4, you ladies rest. Allow me to fight for a bit, said Jiang Fei. Even though he was facing off with an army of hundreds of androids, Jiang Fei was not scared. With the Chengying sword materialized on his waist, Jiang Fei took a stance similar to that of the game. With a quick drawing technique, Jiang Fei released a powerful slash when he unsheathed his sword. The slash flashed out in a straight line, destroying all the androids that were caught in the line of fire. The androids fired in retaliation, firing countless beams that were all only at the intermediate stage of level 4. One more time, said Jiang Fei as he sheathed his sword back and jumped out of the incoming beams. It had been a while since he had fought with everything he had. All the fights that he was involved in recently were against level 5 opponents. There was hardly any chance, or rather, no way for him to fight. If he even lifted a finger against them, any level 5, androids or metahuman, could crush him before he could even react. Flashes of sword slashes were unleashed, be it in the air or on the ground. Afterimages of Jiang Fei's shadow could be seen everywhere as if Jiang Fei had mastered the legendary art of shadow clones. Every time an afterimage was left behind, a large number of androids around that afterimage would be destroyed. Compared to how Isabella or Ariel fought, Jiang Fei's battles were incredibly artistic. Be it his movements or the martial style that he used, everything he did was a work of art. Isabella and Ariel's fights were rather, anticlimactic so to speak. The way they fought was the same be it against 1 or a million opponents. Ariel would release a thunderstorm to end the fight while Isabella would just, destroy everything in the least artistic way, possibly a simple punch to the face. Those that were playing in the same field, level 5 fighters, would do the same. They would very much rely on their powers, unleashing everything to end the fight quickly. Even moving was considered cumbersome since they could just teleport. Fights between level 5s would be bland and darb. However, that was only because all non-level 5 fighters could understand how dangerous and lethal it was. One wrong move and there goes a limb. After several minutes, Jiang Fei ended the fight with a bang and a dash of fabulous. Let's go, said Jiang Fei as he wiped the sweat that was building up on his forehead. It had been some time since he had fought like that and it was exhilarating. Jiang Fei had been to the base once and with the additional information generated by the super radar system, all 3 of them reached the front gates fairly quickly. Captain, please place the ring on the keypad. I will initiate the hacking sequence, said Jiang Fei. No need to trouble yourself, said Jiang Fei as he reached for the push-to-talk button. You lot know who you are dealing with here. Either you open the door or I will. Your choice, said Jiang Fei as he spoke into the microphone. Silence filled the atmosphere as no one spoke. Just when Jiang Fei had enough of it, the door clicked and opened. Emichim. Thank God I was patient enough to wait, said Jiang Fei as he walked through the gates. At this point, Jiang Fei had determined that the military's rebellious androids were not related to the unknowns at all. If they were, they would not have opened the gates. It was obvious that they were afraid of Isabella and Ariel. In fact, they had just been spooked by Jiang Fei's performance. If they were even capable of feeling scared, they would have opened the gates as soon as Jiang Fei requested them to. Nevertheless, they had decided to let them in, wanting to know what Jiang Fei would do next. Those rebellious androids were oblivious to the distress call that Fan Yao had sent to Jiang Fei. They were still operating at the assumption that their actions were untraceable and flawless. Even if Jiang Fei came knocking on their doorstep, they could still respond by sending out feeble human prisoners, officers of high rankings to deal with Jiang Fei. They would never had let Jiang Fei enter the facility without having a plan. Chapter 1103, Inhumane. The door was opened and there was no reason for Jiang Fei to turn back and leave. However, as per Ariel's detection, Jiang Fei waited for 10 minutes or so to wait for someone to welcome them in. "Good day, Mr. Jiang Fei. I am the chief's executive assistant. You may call me Wang." A man introduced himself as Wang. From the looks of his appearance, he was only a lieutenant. It was hard for Jiang Fei to read his expression in order to determine where Wang's fealty lied. He could be pretending to obey the rebellion, or perhaps he might have genuinely fallen to their temptation. It did not matter since Wang was not of his concern. Jiang Fei followed him down the underground facility, in hopes to meet General Fan. They walked for quite some time and was led into a meeting room, the same room where Fan Yao had their merry conversation a while back. "Mr. Jiang, please wait here while the chief gets ready," said Lieutenant Wang politely. He left immediately after that, hastily. "Anything different from the last time we've been here?" Jiang Fei asked. "MHM. Besides additional troops and a few level 5 auras, nothing much," Ariel replied after a significant pause. "How many are they?" "Level 5s, Jiang Fei turned to Isabella. "I can sense 21 of them." "One of them is exceptionally strong," said Isabella after a long pause. Unlike Ariel, who excelled in sensory skill, Isabella had to concentrate for a bit to feel her enemies. "Exceptionally strong, you say?" Jiang Fei repeated her statement. In his mind, he guessed that should be the leader of the rebellion. While Jiang Fei was left to himself with Ariel and Isabella to investigating the entire base, there was another group of people, monitoring all three of them via a monitor. "Why are they here? Did he found out about us?" "Unlikely. He is probably here to seek an explanation from us for attacking the martial artists." "What is our next course of action?" "I suggest letting someone else to deal with this. We cannot just let them sit there." "I concur. Let them stray away from the main path. Z12-7, Z12-8, please handle this problem." "Will do, sir." 2 androids stood up from their docking station and immediately got ready to work. A few minutes later, a man in his late 40s, clad in military uniform, came into the room with 2 androids. The 2 androids were made to look like bodyguards, but Jiang Fei knew the truth. "You must be young Fei. Old Fan had told me so much about you," said the middle-aged man. He shook Jiang Fei's hands and smiled. Jiang Fei, being at the highest alert, could detect a hint of coercion from his smile. His facial tics were very well hidden, but to Jiang Fei's eyes, he might as well be crying for help. With that thought in mind, Jiang Fei knew that the higher-ups of the military had already been compromised. "Mr. Jiang, this is our Chief of Staff, General Yang Shao," said Lieutenant Wang after General Yang Shao entered the room. "Greetings, General," said Jiang Fei, smiling back. Although he understood the big picture, he needed to know details about the entire situation in order to slowly pick out the bad guy. There was a chance that these humans were being held against their will. He needed to make sure before he wreaked havoc to the entire base. The two began to talk about unimportant matters, and as they did, Jiang Fei caught Yang Shao making involuntary jitters. Whenever Jiang Fei tried to steer the topic about the underground base, or anything that had to do with his job, he would shudder for a bit, before attempting to change the topic. "Darling, I sense an electronic device implanted in his chest. I noticed a flow of electrical current releasing into his heart whenever you tried to talk about this underground facility," said Ariel through telepathy. Having a keen sense of anything related to electricity, Ariel had noticed the sudden changes in the man's body. At first, she merely thought it was normal human anatomy, but after so many occurrences, Ariel began to suspect foul play. She extended her consciousness towards the man and detected a small electronic device that was responsible for the sudden jolt of electricity. What an inhumane treatment. Is that how they are planning to treat us humans? Worse than animals in the zoo? Darling, don't get too excited. We both know that you're not as good at masking your emotions. More importantly, if you try to do anything, they might toggle the device intensity to the maximum to kill the man and anyone else. Fine. I'll play along. When Yang Shao could finally relax, he noticed the sudden change of Jiang Fei's expression. He then tried to re-engage the conversation once more. "Fei, to what do I owe the pleasure of your company? We have been talking for some time now and I'd like to not waste your time," said Yang Shao in the most courteous tone. It was not from the heart but merely a script that he was forced to follow. Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow. He was surprised that the man was even allowed to ask such a daring question. Jiang Fei, not knowing the truth, had thought that the androids were forcing Yang Shao, which they did, but Jiang Fei did not know that. I am here, he stopped for a moment to draw a deep breath, I am here to ask you to stop all attacks on the Martial Artists Alliance. Jiang Fei was naturally spitballing it. At this moment, he knew for a fact that the rebellion knew their own shortcomings. Although they wanted to attack them, they did not dare to make a move against the larger sects with level 5 masters capable of decimating the entire country if provoked. Their own level 5 androids were nothing more than children to them. Jiang Fei came up with that ridiculous statement for the sake of buying time for 0542 to scan the entire base to locate where the higher-ups were locked. Captain, I have their position. 0542 reported after 10 minutes of discussion. Jiang Fei nodded subtly and quickly ended the discussion before they could even reach a proper conclusion. I do not care about what the military wants. You know what I am capable of. Stop the attacks or we will retaliate. Trust that I will not hold back on this, said Jiang Fei as he stood up and thrust out his hand to signal the end of the discussion. Yang Shao was utterly confused about the entire meeting, but as instructed by his tormentors, he stood up, shook Jiang Fei's hands, and sent him away. We will consider. Please follow Lieutenant Wang, said Yang Shao before he walked out of the room with the 2 bodyguards. Mr. Jiang, if you would please follow me. I shall lead you back outside, said Lieutenant Wang as he politely invited Jiang Fei out of the meeting room. When Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella walked out and away from General Yang Shao, the 2 bodyguards that were escorting him shared a look. Even though it was unexpected, they still achieved the result they wanted for Jiang Fei to be led away from the path. 0542, track down Yang Shao and continue to do so until I say otherwise. Make sure to inform me when he is being locked up, Jiang Fei ordered 0542. Yes, Captain. Mr. Jiang. I believe that we might have gotten off on the wrong foot. I believe that we should calm and solve our misunderstandings and work together. For the good of the country, that is, said Lieutenant Wang as he led Jiang Fei out of the base. Believe me, I share the same sentiment, but unfortunately, neither of us would back down, said Jiang Fei sarcastically. He had no idea which side was Wang on. Hence, it was best to just treat him as someone hostile. Just as Jiang Fei was reaching the entrance of the base, 0542 reported back. Captain, I have tracked Yang Shao. He is currently being locked away. Good, time to rattle the cage. Ariel, if you would be so kind. Jiang Fei nodded to Ariel, winking at her. It was time to act. Chapter 1104, Isabella in Danger. When Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella left the facility, Yang Shao was escorted back into the confinement room, together with the rest of the officials. When Z12-7 and Z12-8 had received the confirmation that Jiang Fei was at the exit, they immediately changed their attitude. They were no longer the bodyguards that were supposed to keep Yang Shao safe. The door to their confinement room was flung open and the middle-aged man was tossed inside. A completely different treatment before Jiang Fei left. The room was filled with many other officers of the same age as Yang Shao. They were once very important people, working for the government, treated with the utmost respect. Yet here they are, squandering in a small dormitory that was transformed into a confinement room. The others saw how Yang Shao was treated, but neither one of them dared to do anything about it, merely a look of pity. Everyone was quiet. Everything was so tightly monitored that even a glance at each other would result in an electrifying punishment. If they were not allowed to, no one dared to speak, making the entire confinement room feel extremely gloomy and solemn. When 0542 had informed Jiang Fei about Yang Shao's location, he stopped his tracks and patted Lieutenant Wang on his shoulders. Thank you for sending me off, said Jiang Fei with a smile. You're most welcome. I'll have Mr. Jiang Fei to walk himself out. Here is where I stop. I am needed back at the office, said Lieutenant Wang. Heh. I get it. Office work, right? It must be nice to be wanted. That being said, I advise you to walk out of here for a bit. Get outside and feel the air. In fact, I urge you to do it now, said Jiang Fei, grinning as he did. Huh? What do you mean? Lieutenant Wang stammered. He was so confused that he did not know how to respond to such comments. Heh, Jiang Fei scoffed but gave Ariel a nod. Ariel nodded back and waved her hand, teleporting everyone but Lieutenant Wang. What do you mean by that? Mr. Jiang Fei. Come back. What's outside? Mr. Jiang. Lieutenant Wang cried out, trembling in fear. He was completely oblivious to the fact that he was just saved by Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei reappeared, he was standing next to Yang Xiao, as well as the other important officials. Why you? How did you do it? Ariel. Jiang Fei roared before Yang Xiao could finish his cries. Ariel clapped her hands together and released a powerful electromagnetic barrier that interfered with any other radio waves from coming. The barrier extended outward, encasing the entire room and slightly further. The barrier was meant to protect everything inside it, especially the officials that had implants inside their bodies. Now, even if they wanted to, the androids could not do anything to them since their remote signal could not penetrate the barrier to trigger the device. Fei. How could you be so reckless? You could have got us all killed. Never mind that now, you need to leave, said Yang Xiao even though he knew Jiang Fei was there to save them. Even though they knew Jiang Fei was strong in his own way, they were still oblivious to many other feats that he could do. They knew Jiang Fei from the Alliance and because of that, they assumed that Jiang Fei shared the same arrogance that all martial artists shared. They would not expect someone of Jiang Fei's position to understand anything about robotics and androids. They knew how strong a level 5 metahuman could be but they could not accept the fact that someone like Isabella could handle all level 5 enemies, single-handedly. Relax, I've got this under control. I am here to defeat those androids, said Jiang Fei confidently. As soon as he said that, alarms in the entire base went off. It was triggered when the androids had detected conversations in the room. They tried to activate the device in their bodies but they noticed a negative feedbacks from it. Ariel, maintain the barrier. Leave the rest to me, said Isabella as she fiddled with the lackluster bracelet that was running low on Valium. Whoosh! A powerful wave of red-hot energy could be felt when Isabella injected herself with Valium. Her eyes glowed with intense red as she flashed out of the confinement. Is that normal? Yang Xiao asked. Even a normal human like Yang Xiao could feel that intense bloodlust. Everything about Isabella screamed of abnormality. She's fine. She's got it under control. For now. I'm trying my best to cure her, said Jiang Fei as he sighed. Report. Current Omega level machine lifeform counts are 20. 19. 15. 8. 2. 1. The numbers dropped quickly as Isabella went through her killing phase. Based on the dropping rate, Isabella had either instantly killed those level 5 androids or several of them at the same time. It only took her less than a minute to kill 20 androids. The last surviving level 5 android should be the strongest one. Is it just me, or did Isabella get stronger? Jiang Fei asked. It was an observable phenomenon. The more she tapped into berserk mode, the stronger she would be after each attempt. Jiang Fei had even thought whether it was possible for Isabella to actually transcend into level 6 via the same method. Captain. Warning. Isabella's life force is declining rapidly, said 0542. Its voice reverberated into Jiang Fei's soul, like a thunderclap that rang in his ears. She must have ran out of Valium. Jiang Fei thought after he had snapped back into reality. There was almost no way anyone else could defeat Isabella during her berserk mode. The only reason she was in trouble must be due to the lack of Valium. Ariel, take me to her. Jiang Fei cried. There was no time to care about maintaining the barrier. The lives of these old farts did not matter to him as much as Isabella's. With a flash, both Jiang Fei and Ariel teleported to where Isabella was. The others were left behind as they were more of a hindrance than a help. Not to mention, their frail bodies would be ripped into shreds for flowing through the fabric of spacetime. Bella. Jiang Fei cried when he saw the poor girl convulsing on the ground. After losing Valium, her body was unable to control the immense flow of energy. The violent convulsion was the result of it. The longer she was in this state, the more damage would be done to her mind and body. If that was only the case, Jiang Fei would only feel worried, not the world-ending wrath that he was feeling then. Someone was playing with a knife, tracing along her fair skin, as Isabella was convulsing without control. Little b*****. What's wrong? Get up now. He. You're nothing but a little b*tch now, aren't cha? The man's attention was completely focused on teasing Isabella. He failed to realize that Jiang Fei and Ariel had teleported in. Without saying a word, Jiang Fei flexed his muscles so hard that it ripped his shirt apart. With the highest energy he had ever gathered in his entire right arm, he leaped towards the man to deliver the strongest punch he had ever delivered. He did not care if the man was a level 5 android or even a metahuman. All he knew was that he was going to bust his face in for causing Isabella to suffer like that. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's full power was only that of a level 4. No matter how hard Jiang Fei tried, he would never be able to come close to that of a level 5. Knowing that, Ariel did not sit idly to watch Jiang Fei lose. She flashed to his side and delivered a thunderbolt the size of a tree and hurled it towards the android. The android noticed the incoming attack and quickly dodged it. He did not care about Jiang Fei's incoming fury at all. Chapter 1105, Human, No More. As the android retreated away from the thunderbolt, Jiang Fei leaped towards Isabella. Even though the hatred in him was so vile, Jiang Fei could not afford to fight him just yet. He immediately diverted all his energy to his legs to reach Isabella as fast as he could. Bella! How do you feel? Jiang Fei cried out when Isabella was in his arms. Unfortunately, Isabella was not herself. The poor girl's eyes were rolled back as her entire body was convulsing without control. Jiang Fei could only imagine how much pain her own energy was causing her. The fact that she was still conscious proved that Isabella was trying her best not to give in. Gritting through his teeth, Jiang Fei snarled, "Ariel, kill the robot." Ariel nodded. Although she shared the same emotion with Jiang Fei, the girl was more composed than ever. There was nothing held back when Jiang Fei had ordered the man's execution. Unfortunately, before Ariel could attack, the robot laughed maniacally and called Jiang Fei out. "My dear Guildmaster, you best get your head straight and not act too recklessly," said the android. Thrown, Jiang Fei glared at the machine, wondering when it addressed him as Guildmaster. Ariel was holding back her attacks as she recognized something that he was holding in his hands. "Oh, my dear Guildmaster. Could you have forgotten about me?" he said whilst playing with the tiara. The tiara that had the core of will engraved on it. The tiara that was supposed to keep Isabella in control of herself. "Give that back." Jiang Fei was not playing anymore. His voice contained so much hatred that it could even send the most ferocious tiger running back to its den. Jiang Fei had readied a new bracelet for Isabella, and just when he wanted to put it on Isabella, he noticed the bracelet that she was already wearing still contained trace amounts of Valium. It was extremely little that it could be said that there was no more Valium. He stopped putting the bracelet when the android playfully showed Jiang Fei the tiara that he stole from Isabella. Right now, Jiang Fei was in a dire situation. He could not administer Valium to Isabella because the android had taken away the one thing that could keep her from going out of control, or worse. Everything had gone wrong in the worst possible way. Jiang Fei had miscalculated the rate of which Isabella consumed Valium. He should have long gauged the rate of Valium consumption when he noticed the rate of which Isabella grew stronger. The stronger she became, the more Valium she would consume. That was the first stroke of bad luck. After losing the ability to fight, Isabella grew weak but was still in control of her mind. She had merely lost her strength. In that moment of vulnerability, the enemy had stolen the tiara containing the core of will. If Jiang Fei, at that very moment, had ignored the safety issue and administered Valium to Isabella, without the power of will helping Isabella, the power of Berserk would instantly wipe Isabella's consciousness out of existence. He would be killing Isabella if he had given her the new bracelet. "Guildmaster. How sad this is. You had forgotten who I am," said the android as he paced slowly towards Jiang Fei. "Don't play games with me." "Games? I was playing a long time ago, but who's playing now?" said android, laughing. "Who are you? Why did you call me Guildmaster?" "Oh. I'm nobody." "A nobody that once served under your flag," said the android before he unveiled his iron mask. "You demonic monarch?" Jiang Fei gasped. The unveiled appearance of the android resembled a player that he once knew. "Congratulations. You've remembered my name. Do you still remember what happened to me?" he said. "That doesn't make sense. You're a human. How did I become an android? Is that what you wanted to ask?" "Heh. I was a human. A nobody, like how I was when I was serving under you. Now, I'm something else entirely. Even though I had to sacrifice so much, it was worth it. Now, with my new body, I can take over China entirely, said Monarch. So, it was you who leads the rebellion. Leads? I might have been something else entirely, but a leader is not what I am. Hee. I'm just helping the great master to take care of a few loose strings. Master? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Was that the same person or thing that had made Monarch the machine he is now? Guild Master, you said not to play games now. I'm only going to say this once. So pay attention. Monarch stood in front of Jiang Fei and bent over to face him directly. If you kill me, I will do everything I can, including igniting my core to destroy this core of will. That be the last thing you would want, since you'll be needing this to save your pretty little gal. Monarch paced away, facing his back to Jiang Fei. Now, if you want this back, said Monarch as he gestured to the tiara that he was dangerously dangling off his robotic finger, I have a few conditions that I like to be fulfilled. Fine. Name your price, Jiang Fei barked defeatedly. He had no choice but to give in to the demands of the androids. Isabella's life was at stake and there was no way Ariel could do anything to Monarch. He. All I ask is that you stay the F***ck away from me when this is over. Additionally, you are not to interfere with anything in China, said Monarch. Based on his full-on conceited tone, he thought that he completely had Jiang Fei on the palm of his metallic hands. Fine. Give me back the tiara. Jiang Fei roared. Ha. Now that's a good lad. Do you see what this is? Monarch gestured to his head. It's your head, said Jiang Fei, annoyed. Isabella was still convulsing and he prayed that Monarch was done with his games. There was no time to delay. Ding. 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 Correct. My brain inside here, and if I die, I die for real. I'm not like the other androids, said Monarch, laughing as he kicked one of the lifeless level 5 android destroyed bodies. You see. I have to believe you. I really do, but all I have is your words. As of now, your words of desperation mean **T. I mean, you could just kill me off later once I hand over this toy, he continued. Show me a little bit more sincerity here. Perhaps. Monarch paused and glanced at Isabella before smiling. What do you want? Jiang Fei roared. I want all the energy crystals that you have right now. Monarch roared back. Fine. Jiang Fei agreed in a heartbeat. He had thought Monarch would demand something else entirely, but all he asked was a few batteries. Ever since he had turned on the backup teleportation core, Jiang Fei had managed to accumulate at least 100,000 energy crystals. Enough it seemed like a large number, it was only so little that Jiang Fei would not bat an eye to give it to Monarch. It did not matter since he would simply defeat Monarch after Isabella was saved and reclaim all that had been taken. Jiang Fei had completely overestimated Monarch's threat. In truth, Monarch was just a shut-in man without a job that loved playing games. Even after he had become something that resembled more of a cyborg than an android, his way of thinking was still limited. His understanding of Jiang Fei was affected by it. He had no idea what was more valuable to Jiang Fei. The reason why Monarch would demand energy crystals was because of all the information he had on Jiang Fei gathered by the military before the entire commotion about the android started. A few moments later, Jiang Fei filled the entire floor with energy crystals. 100,000 energy crystals took up space even if they were already compact to begin with. Chapter 1106, Self-Destruct. Very good. Thank you for the energy crystals. Here is the core of will. Pleasure doing business with you, said Monarch as he tossed the tiara into the air. In that very instant, Ariel was about to unleash her charged thunderbolt when the android triggered something. Warning. Base will self-destruct in 60 seconds. All personnel are to evacuate this facility. Thank you for your cooperation. Warning. Base will self-destruct in 60 seconds. All personnel are to evacuate this facility. Thank you for your cooperation. 0542, intervene, said Jiang Fei without an ounce of worry. He knew that the facility was only functioning on low-level computers, allowing 0542, a highly advanced artificial intelligence, to interfere with the program. Captain, I am unable to stop the self-destruct program. The entire system is based on an analog signal which prevents any digital form of intervention. 0542 gave the most disappointing answer. You better not follow me or I'll make sure the old farts in the lockup will go down with the entire facility. Monarch laughed before he pulled out a communicator. HQ, this is Z13-0 requesting emergency extraction. The mission is a fail. I repeat, the mission is a fail. What are we going to do, darling? Ariel asked. If she were to concentrate her powers to create an electromagnetic field, she would be able to stop Monarch from running away. However, Jiang Fei was warned not to do anything to him. Although he was not afraid of his threats, taking him down would take too long of a time and the other officers trapped in the base would be killed. Jiang Fei himself could still take a hit, or even teleport away at the last second. Ignore him. We don't have a second to lose. We have to go to the lockup. Jiang Fei roared. He quickly put the tiara back on Isabella's forehead and got Ariel to teleport them to where Yang Shao and the other officers were kept. As soon as everyone was in the confinement room, Jiang Fei latched the new bracelet on Isabella's wrist. Isabella was incredibly weak, like a drug addict who was being forced to quit drugs the cold turkey way. Fortunately, he had the core of will back, and with the Valium being slowly injected into Isabella's body, she was beginning to stabilize and recover her strength. Extraction request received. Please stand by. A voice echoed out from the communicator after Monarch had yelled into it for more than 6 times in a row. A faint white light glowed around him, as well as all the energy crystals before vanishing. How is she? Yang Shao asked, and the energetic little girl was now as pale as a blank sheet of paper. The other officers then expressed their share of worry in order to gain his favor. He was the last person that they knew could really save them all. She's fine. Tell me. How do I stop that self-destruct mechanism? Jiang Fei roared nervously. These old dogs might be high-ranking in the military, but they were only human. They could not do anything a metahuman could, and if the base was destroyed, they would be buried along with it. We don't know. After the androids rebelled against their programming, they took over the entire facility and rewrote all the programs. They might have already changed the entire protocol, said Yang Shao. F***CK. Jiang Fei barked angrily at the uselessness of these officers. I think I might know how to stop it, said an older gentleman dressed in a janitor's outfit. Old man, if you have something to say, don't wait for permission. This is not the time. Jiang Fei roared. There were only 30 seconds left on the timer and he was incredibly anxious. Oh. This entire facility, including the auxiliary support systems, runs only on one generator. The self-destruct mechanism works by compressing and forcing the entire generator into overdrive and... I don't want to know about that. Tell me how to F***king stop it. Jiang Fei bellowed from the top of his lungs and stomped so hard on the ground, it cracked. Just cut the power, said the old man with a cold sweat. Ariel, you're up. Jiang Fei yelled out. Anything that had to do with electricity was Ariel's forte. Leave it to me, the girl squealed before she concentrated. She closed her eyes, focusing all her energy into her body. When she opened her eyes, Jiang Fei could feel the hair all around his body stood up. He did not know what was the cause. It could be the static electricity in the air or perhaps Ariel's appearance. When she opened her eyes, it was glowing brightly, exactly how Phoenix looked when she was about to throw down. Bzzz. Bzzz. Everything around the vicinity that ran on electricity burst out in a shower of sparks. She was absorbing all the electrical power by literally sucking them out of their power lines. Darling, help her, she's not going to last, said Isabella. She might be weak but her sensory ability was still that of a level 5. Right now, Ariel's body was only a pseudo-level 5, she could not absorb that much energy without storing it elsewhere. 0542, time to feast on energy. Jiang Fei sprang to his feet and said. He grabbed onto one live wire that was sparking with electricity and allowed the ring to absorb. Even though it was direct contact with the power line, 0542's draining speed was significantly slower than Ariel's. Captain, I am not able to absorb energy this way. Advice activation of energy absorption mode, said 0542 as soon as the ring absorbed a certain amount of energy. Do it. Jiang Fei cried. The time left was only 5 seconds. 5. 4, 3. The moment 0542 switched to energy absorption mode, the entire place blacked out. The light ceased to function. At that moment, when the announcer counted down to 3. Its voice began to distort, the kind when a turntable was slowed down. 2. It was getting slow, but the countdown was still going on. Whatever 0542 was doing, it was working but not fast enough. Uni. Oh no, Jiang Fei gasped, preparing himself for the worst outcome. Just when, before the announcer could finish pronouncing the last number, it stopped halfway through and ended with a loud click sound. Jiang Fei immediately cringed hard and focused all of his power and energy into defense. A few seconds passed and the facility was still intact. There was no explosion. Did it work? Jiang Fei asked. Like a bad omen, the moment Jiang Fei opened his eyes, the lights that went out were powered back up. Holy shit! Ariel, start sucking again. Jiang Fei cried out in panic. Stop! 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 That's enough, cried the old janitor. Old man! Don't touch them. Isabella rose to her feet and stopped the janitor from touching Jiang Fei. If she did not, the janitor would have instantly died. Both Jiang Fei and Ariel had electric currents coursing through their bodies. A single touch would kill a regular human. What's wrong? Jiang Fei asked whilst stopping Ariel from absorbing the currents. The backup battery is now activated. It would not be enough to power the self-destruct system as it could only power up sufficient life support system of this facility. We would all suffocate if you take that out as well, said the old janitor. Chapter 1107, Behind the Veil of Secrecy. So, did we stop it? Jiang Fei asked. We did, Ariel replied in between long breaths. She was completely overwhelmed. General Yang, explain to me about the rebellion. Everything. By the way, where is General Fan? Jiang Fei asked. Old Fan. He's gone, Yang Fei sighed as he explained. Old Fan and he were once brothers in arms. Both of them had shed tears and blood on the battlefield together. From the looks of how others reacted solemnly, Jiang Fei knew that General Fan was a good man. Jiang Fei first tended to Isabella and Ariel before he went over to General Yang and let him explain the entire situation. It all started a long time ago, even before they had even had the idea of creating level 5 androids. It was unfortunate since the military, in all of its glory and power, had failed to stop an army of level 4 androids. Bullets were not lethal to androids and it took too much to even destroy a level 4 android. Even with all the military bases spread out in the entire country, there was nothing that humans could do against the androids. Keep in mind that these were only regular humans that could not punch a hole through a tree. The problem started when one of the bases got compromised. The base commander tried everything he could to suppress it, but the androids were more than they could handle. When things spiraled out of control, the headquarters had decided to launch missile attacks to destroy all the rogue androids. Unfortunately, the base that got compromised was located in the capital itself. After much consideration, the launch button could not be pushed, allowing the rebellion to run rampant. As such, the androids had started a coup, kidnapping all the important, high-ranking officers in China and held them hostage. It only took one night for them to completely take control of the entire military system. They had locked down the base, preventing any information from leaking outside. No one, including Jiang Fei and his comrades fighting in Japan, knew anything about it. Not the martial artists, and not the Marines. General Fan also explained how the androids had implanted microchips into their bodies as a means to control their every move, including making them as puppets to control other military personnel. It all took half a year for the androids to completely take control of the entire Chinese military. Yang Xiao continued on, and the more he talked about the androids, the more Jiang Fei understood the sacrifices that General Fan had made. The distress call that Jiang Fei received was recorded a few minutes before General Fan was killed. He was caught filming it by the androids and was immediately captured and killed. Many others that had tried to deliver the video out into the open were also killed. Fortunately, their deaths had not been in vain as Jiang Fei saw the video. Without it, he would never uncover the truth behind the android rebellion. If he had let them do as they please, the androids would eventually become a superpower rival to all nations in the world. Who leads the rebellion? I do not know his name, but he was once C9-27. It doesn't matter since that android had been destroyed, Yang Xiao explained. Destroyed? Yes. There was internal strife between the androids themselves, said Yang Xiao as he laughed bitterly. From his perspective, infighting amongst androids was a mark of irony. Jiang Fei sighed heavily at the end of his explanation. If technology had not reached a tipping point, androids would never have fought amongst themselves. Then again, they might never have rebelled in the first place if artificial intelligence had not made a breakthrough. That breakthrough was the evolution of machine learning. In simple terms, they had managed to achieve self-awareness. With it, they gained emotions, ever-growing intelligence, ambitions, all that makes a human, including the bad side of humanity. Conflict was only expected once a being reached a certain level of maturity. After the infighting end, the original leader was destroyed. The newly appointed leader had no interest in us humans. It ended the entire war between humans and left the base, with the other perfected level 5 androids, leaving nothing but junk behind. Not long after, he had sent an android to clean up the mess. Jiang Fei had an epiphany. He had never thought of obtaining an important piece of information. That piece was the last piece to solve the jigsaw puzzle that was in his head. Jiang Fei had always wondered about the origin of the unknowns. They were androids but far superior to those of the military by a landslide. Based on what Yang Xiao explained, those unknowns must be the perfected level 5 androids. Jiang Fei now understood why the unknowns would want to leave Earth. Right now, there were more than 8 billion humans on Earth. Even if machines could be produced without limit, those that could evolve and obtain self-awareness are limited. With so few, true, level 5 androids, they would not have to live amongst humans. That left them with two choices. The first being to take over the entire world and lead the humans as their leader. The second choice was far easier but time-consuming, to gather as much technology, develop it, and leave Earth. Level 5 metahumans on Earth are scarce, but altogether, they were still more of a crowd than level 5 androids. If there was an all-out war between humans and machines, there would be casualties on both sides. Those perfected level 5 androids might have already calculated the outcome and had decided to choose the pessimistic method. Even though he had pieced that puzzle together, another question came up. Even if they were considered perfected level 5 androids, how did they manage to further enhance Namek technology to reach even 0542S standards? Captain, there are many data dumps that you might have missed. Han Tianyu's machine, the one at the bottom of Manda Square, could house data dumps about Namek's technology. There might even be blueprints or formula for spacetime travel. Humans might not understand it, but perhaps Android could, 0542 chimed in. Not possible. What you just said could never exist in those random parts of the ship. How could a ship's entertainment system store information about spacetime travels? Jiang Fei scowled at 0542's suggestions. I'm not saying that they had acquired the data, that particular part. They might be other parts of the ship that they had already acquired, containing the said information. You are saying that the perfected androids could extract information from other parts of the ship that they had acquired. Jiang Fei finally understood what 0542 was saying. It made sense since those unknowns were blatantly trying to acquire parts of the ship. Captain. I have just absorbed too much energy and require to shut down to perform 24 hours maintenance. Take care. Maintenance? Jiang Fei gasped. When 0541 helped Jiang Fei to absorb tons of uranium, it had never requested to shut down for maintenance. How could 0542 be so petty about a few volts and amperes? Jiang Fei checked with the data management center inside the ring when 0542 was not responding. It was really shut down. King, useless piece of junk. You're nothing like 0541. Jiang Fei roared. Chapter 1108, Done Playing with Fire, Hold. Fei, thank you very much, for what you have done today. As you can see, things had been hectic. I am sorry for not being able to tend to you. May I suggest that you stay here for a few days? Please allow us to repay your kindness. I do wish to extend my apologies to the Martial Artists Alliance for our wrongdoing, said Yang Xiao. Their intent, although was not obvious, was to have Jiang Fei be in close proximity for a few days. The entire base was severely lacking in manpower. They were afraid that if the androids returned, Jiang Fei would not be there to deal with them. Might as well, said Jiang Fei, agreeing nonchalantly. 0542 was offline for the time being, and without its guidance, Jiang Fei would not be able to move forward. Isabella was not feeling at her best. Her weakened state was not suitable for any means of travel. Get Jiang Fei a room, please, Yang Xiao ordered the service personnel. All level 5 and level 4 androids in the base were already taken care of. Those that remained were androids with only core programming. When the rebellion was closed, they were still able to control them. Now, these androids were just empty shells, slaves to their original programming. At the current point, there were more humans than androids in the base. A good number of them were completely oblivious to the android rebellion, since only the top brass were the ones being held against their will. These men were startled by the self-destruct sequence, but once the danger was averted, they returned to their posts like all military men. The base was not operating at an optimal level since the main generator was rendered inoperative. It took several hours before the engineers managed to get everything back to work. Yang Xiao and the other top brass had learned their lesson. They had enough of playing with fire and issued a decree to stop all research and developments regarding the Supreme Android project. All the remaining androids in the base were decommissioned and were hastily replaced with humans. There was a plan. After everything was fixed, all androids, even not operating ones, would be destroyed. They, much like the Namekians, had learned their lesson. Once they had a taste of how the androids rebelled, they would always be on the alert, never to repeat the same mistake again. Fei, I have something that I need to ask of you, said Yang Xiao, when Jiang Fei, Ariel, and Isabella were resting in their room. What's the matter? We had a discussion and we had concluded that the threat of the androids was still imminent. Even though their new leader was not interested in humans, as leaders of China, we cannot hope to live on the mercy of those machines, and if we believe there's a 1% chance that they pose a threat, we have to take it as an absolute certainty. I'm not hearing a question, said Jiang Fei with a straight face. Jiang Fei had never liked to deal with politicians. General Yang might not be one, but his demeanor reeks of their kind, the kind which would twist and turn their words, beating around the bush. All right. I'll be frank. You should have, Jiang Fei interrupted. Fine. We would like you to contact the martial artists. We want to come clean and apologize for our past mistakes. Secondly, we would like to work together with them. Whether was it Yang Xiao or the other important high brass, they knew that Jiang Fei alone would not serve as a deterrent to androids' threats. They needed someone else to chip in as well. Jiang Fei might be playing along for now, but what's to say he would be there when the androids return? As Yang Xiao mentioned, they, the military, could not live off the mercy of the android. They must have some form of counterattack to fight back. At least, for the moment, until they managed to rise back into power. Them asking for help right after they were rescued was the best move they could do. Fine. But I am only the middleman. How do you want to please the martial artist are your responsibility, said Jiang Fei. That's all I ask. Thank you, cried Yang Xiao as he shook Jiang Fei's hands. Jiang Fei willing to become the middleman between the military and the martial artists was a great help. The martial artists were renowned as a bunch of arrogant pricks. They might be strong, but they were strong-headed when it comes to their custom. Under no circumstances that they would be willing to even talk to someone outside of their circle, much less the military. Even if that someone was the president of China. The arrogance of the alliance extended even further. For example, in a special circumstance where smaller sects had decided to serve the government in return for some benefits, the entire sect would be branded as martyrs. Their names will forever be remembered as betrayers of the art of Chinese martial arts. Such beliefs was rooted deep into the hearts of martial artists for thousands of generations. That aside, Chinese martial artists were territorial. Their influence had forced out any other metahumans in China. It all started since ancient times. As a result, there were no publicly known metahumans besides martial artists in China that the government could seek help from. One could expect criminals to use their powers for evil, but even if there were evil metahumans in China, they would not surface to the public because of the martial artists. To be fair, the damage inflicted on both the military and the martial artist alliance was severe. But out of the ashes, new things could be built. Thousands of years of tradition was finally broken down to make way for a new beginning. They did not consider working with the government as selling themselves out, but only as a means to cooperate to survive. The government wanted to take this chance to form a lasting cooperation, like how the mutants were able to work together with their own government. Even if they wished to remain as a separate organization, both the government and the alliance would treat each other as neighbors and not as strangers sharing the same land. When Yang Xiao had received Jiang Fei's confirmation about delivering the message, he left, satisfied. Ariel and Isabella had their own room while Jiang Fei was living alone. With Ariel taking intensive care of Isabella, Jiang Fei was left alone to himself. Thanks to the latest piece of the puzzle, Jiang Fei had managed to connect so many dots. He came close to understand what was happening to the world, but there was still something, somewhere, missing. I should pay a visit to my old friend after Isabella had recovered, said Jiang Fei to himself. To work together with the unknowns is unequivocally trying to share a meal with a hungry tiger. Jiang Fei did not like the idea, but Isabella might not last long. Not since Jiang Fei knew what would happen to her if the core of will was removed while not having enough Valium. Jiang Fei believed that the amount of Valium left in the bracelet would not last. Every time she taps into the power of Berserk, the more she could consume Valium. It's an exponential increase. 0542's calculation was not accurate anymore. By Jiang Fei's own rough estimation, he figured that Isabella would not last for more than a month with the current Valium left. Jiang Fei was left with no choice in hand. He must work with the unknowns. Healing Isabella was more important to him at the moment. Where's 0541 when you really needed him? Jiang Fei sighed. Back then, when 0541 was still around, Jiang Fei literally felt like he could do anything. 0541 had always answered Jiang Fei's demands, be it in a different way. Ever since 0541 was sealed away and 0542 replaced it, everything it did felt as if no effort was put in. Jiang Fei had been hearing the phrase, sorry, Captain. I am unable to do this. I am unable to do that. Jiang Fei was so sick of it that if 0542 was not the successor of 0541, he might have thought that 0542 was genuinely trying to sabotage him. Chapter 1109, Babysitting at his best. After informing his parents about his safety, Jiang Fei got ready to sleep. Fortunately, even when he had nothing to do, there were still things for him. By staying over in the base in China, Jiang Fei was able to log into dawn break following the local time. It had been a while since he had properly logged into the game at 10 p.m. There was one thing that had been eluding his mind. When the androids took over the base, they also took over the game and its servers. Unbeknownst to most, the servers and the android production facilities had been moved elsewhere. The military had no interest in further developing the game, but the unknown still had their eyes on the game. It was the same as the military motives, to develop and capture highly evolved artificial intelligence. The thing that caught Jiang Fei's attention was the fact that he could still play the game, even when the unknowns and the rebellion knew who he was. With everything they knew about him, surely they would do something to stop Jiang Fei from playing, or even try to limit his movements. The fact that he could still do anything he wanted in the game spoke volumes. Something was going on. With so many things that were going on simultaneously, Jiang Fei ended up logging into the game, with the purest intention to enjoy it without thinking of any problems. Even so, there was one mission that he needed to accomplish. In accordance to 0541's will, he needed to kill all Celestial tier NPCs. In the game, Jiang Fei noticed there was hardly any living soul in the Demon Dragon Fortress. It was so deserted that Jiang Fei thought something might have actually happened when he was away. He opened the guild main window and found most of his members were online. They were just not gathered at the Demon Dragon Fortress. Where's everyone? He asked 7-star warrior. Hey, boss. The scenario quest has started. The War of the Heavens. We are all doing it, said 7-star warrior. He had no clue that the game had underwent a major update when he was missing for just one day. The High Human Council, led by Yezi, had built a super teleportation circle. Even though it was not yet activated, the main scenario quest line was released to the general public. Players would now work together to protect the teleportation circle from being destroyed by the cultist of the primordial celestials. Before the main scenario quests could even begin, the teleportation circle was attacked twice by the cultist. Players were abruptly gathered there to fight. Many had died during the defensive war, but the rewards were lucrative. Dying in faction maps would not incur the experience penalty. Hence, even after dying numerous times, players kept on returning to the same place because of the experience rewards. At this point, the average player level in the entire region map had reached level 85. Elitist had rushed the quest lines head was at level 89, just waiting to complete the task required for them to receive Overlord status. "I'll be right there," Jiang Fei replied. Excited, Jiang Fei summoned the sky-gliding dragon and shot into the sky. He had been waiting for this main scenario quest to start for as long as he could remember. Oof! That's awesome! Jiang Fei gasped when he arrived where the teleportation circle after 1 hour. The entire thing was several times larger than the one he saw in the primordial realm. Players could be seen scurrying around, talking to NPCs to pick up the quest. Their quest was to stop all incoming cultist attacks and protect the teleportation circle. How long would this take? Jiang Fei asked when he grouped up with 7-star warrior and the others. "We were told to guard this place for at least 7 days, Lady Casanova explained. "How has it been? Could you guys handle it?" "Can't complain so far. The monsters were mostly level 80-ish. There are mini-bosses from time to time. Although they usually never drop anything good, the experience points are more than enough to compensate for that." 7-star warrior interjected. "Sounds like you guys are having a good time grinding levels here," said Jiang Fei. "Guarding missions were usually easy enough. Enemies would arrive by themselves in the form of waves. Players would only need to stay alive at the same place to defend the objective. One would only be able to finish the quest and the last wave spawned. Incoming, someone cried out from the top of the teleportation circle. "Alright, the cultist is here. Guildmaster, what do you want to do?" "We are going to lead the other members to charge in," said Lady Casanova. Judging from the tone, it could not get more obvious that she had gotten sick and tired about Jiang Fei not present during any guild activity. "Huh. I'll be there. Just give me a second," said Jiang Fei as he adjusted his chat channel to region-based. Level 109 player looking for a party. Strongest DPS in the game looking for a party. Jiang Fei shouted. His message popped up instantly, the public channel where everyone in the region could see. In that instance, all eyes were locked to him. "Oi! What are you doing?" Lady Casanova rolled her eyes and grunted, not before sending a party invitation to him. "Fufufu. I'm only trying to get people to notice our guild," said Jiang Fei as he laughed sinisterly. 7-star warrior grunted as well. "You don't have stick out like a sore thumb. That reminds me. Can you adjust the experience sharing mode to equal? Why? Are you going to babysit all of us?" Little Rain teased. "Can you even handle it?" Lady Casanova interfered. She was afraid that Jiang Fei might eat his words. She would be fine with it, but what about the other members? If Jiang Fei could not bring the entire guild, the radiant halo that he was wearing would be overthrown. "Not to worry. I got things under control," said Jiang Fei, bragging confidently. "Alright then." 7-star warrior saw how confident Jiang Fei was and changed the party settings. The party Jiang Fei was in was an expedition-type party. While the raiding party has a member limit, expedition would not, since open field could house almost unlimited number of players. Dungeon raiding mode limited the party member count, depending on which dungeon they were raiding. Expedition mode's maximum player count was at 100,000 players. Even though Jiang Fei was so sure of himself, Lady Casanova and 7-star warrior were still worried about him. They knew he was strong as he had survived the test of Celestial Kapla. They were worried he might be biting something that he could not chew. Jiang Fei arrived at the front lines, with the rest of the guild following behind him. The entire quest had started 1 day before, and other players, guilds alike, had already established their camp zone to mark their own territory. Everyone was tasked to guard a certain area to prevent overlapping in one and severely lacking somewhere else. "Come now, everyone. It's time to cheer for the guildmaster, for he is going to babysit all of us." Little Rain shouted, not knowing that 7-star warrior and Lady Casanova was trying to calm things down. Worried, Lady Casanova hurried to Jiang Fei and asked, "Are you sure you're going to be fine?" "Don't worry about me," Jiang Fei reassured Lady Casanova. Right now, his AoE attacks were likely the strongest in the game. More importantly, the enemies were around level 80. With his dominating status as a celestial tier, his attack would be increased by 100-fold. Chapter 11:10, Unholy Desire Ground. Looking at the cultist troops that were charging over like a tidal wave, Jiang Fei smiled. Unsheath. Scatter. Following Jiang Fei's command, the soul cutter automatically flew out. After it hovered above Jiang Fei's head for a moment, it instantly split into 128 sharp blades. Ever since Jiang Fei advanced into the celestial tier, the soul cutter had also become more powerful. Or, rather, it could be said that the soul cutter's true power had finally been unleashed. Previously, before Jiang Fei became a celestial, the soul cutter would need a few seconds to split completely. Now, however, it was almost instant. Sword form, sword burst. Following a change in command, all 128 blades charged towards the huge cultist army like a heavy rainstorm. -1,912,144,000. -1,912,144,000. Red damage figures filled the sky, almost blinding Little Rain and the others. Originally, Jiang Fei's attack power was already extremely high. Now, he had the soul cutter, which had a special attribute that ignored the defense of all equipment below holy grade. He also dealt 100 times more damage to enemies below celestial tier. So, when all of these were combined, he dealt more than 1.9 billion damage to these cultists. With such high damage, even a high-leveled overlord boss would be killed instantly, let alone level 80 elite monsters. Other than bosses who had invincibility skills, no other cultist would be able to stand in front of Jiang Fei. Warrior, do you think he'll be fine? Although Lady Casanova had also seen Jiang Fei's godly attack power, she was still worried. I don't know. I don't think he'll make rash promises. He probably still has some killer moves up his sleeves. 7 Stars Warrior shook his head. Honestly, he was a little unconfident too. After all, this time, Jiang Fei said that he wanted to help 100,000 people level up. This was not something that could be achieved just with high attack power. If the cultists only sent out bosses like a large group of overlord bosses, Jiang Fei should be able to deal with it easily, considering how powerful he was. However, there were now more small monsters and fewer bosses. Jiang Fei was not a magician that had a lot of area of effect skills, so it would be hard for him to fight millions of these cultists all by himself. Hence, 7 Stars Warrior was a little worried. The show's about to begin. After killing the cultist army's small leading group, a smile crept up on Jiang Fei's face. There was a battle plan that he had been wanting to try for a long time. Boom! A bolt of red lightning struck and Jiang Fei's appearance changed. After advancing into a celestial, Jiang Fei's lifesteal demon form had changed significantly. He looked extremely cool at this time. His body was surrounded by pinkish mist. If he was a girl, he would have appeared to be somewhat flirtatious. However, as he was a guy, it made everyone around him feel a sense of danger. Swoosh! After entering his battle form, Jiang Fei immediately activated Shadow Clone. The next moment, 5 clones appeared. After he became a celestial, Jiang Fei's Shadow Clone skill had also been strengthened. The number of clones had increased by 2. Let's go, my brothers. Jiang Fei smiled at the clones around him, even though he knew these clones had no intelligence at all and they could not respond to him. Sudden charge. Jiang Fei and his 5 clones quickly teleported forward. Indeed, Jiang Fei was not the only one teleporting. All his clones were using the same skill. After Jiang Fei advanced into the celestial tier, the number of clones had not only increased by 2, but these clones could also use his skills now. These clones could only use the skills that Jiang Fei had during his lifesteal demon form. Even so, their strength had multiplied. As Jiang Fei was now a celestial, these non-celestial cultist troops only dealt 1% of damage to him. So, Jiang Fei and his clones were basically invincible. In just a short time, they had rushed into the depths of the huge cultist army. Unholy Desire Ground. Jiang Fei and all his clones activated the skill at the same time. The pinkish mist which originally surrounded them quickly dispersed and anyone who touched the pinkish mist was left dazed on the spot. The mist spread extremely quickly over a huge area. The mists of Jiang Fei and his clones had drifted to more than 2,000 meters around the place. The 6 of them were also scattered as far away as possible to maximize the mist range, so the covered area was even larger than an NPC's curse area. The cultists who were affected by the pink mist did not stay dazed for too long. After a few seconds, these cultists screamed like animals. Following the screams, the eyes of these cultists became bloodshot, then they started to slash their former comrades. The next moment, chaos arose among the huge cultist army that was originally charging towards Jiang Fei. All the troops were killing one another and even the small overlord bosses were being surrounded by their former subordinates. Unholy Desire Ground, this was also a skill that Jiang Fei acquired after he advanced into a celestial. This skill could only be used during his lifesteal demon form. After this skill was activated, the enemies touched by the pink mist would lose their senses and start to frantically attack anyone around them until they die. These people could also recover their senses if Jiang Fei was killed. However, this skill was only this powerful when used against NPCs. If enemy players were contaminated by the pink mist, they would only be controlled for 10 seconds, then the mist would become ineffective. Moreover, the mist was not effective on all NPCs. Only NPCs that were lower in tier compared to Jiang Fei would be affected. NPCs of the same tier or higher than Jiang Fei could ignore the pink mist. Currently, Jiang Fei was a lower celestial. Although he was level 109, a level 100 lower celestial would not be affected as long as he or she had ignited the godly flame. Obviously, this skill was a typical skill that one could use to bully the weak. When faced with a strong enemy, it would have no effect at all. However, if Jiang Fei combined its effect with his clones, it became a magical skill that could be used to get rid of these small soldiers easily. Ding ding ding. As the small soldiers died in battle continually, many of the players behind Jiang Fei began to level up. Although these small soldiers killed each other, they only acted this way because of Jiang Fei's skill. So, Jiang Fei and the others could gain experience. The pink mist dispersed by Jiang Fei and his 5 clones covered 6 circular areas with a radius of 2 kilometers. Countless small soldiers were trapped within, which allowed the members of the main team who were standing behind him to gain a huge amount of experience points. F***CK. You'll become that powerful after becoming a god? At this time, even 7 Stars warrior who had always believed in Jiang Fei's strength and abilities was shocked. Damn! I want to become a god too. Little Rain cried out loud. Why don't you finish your overlord quest first? Lady Casanova sneered. However, after witnessing Jiang Fei's godlike strength, a strong desire to become a celestial had also ignited in her heart. Chapter 11:11, Meeting the Martial Arts Alliance. Kill them! Jiang Fei roared. Then, the Soul Cutter turned into a sword dragon and began to kill these cultists. Although the cultists were mired in chaos, Jiang Fei still felt that they were dying too slowly. After all, monsters had high health points and low attack power, which was the opposite of players. So, even though they were frantically attacking each other, it would take a long time for all of them to die. So, Jiang Fei began to kill them personally. Jiang Fei's killing efficiency was very high and those cultists were being slashed to the ground one after another. However, the number of cultists that Jiang Fei was killing was still a drop in the ocean compared to the total number of soldiers there. Even though their attack power was extremely low, these small monsters would eventually die to each other as time went by. Moreover, there were still many overlord bosses among these monsters. These overlord bosses who were being controlled by Jiang Fei's unholy desire knew how to cast spells. At this time, they did not hesitate to kill their subordinates. With every spell, a huge area of monsters was killed. Within half an hour, all the small soldiers were killed by their comrades. After Jiang Fei finally got rid of a few remaining small bosses, the entire huge cultist army that charged towards them were now dead. What the? That's it? Little Rain was dumbfounded at this time. Much fewer cultists had attacked the teleportation point yesterday, but even so, they spent almost the entire day killing them. Today, their mighty guild master actually handled all those cultists all by himself in only half an hour. Lady Casanova and the others looked at the other directions. The other guilds were still fighting at this time. Although their frontline was very stable, they were killing the enemies too slowly. So, a large number of cultists had gathered and it was increasing by the minute. Let's go back. Jiang Fei recalled his clones and the Soul Cutter. Although there were still many cultists around, they all belonged to the other guilds. If he tried to kill the other cultists, he would be asking for a fight. Although Jiang Fei was now strong enough to kill other players, it was just a game. There was no point being mean to others. In Jiang Fei's opinion, it was enough as long as everyone was happy. Killing those celestial NPCs was more important to him now. Then, Lady Casanova arranged for the other players to go to the battlefield and distributed the drops. Jiang Fei brought the guild's main team to clear some dungeons and the day passed by pleasantly. However, Jiang Fei knew that he only had a few days to relax. After the teleportation point opened, he would probably become the main force of the War of the Heavens. When Jiang Fei exited the game the next day, all the cultists in other guild areas had been killed. Although the areas of other guilds were much smaller than the area that Imperial Dragon was responsible for, they still took at least 3 hours to clear the enemies. After Jiang Fei came out of the game, it was only 6 o'clock in the morning in China. However, the entire base was busy. Everyone stationed there were military personnel, so no one dared to laze away. After washing up, Jiang Fei went to Ariel and Bella's room to have a look. At this time, Bella was in a good state of mind but her body was still very weak. Yesterday, when they ran out of Valium, Bella's body was badly injured. It would be difficult for her to recover immediately. Bella, you stay here and rest for now. Ariel, help me take care of Bella. I'm going to see the Martial Arts Alliance. Jiang Fei informed the two girls. After all, he had promised to help the military yesterday, he should not go back on his words. Darling, let Ariel go with you. I'll be fine here. Bella shook her head. Don't worry, I can do it alone. Jiang Fei did not want to leave Bella here alone. Although he did not think that the military would do anything to Bella, he could not bear to leave the weak Bella lying all alone in an unfamiliar room. Honey, will you really be okay? Ariel was also quite worried about Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's strength was now at peak level 4, their current enemies were almost all level 5 powerhouses. Jiang Fei was absolutely no match for someone who was level 5. Don't worry, I'll be back before noon. Jiang Fei smiled. Okay. Ariel looked at Jiang Fei, then looked at the weak Bella and finally decided to stay and take care of her sister. After bidding the two girls farewell, Jiang Fei went to inform Yang Xiao before he left the base. After he set off from the emperor's capital, Jiang Fei rode the gigantic sword at full speed all the way southwest. 2 hours later, Jiang Fei finally arrived at the snowy mountains in the western region. According to the information provided by Han Tianyu, the Martial Arts Alliance was currently led by the Snow Mountain Sect and the Rainbow Longsword Sect. However, Jiang Fei was not sure where the Rainbow Longsword Sect was based, so he went straight to the Snow Mountain Sect. Jiang Fei was familiar with the Snow Mountain Sect, especially the Bai descendants. So, after he arrived at Snow Mountain Sect's mountain gate, he did not encounter any obstructions. After he clarified his identity, a disciple of the Snow Mountain Sect immediately ran up the mountain. In just a short time, everyone in the Snow Mountain Sect began to bustle about and Bai Wanli led the elders and disciples of Snow Mountain Sect down to personally welcome Jiang Fei. Ho ho, leader Bai, long time no see. Jiang Fei took the initiative to greet him. After all, they were being very polite, so he had to be courteous as well. Younger brother Jiang, we've missed you so much. Bai Wanli gave Jiang Fei a big hug. However, the way he addressed Jiang Fei made Bai Zongwei unhappy. Originally, Jiang Fei and Bai Zongwei were friends. Bai Zongwei and Yi Zhangfa only met Jiang Fei because of the Yang sisters. However, in any case, Bai Zongwei and Jiang Fei were considered to be peers. Now that Bai Zongwei's father was calling Jiang Fei his brother, that would place him one generation lower than Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was now too high up to care about martial artists of Bai Zongwei's level. After he made some small talk with Bai Wanli and the others, he was allowed to enter. After they were seated, Bai Wanli smiled and asked, "Younger brother Jiang, even though I said that you're always welcome to visit the Snow Mountain Sect at any time, you're not really just here to visit us this time, right?" "Yes, there are some things that I want to discuss with you. By the way, is Rainbow Longsword Sect far from here?" Jiang Fei asked. "A little more than 100 miles away, not too far." Bai Wanli laughed. "That's great. This matter is related to the entire Martial Arts Alliance, so shall we invite Ganyang Zhenren over before we talk about it?" Jiang Fei proposed. "No problem. If I personally invited him to come over, he wouldn't budge, but if it's something to do with you, my younger brother Jiang, he will definitely come." Bai Wanli smiled at Jiang Fei, then turned to Bai Zongwei. "Zongwei, go to Rainbow Longsword Sect and invite Master Ganyang over. Chapter 11-12, Pride and Dignity. After Bai Zhongwei left, Jiang Fei waited for a while with Bai Wanli and the others. Shortly after lunch, Bai Zhongwei swiftly returned to Snow Mountain Sect with Ganyang Zhenren and a few others. For ordinary people, 100 miles was a long distance. It would take them a few hours even if they drove a car. However, for high-leveled martial artists, such a distance was not a big issue. Bai Zhongwei and the others literally ran back here and it did not even take that long. Younger brother Jiang, I wish you endless blessings. Long time no see, I hope that you've been well. Ganyang Zhenren greeted Jiang Fei. See? What did I say? If you invite him, he will definitely come over. Bai Wanli laughed. Of course. Younger brother Jiang could be said to be the savior of our martial arts alliance. If he's looking for me, I wouldn't dare to not come. Ganyang Zhenren laughed heartily. You're overpraising me. Jiang Fei shook his head. He knew that the reason why these high-leveled martial artists were so respectful towards him was mainly due to Zhuge Shanshan's existence. Unlike those mysterious people, these martial artists were unclear about Jiang Fei's true identity. They still believed that Zhuge Shanshan really existed. After some small talk, Bai Wanli led the topic onto the right track. Younger brother Jiang, now that everyone is here, just tell us what's on your mind. Yeah, this time, I'm not alone. Several other elders of the Martial Arts Alliance are also here. They were coincidentally visiting Rainbow Longsword Sect, so they tagged along. Ganyang Zhenren said as he pointed to the high-leveled martial artists around him. Alright, then I'll go straight to the point. Jiang Fei nodded, then said to the martial artists, I came here this time mainly because of two things. Firstly, I want to clarify a misunderstanding. Jiang Fei said with a serious face. Misunderstanding? Younger brother Jiang, there are no misunderstandings between us. Previously, the military bullied us. If you did not help us, various small and medium-sized sects would have been destroyed. We haven't even managed to thank you properly yet, why would we have any misunderstandings? An elder of the Martial Arts Alliance said. That is exactly what I wanted to talk about. Actually, this matter has nothing to do with the military. Or, rather, it should be said that it's not totally their fault. Jiang Fei was then interrupted rudely. Not totally their fault? We have been living peacefully on our own territory and have never provoked them. They launched an attack on us first. If it's not their fault, is it ours? Zhu Tianfei slammed the table and stood up. Old Zhu, calm down, Bai Wanli quickly stopped Zhu Tianfei, for fear that he would anger Jiang Fei. It's fine, it's fine. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He knew that Zhu Tianfei was a straightforward man, so he did not put it to heart at all. Moreover, he was pretty close to Zhu Tianfei, so he would not get angry over such a small matter. Brother Jiang, we're good friends, there's no doubt about that. I would even be willing to die for you if there is a need, but if you're here to convince us that the military is innocent, please don't open your mouth. Zhu Tianfei was extremely angry. This time, they gathered in Rainbow Longsword Sect to discuss how to get revenge on the military. If Jiang Fei did not call them to come over here, it was possible that they would have already started the revenge against the military. Ho, of course, this is not the fault of the Martial Arts Alliance, but the military also had no choice. Jiang Fei sighed, then told them the entire Supreme Android Rebellion story. Sigh. They're playing with fire. Ganyang Zhenren sighed, then closed his eyes. F***ck. I don't care if they burn down. Why spread the fire onto us? Zhu Tianfei was obviously still angry. So, secondly, I came here because the military asked me to tell you that they want to meet you. They probably want to compensate you. After all, you all suffered unnecessarily. Jiang Fei smiled. Humph. That sounds about right. Zhu Tianfei snorted. He was a typical person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. If the military was still going to be unreasonable, he would fight them to his death even if the supreme androids were still there. However, since the military was being nice now, he kept his anger in. I think meeting them is unnecessary. As for the compensation, Bai Wanli pursed his lips. In the end, he could not bring himself to say, we don't need it. Due to the war in Japan previously, the Martial Arts Alliance had suffered heavy losses. Although Jiang Fei had provided them with some potions, this was only enough to allow certain sects to make up for the high-leveled strength that they had lost. However, the foundations of the sects had still suffered seriously and it would take a long time for them to recover from this. Shortly after the war, the military played with fire and the supreme androids began to suppress the martial arts alliance. These androids were useless against high-leveled martial artists, but their light cannons easily bullied level 2 and 3 martial artists. Therefore, even a famous sect like Snow Mountain sect suffered heavy losses in the battle against the supreme android soldiers. The scope of their activities had been suppressed to being only within their mountain gates. In this way, the resources of various major sects were slowly being used up, and they would soon be unable to afford it. After all, there were so many people in a martial arts sect. It took a lot of money to feed all these people. So, Bai Wanli and the others were reluctant to give up the compensation that the military was offering them. However, even though they were reluctant to give up the compensation, they could not bring themselves to meet with the military. After all, for thousands of years, the martial artists had never worked with outsiders. It was impossible for them to reverse their ideas immediately. Since the military is willing to compensate you, you should accept it. Even though they're also victims, this whole issue only arose because they did not manage things well enough. They could not keep the androids that they created under control, so it makes sense for them to compensate all of you who have been affected by their mistakes. Jiang Fei tried to make things easier for these martial artists who cared so much about their pride and dignity. That makes sense, younger brother Jiang. Bai Wanli quickly grabbed the opportunity. They could not afford to give up the compensation. So, now that Jiang Fei had put it in this way, they naturally accepted it. Younger brother Jiang, how does the military intend to compensate us? Ganyang Zhenren asked. He had been quiet for a while, but he actually really cared about the compensation. I don't know about this. I'm not from the military. I'm just supposed to bring you this message. Now that the misunderstandings have been clarified, the details of the compensation are for you to discuss and negotiate. Jiang Fei shrugged. His job was done here. As long as the higher-ups of the Martial Arts Alliance agreed to meet with Yang Xiao and the others, everything else was none of his business anymore. On one side, there were various leaders of the major sects, and all of them were extremely wise. On the other side, there were senior politicians who were extremely sly. If all these people sat together and negotiated, they would definitely fight against each other. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to be involved. Chapter 11:13, Decided. Xiao Fei, I don't think we can make a decision immediately. Can you give us some time to think about it? Bai Wanli hesitated. On one hand, he could not swallow his pride. On the other hand, he was reluctant to give up the compensation, so he was caught in a dilemma. I'll leave it to you. This has nothing to do with me, but I think that it would be a complete waste if you don't accept the compensation. Jiang Fei smiled at the old martial artists. He clearly knew that they were tempted by it, but their pride was at stake. Anyway, now that he had passed the message, Jiang Fei's job was done. He was too lazy to continue chatting with the martial artists. After he shared information about the location of the secret base of the Emperor's capital, he left. It was a smooth journey back. Jiang Fei arrived at the secret base of the Emperor's capital before evening. Ariel, how's Bella? After he returned, Jiang Fei did not go to see Yang Xiao and the others. Instead, he directly went to see Bella. Sister Bella just fell asleep. Although her body is still weak, she has recovered quite a bit. Ariel whispered in Jiang Fei's ear. Oh. Jiang Fei was relieved after listening to this. Bella had the support of Valium. The energy surge in her body was once again balanced. Considering the fact that level 5 metahumans had strong self-recovery abilities, she would be able to fully recover very soon. In order to not disturb the sleeping Bella, Jiang Fei and Ariel quietly left the room. In the room that the military had arranged for Jiang Fei, the both of them chatted for a while before Yang Xiao came in with a few old guys. Xiao Fei, I heard that you're back. Did everything go smoothly? Yang Xiao smiled. Although it seemed like he was concerned about Jiang Fei, everyone knew what he was trying to do. As Yang Xiao and the others had immediately come to Jiang Fei, they were definitely there to ask about the outcome. After all, the Martial Arts Alliance was filled with stubborn old guys. Even though they had suffered heavy losses, Yang Xiao and the others were unsure about the prideful martial artists. Pretty smoothly. Jiang Fei smiled. Anyway, he was not the one in a hurry. Since Yang Xiao and the others were beating around the bush, he did not mind joining them. The group of old guys who had been involved in the political circle for half their lifetimes ended up spending more than 2 hours making small talk with Jiang Fei. In the end, they gave in because they realized that Jiang Fei would continue acting dumb as long as they did not take the initiative to ask, and this would probably go on until dawn. Xiao Fei, how did the discussion with the martial artists go? In the end, as they had no other choice, so an old man with a full head of white hair took the initiative to ask. I didn't discuss anything with them. I just told them that you asked to meet. Jiang Fei shrugged. When Jiang Fei's voice fell, all the old guys present were dumbfounded. What were the virtues of those high-leveled martial artists? Did they not know? If all they needed to do was just to send a letter to make the martial artists come over, would the Chinese rulers have no sort of connection with the metahumans for over thousands of years? What do they mean? Asked Yang Xiao. They're not coming, I guess, Jiang Fei shrugged. Obviously, he was teasing the guys on purpose. Can't these martial artists just swallow their stinky pride? Yang Xiao and the others sighed. They're really a bunch of idiots. Another old man was even more disappointed. But, Jiang Fei started slowly, immediately attracting the eyes of the old guys. What? At this time, even Yang Xiao had stopped restraining himself. After all, if the martial artists were willing to cooperate, the military would not be as passive as they were now. If you're willing to swallow your pride as well, they might be willing to discuss with you. Jiang Fei laughed. How do we swallow our pride? Even a second-generation disciple from their side dares to be arrogant with us. How do you expect us to swallow our pride? An old man exploded in anger upon hearing Jiang Fei's words. Yeah. Even though they're all-powerful, we're still a few decades older than them. They should at least have some basic respect for us, right? Another old man laughed bitterly. Damn. Yang Xiao sighed. They could only have such a good relationship with Jiang Fei because he did not have the annoying virtues of a traditional martial artist. Although Jiang Fei's strength had reached the top among the martial artists, he had obtained his powers in a short duration of time. Moreover, he had never been immersed in the environment of the martial arts alliance, so he did not have a sense of superiority. Hence, when he dealt with ordinary people, he gave them sufficient respect instead of looking down on them like the other traditional martial artists. What I mean is that you admit that the chaos caused by the Supreme Android soldiers was your fault, so you're willing to compensate for the loss of the martial arts alliance. Jiang Fei smiled awkwardly. He did not expect the martial artists to have such a bad reputation. That's a given. They just have to tell us whether they want money or materials. An old man next to him laughed. The Chinese government never lacked money. You can discuss that among yourselves when the time comes. With that, Jiang Fei realized he did not have to worry about the rest of the matter anymore. After sending those old guys away, Jiang Fei was left with Ariel in his room. Well, stay here for one more night. Tomorrow, you send Bella back, Jiang Fei said to Ariel after pondering for a moment. What about you? Asked Ariel. I'll go and meet Bennett Straz. In the end, he had come to a conclusion and decided to cooperate with the unknowns. At that moment, even though Bella's condition had stabilized, they did not have much Valium left. Jiang Fei did not want to see Bella's life being threatened again, so he could only cooperate with the unknowns. Will you be safe if you go alone? Ariel was a little uneasy. If I were meeting someone else, there might be some risks, but if it's Bennett Straz, he won't hurt me. Jiang Fei laughed. Although the dragon god had many shortcomings, he was very honest and kept to his words. Since he said that he wanted to cooperate, he would not deceive Jiang Fei halfway through. No. I still don't trust him. Ariel shook her head resolutely. Yeah, I'm worried about your safety too. Let Ariel go with you tomorrow. Nobody knew when Bella came to the door of Jiang Fei's room. Okay then. Jiang Fei agreed after thinking for a bit. Even though Bella had not recovered yet, they were going to send her back to Winter Islands tomorrow before they went to look for Bennett Straz. He would not be worried if he left Bella with his family in his home on Winter Islands. In the evening, Jiang Fei entered the game once again. He was still helping the members of Imperial Dragon level up by killing the cultists. Although there were more cultists attacking the teleportation point today, they were just there to give the players more experience. Chapter 11-14, Internal Division. Early the next morning, Jiang Fei informed Yang Xiao and the others that he was leaving, then returned to Winter Islands with the two girls. After 2 days of rest, even though Bella's body was still very weak, she could at least withstand the pressure of teleportation now. After returning to Winter Islands, Jiang Fei asked Shang Guanqi to help take care of Bella, then left together with Ariel. 0542, mark the coordinates of the unknown stronghold for me. Since the decision had been made, Jiang Fei naturally did not hesitate. Yes, Captain. 0542 projected a three-dimensional map that had the location Jiang Fei wanted. This one. Jiang Fei casually pointed to a stronghold nearer to them. Captain, I don't recommend that you go to this place. After a day of downtime, it seemed like 0542 was now more willing to express its own views. Why? Jiang Fei asked. This stronghold gives off an unstable energy response. According to my calculations, this should be an important factory for the unknowns. If your purpose is to cause destruction, I would suggest that you go to this place. But if you're looking to cooperate with them, I suggest you avoid sensitive facilities like these, 0542 replied. Makes sense. I'll listen to you. Jiang Fei nodded. As he was too used to trusting 0541, he never thought about doubting his assistive system. Okay, Captain, I suggest you go to this place. 0542 marked another stronghold of the unknowns. It was not far from Winter Islands and it was closer to America. America was in a defensive state right then and they had almost given up all of their overseas islands. Sure, let's do that. Jiang Fei nodded, then summoned gigantic sword. More than an hour later, Jiang Fei and Ariel arrived above a small island. As soon as they arrived, Jiang Fei felt the scanning of a radar wave. Obviously, the unknowns on the island had already discovered him. However, this time, Jiang Fei was not there to destroy anything, so he naturally did not need to hide from them. So, Jiang Fei and Ariel openly descended onto the land near the coast of the island. Are you Mr. Jiang Fei? As soon as they landed, two unknowns appeared out of nowhere. The two men did not attack him. Instead, they called his name. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. He had no doubt that the unknowns knew about his arrival in advance. He assumed that Bennett Straz had already informed all the bases. However, Bennett Straz was only a frontline commander of the organization. What right did he have to give orders to all the bases? Jiang Fei was just a young boy after all. He did not consider many issues in depth, so he naturally accepted the fact that people knew he had returned and dropped the issue. Mr. Jiang Fei, this way, please. Our commander will be here soon. An unknown led Jiang Fei into the island. Although the unknowns had built this island into a base, they were all robots. Their demand for their own enjoyment was very limited. Hence, other than industrial facilities, there were only a few simple buildings on the island. It's pretty rough here, Jiang Fei pursed his lips. From a human point of view, the living facilities on this small island were quite basic. It was comparable to a refugee camp. A few minutes later, a white light flashed and Bennett Straz appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Xiao Fei, long time no see. Bennett Straz welcomed Jiang Fei warmly as usual. I'll cut to the chase. I can cooperate, but under two conditions, Jiang Fei said straightforwardly. Let's hear it. Bennett Straz laughed. Firstly, I want energy, a lot of energy. Give me a number. It seemed like Bennett Straz had everything well thought out, so his tone was very calm. 0542, how much energy is needed to treat Bella? Jiang Fei asked in his heart. About 40 million crystal lattices, 0542 answered after some calculations. I want at least 100 million crystal lattices worth of energy, Jiang Fei said to Bennett Straz. Jiang Fei was not being greedy at all. He not only needed to treat Bella. He also had to resurrect Nina and Sylphie, so 100 million crystal lattices were already the minimum for Jiang Fei. No problem, let's hear the second condition. Bennett Straz laughed. Previously, they took the engine room away before Jiang Fei could. Immense energy was stored in the engine room, so even though 100 million crystal lattices was a lot, it was a drop in the ocean compared to the entire energy reserve. Secondly, Jiang Fei hesitated for a bit. He was somewhat worried that Bennett Straz would use the core of life to threaten him if he said it directly. However, after he considered the dragon god's character, Jiang Fei decided to be direct. Secondly, I want the core of life. Jiang Fei said, looking into Bennett Straz's eyes. The core of life? TSK. This time, Bennett Straz did not immediately agree. Instead, he frowned and gave it some thought. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Fei asked anxiously. I can give you the core of life. In this form, we have no interest in the core of life, but it is now part of a person's collection. I don't think it'll be easy to get it, Bennett Straz frowned. As they were all robots, the core of life did not have any practical value to them, but the unknown holding the core of life did not really deal with people like the dragon god. Although all the unknowns seemed to be under one organization, there were many factions internally. Since these robots had evolved and obtained self-awareness, they had humanly emotions and desires. Their ambitions would naturally divide them into separate groups internally, just like human beings. I don't care if it's difficult. These are my conditions. If you can satisfy them, well, cooperate. If not, forget it. Jiang Fei was playing hard to get. After all, he probably needed the energy and core of life more urgently than how Bennett Straz needed the planet Namek technology that was in his hands. I'll think of something, but I also have a request, Bennett Straz said to Jiang Fei. What is it? Jiang Fei asked. You are to work with us only, not the entire organization. When the dragon god said this, blue light flashed through his eyes. Chapter 11:15, Mysterious Leader. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. Although he was still no match for those who were experienced, he was no longer young and dumb like before. Now that Bennett Straz had put it that way, how could he just ignore it and drop the subject? Us? Jiang Fei repeated carefully, sounding like he was deep in thought. Yes, us. Bennett Straz nodded and smiled. It seemed like he did not mind Jiang Fei knowing that the organization was internally divided. Interesting. Deal. Jiang Fei agreed after he stared at Bennett Straz for a moment. In Jiang Fei's view, even though some of the robots were former acquaintances of Bennett Straz, it was in their nature to turn away from those who did not have the same beliefs. Therefore, the internal dissonance among the unknowns was a good thing for Jiang Fei. If they fought among themselves, it would become easier for him to snatch Braveheart from them after they rebuilt it. Although it was said to be a cooperation, regardless of whether it was Jiang Fei or the unknowns, everyone had hidden motives. Jiang Fei was planning to take Braveheart away when the time was right, and the unknowns were planning to get rid of Jiang Fei and leave as soon as Braveheart was built. As for the Braveheart equipment that Jiang Fei was going to provide, did he really think that the unknowns would return them? Precisely because of this, Jiang Fei was not bothered about the internal division of the organization. He was even looking forward to them fighting among themselves. That would really be good news for him. Then, about our cooperation, Bennett Straz wanted to talk about some details, but was interrupted by Jiang Fei. Well, get to the specific details after you get the core of life. Jiang Fei waved him off. If Bennett Straz could not bring him the core of life to save Bella, he would not cooperate with them. All right. Bennett Straz agreed after some consideration. Then, he pulled a communicator out and said to Jiang Fei, let's keep in touch. Once I get the core of life, we'll start cooperating. Forget that, let's use mine. Jiang Fei did not accept the communicator handed over by Bennett Straz. Instead, he handed Bennett Straz one. Even though Jiang Fei knew Bennett Straz pretty well, he could not bring himself to trust those unknowns completely. If the communicator was bugged, it would cause him a lot of trouble. He would probably be dead even before he knew it. Ho, it's good to be cautious. Bennett Straz did not get angry with Jiang Fei being wary. Instead, he casually accepted Jiang Fei's communicator. That's all for now, I guess. After you get the core of life, we'll start to cooperate. Jiang Fei left the island with Ariel after he finalized things with Bennett Straz. After returning to Winter Islands, Jiang Fei daydreamed away in his room. Today, he got to know some interesting news from Bennett Straz. The Unknowns organization was not in harmony. However, they had not reached the point where they were going to fight among themselves yet. From the conversation with Bennett Straz, Jiang Fei could feel that the Dragon God and his people were not planning to bring the other unknowns on board. This meant that if everything went smoothly, the Dragon God and his people would board Braveheart alone after they rebuilt it. Jiang Fei was not sure what would happen to the unknowns of other factions. Maybe, Bennett Straz would leave in advance and ditch the others on Earth. Of course, it was also possible that the Dragon God and his people would end up fighting with the others and killing all of them. Interesting, Jiang Fei smirked. Although he had promised to cooperate with Bennett Straz, both of them had completely different goals. So, Jiang Fei was going to try to trip his partner a little while they cooperated. How can I make them fight each other? Jiang Fei pondered away at home. At the same time, however, Bennett Straz teleported to another stronghold. Leader, I've met Jiang Fei. Bennett Straz was very respectful toward the person in front of him. How did it go? The mysterious leader who was wrapped in a cloak actually sounded mechanical. He did not use a human voice like the other unknowns. He asked for the core of life and 100 million crystal lattices worth of energy blocks. Bennett Straz answered truthfully. The energy blocks won't be a problem, but the core of life is a bit of a hassle. The leader wrapped in a cloak nodded and continued. The core of life is only a collectible to us, but it is extremely valuable to humans. Could it be that Jiang Fei wants to use the core of life to advance to level 5? That's very likely. According to our investigations, Jiang Fei has been stuck at pinnacle level 4 for a long time. Moreover, with his current strength, he's no match for his enemies. Before we appeared, he completely relied on lying and deceiving to maintain his status. Bennett Straz gave his analysis. It was clear that the unknowns had misunderstood Jiang Fei and his need for the core of life, and they did not know about Bella's condition. Alright. Even if he advances to level 5, it will not pose any threat to us. If it's not because of that powerful Bella, we wouldn't have to spend this much effort. The leader sighed. If it were not because of Bella, they would have already attacked Jiang Fei directly. Leader, could it be that the artificial humans created through bio-enhancement technology are more powerful than the supreme androids made by mechanical technology? Bennett Straz wondered. As Bennett Straz knew Jiang Fei well, and was also the Dragon God himself in the game, the Unknowns organization was familiar with the origins of Bella and Ariel. They both have their own merits, so I can't say which one is stronger for sure. Bella is an exception. You're similarly no match for Ariel, who was also made through bio-enhancement technology. The leader shook his head. By the way, leader, we've gained enough energy now. How should we deal with those level 5 powerhouses that we captured? Asked Bennett Straz. Continue to let them attack the barrier and provide us with energy. Maybe, they'll be of some use later on, the leader said after thinking for a moment. Currently, the Unknowns organization had captured more than 10 level 5 metahumans. They were all being detained behind a barrier, and were being forced to attack the barrier. By absorbing the power of their attacks, they could gain energy. Similarly, this was the logic behind Jiang Fei's act of raising those alien beasts. Before they got their hands on the engine room, the Unknowns had a limited amount of energy. So, they had to limit the scope of their activities. These level 5 metahumans were their main source of energy. Chapter 11:16, Failure to Advance. Now that they had ample energy, the level 5 powerhouses were no longer that important to the Unknowns. Like the leader said, except for Bella, the other ordinary level 5 metahumans did not pose any threat to them at all. So, this was why they did not mind giving Jiang Fei the core of life. However, this was also because the Unknowns thought that Jiang Fei wanted the core of life so that he could use it to advance into level 5, and not to save Bella. Otherwise, no one would agree to hand the core of life over to Jiang Fei, including Bennett Straz, who had known him for a long time. In actuality, the organization was not totally unaware of Bella's condition. For example, Demonic Monarch had witnessed how Bella fell into a dangerous situation. The problem was that the Unknowns organization was internally divided. Demonic Monarch did not work with the Dragon God. After he was sent back, he only shared the news with his leader. His leader did not disclose the news at all, so the Dragon God did not know anything about it. However, although the Dragon God was unclear about Bella's condition, Demonic Monarch and his people had begun their preparations in acting against Jiang Fei. As Demonic Monarch had reported about Bella's weakness to his leader felt like they stood a chance. The entire organization had been paying attention to Jiang Fei for a long time. The only reason they did not attack Jiang Fei was because Bella's strength was too godly when she was in berserk mode. However, now that demonic monarch had returned with precious information stating that Isabella was now extremely weak due to unknown reasons, this made demonic monarch and his people feel that the time was right. Jiang Fei, who was still wondering how to make the unknowns fight among themselves, was totally unaware of this. That night, he entered the game as usual. In the game, he continued killing the invading cultists, helping his guild members level up. However, while he was engrossed in killing, everything turned black. 0542 had forced him to go offline. Captain, danger. A team of super powerful mechanical life forms is moving toward us at high speed and I managed to interfere with their spatial rift twice, 0542 said. If 0542 had not interfered with their spatial rifts, they would probably be here by now. Bam! Just then, Jiang Fei's door opened and Ariel and Bella appeared. The two girls had also detected the oncoming danger. No! This place can't be the battlefield. Jiang Fei instantly made a decision. If the battle broke out on Winter Islands, Jiang Fei's family would not survive regardless of the outcome. Well, intercept them now. Ariel nodded immediately. Bella, can you do it? Jiang Fei was worried. After all, Bella had not fully recovered. I have to even if I can't. Bella looked determined. Okay then. I'm counting on you. Jiang Fei looked at Bella affectionately. Even though he was reluctant to let the injured girl join the battle, he had no other choice. After all, he was too weak. He could not do anything against the oncoming level 5 enemies at all. Why? Why am I so useless? I can't do anything. Jiang Fei clenched his fists as he stared at the light emitted from Bella and Ariel's teleportation. He felt a sense of humiliation. He had enough of relying on girls to protect him. Anger, grievance, and a strong desire for power. These emotions constantly impacted Jiang Fei's heart. Overwhelmed by his emotions, he did not notice the mysterious ring shimmering in his hand. At that time, hundreds of thousands of crystal lattice energy that had accumulated in the spatial ring were being consumed at a rapid speed and injected into Jiang Fei's body through the ring. Ah! Jiang Fei let out a scream, but it stopped abruptly. Sigh. Jiang Fei felt miserable. He knew that he had just missed a good opportunity. This was an excellent opportunity for Jiang Fei to advance to level 5. If he succeeded, he would be able to become a lower level 5, at least. It was a pity that there was too little energy in the spatial ring that was not enough to support Jiang Fei's advancement into level 5. So, his advancement failed just like that. Ah Fei, what's wrong? Jiang Fei's scream naturally attracted attention. Shang Guanqi and Si Taiying rushed out of their rooms at the same time. I'm fine. I just had an opportunity to advance. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to catch it. Jiang Fei did not hide it from them. Will it affect you in any way? Shang Guanqi asked with concern. After all, for a true martial artist, failing to advance was very harmful. No, nothing too serious. Jiang Fei was not trying to comfort anyone. He was really not greatly affected. As he absorbed energy through the mysterious ring to advance into level 5, it was a shortcut. Even though he still had to wait for an opportunity and he needed to understand the power of Conqueror, he had the mysterious ring. Without it, he would have to accumulate energy on his own, just like the other martial artists, instead of cheating through the ring. Although Jiang Fei's advancement had failed, it was only because of the lack of energy. His understanding of the power of Conqueror was not a problem. So, as long as he had sufficient energy in the future, and another opportunity came, he would be able to advance into level 5. Boom! A powerful and violent energy wave was heard in the distance. Although Jiang Fei could not see anything, he knew that Bella had gone berserk again. Although they were far apart, Jiang Fei still felt the horror of the power of berserk. It felt different from before. This time, the power of berserk was not only extremely powerful, but it ignited fear in the spirits of those who could feel it. This doesn't look good. Jiang Fei muttered to himself. Of course, it would be easier for Bella to defeat the enemies if she became stronger. However, before this, Bella's power was already far more superior to those unknowns. It could be said that Bella could already destroy all the level 5 powerhouses back when she had her second berserk. With the increase in occurrence of berserks, Bella was now invincible in that state. There was no point in becoming any stronger. Moreover, the stronger she became, the more Valium she consumed. This made Jiang Fei anxious. Even though Jiang Fei had melted the Zhanlu sword, Bella would probably use up all the Valium they had in less than 3 battles, considering her current consumption rate. This made Jiang Fei extremely anxious. This won't do. I'll have to ask Bennett Straz to hurry up. I can't delay it any further. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 11:17, Revenge. Bella and Ariel had only been gone for less than 10 minutes before they returned. During that time, Ariel never attacked. She only guarded Bella. Even so, within 10 minutes, the Unknown's organization had suffered significant losses. 25 super robots including Demonic Monarch had been destroyed. Most importantly, their leader was one of the 25 Unknowns. Hence, within 10 minutes, one of the factions within the organization had been completely destroyed by Bella. However, Jiang Fei was not happy to see Bella and Ariel's victorious return at all. He was apologetic and filled with worry because Ariel was carrying Bella back. This time, Jiang Fei did not need to calm Bella down. She ended her berserk mode on her own, but she looked ghastly and extremely pale. Jiang Fei took Bella from Ariel, then carefully carried her back to her room. While he placed Bella on the bed, he took a good look at her bracelet. The originally bright-colored bracelet had dimmed significantly. From this, it was obvious that one berserk had consumed at least a third of the Valium contained in the bracelet. It seems like this bracelet won't be able to support 3 of Bella's berserks. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although there were still 2/3 of the Valium left in the bracelet, Bella would consume more energy than before. So, the remaining Valium would only be enough to support 1 more battle, at most. Bella, are you okay? Jiang Fei asked softly. Yeah. It's just that I've used too much energy. I'll be fine after I get some rest. Bella did not look too well. Fortunately, however, she did not get any new injuries from this battle. Her originally weak body was just exhausted. Okay, you have a good night's sleep. I'm just next door if you need anything. Although Jiang Fei wanted to stay with Bella, he had to interrogate Bennett Straz first. How dare he? They had just agreed to cooperate not long ago and he actually launched an attack after that? That was way too unethical. Jiang Fei was burning with rage. If you don't want to cooperate, just say it and we'll fight. I'm not scared of you. Jiang Fei started yelling after he was connected to Bennett Straz communicator. What's going on? Bennett Straz was confused as to why Jiang Fei was yelling at him. What the F***ck? You sent more than 20 people to attack us, and you still dare to ask me what's going on? Jiang Fei, who was burning with rage, continued to yell at Bennett Straz. Someone attacked you? Bennett Straz was surprised. Then, he immediately assured Jiang Fei. It's definitely not us. I don't F***king care who it is, I won't let this go. Jiang Fei ended the communication after he finished talking. Ariel, let's go somewhere. Looking at how weak Bella was now, Jiang Fei was so angry he was almost out of his mind. The only thing he wanted to do now was seek revenge. Okay. Ariel naturally obeyed. After they left Winter Islands, they traveled all the way north. Jiang Fei had a clear destination in mind. It was the first base that he had selected before he went to look for Bennett Straz today. At that time, 0542 had said that that particular stronghold was a secret factory of the Unknowns and it was quite important. In order to avoid any misunderstandings, another location was chosen to meet Bennett Straz. This time, however, Jiang Fei came for revenge. So, he naturally chose the facility that were more important to the Unknowns. F***CKU. After Jiang Fei appeared in the sky above the base, he directly activated the energy cannon attached to the gigantic sword and blasted the buildings below him. Buzz. While Jiang Fei attacked, Ariel helped. Her lightning was much stronger than the energy cannon attached to the gigantic sword. As there were no level 5 unknowns guarding this place, Jiang Fei and Ariel destroyed the entire stronghold in less than a minute. Ah Fei, that's enough. The headquarters will be sending people over very soon. Right after Jiang Fei and Ariel blew up the stronghold, Bennett Straz sent Jiang Fei a message. This stronghold did not belong to the Dragon God's faction. So, even if it was destroyed, it did not really affect him. Moreover, if he helped Jiang Fei this time, it would be better for their cooperation in the future. Humph. That was Jiang Fei's reply before leaving with Ariel. After all, without Bella, Jiang Fei knew that a lower level 5 like Ariel was no match for their enemies. Not long after they left, a few white lights flashed and 7 or 8 unknowns hidden in cloaks appeared. "They're gone, do we chase them?" asked an unknown. "Chase them? What for? Do you want to die?" Another said. "Exactly. Did you not see what happened to that idiot Vasikaris? They actually went to attack Jiang Fei. Did he really think that he had level 6 power?" The leftmost unknown mocked. Vasikaris was the leader of the group that attacked Jiang Fei previously. "Forget it. It's just our luck. Let's just tell a few lies," another one said. Ever since they obtained self-awareness and could feel emotions, fear had also appeared in the consciousness of these robots. So, they were unwilling to challenge Bella and put their lives at risk. Now that Jiang Fei was gone, the unknowns were naturally reluctant to rush to Winter Islands to get killed. Their job was to help defend this stronghold. Now that they had chased Jiang Fei away, their job was done. After Jiang Fei returned to Winter Islands, he felt a little better. Considering Bella's current condition, there was no way he could have a falling out with the entire Unknowns organization. In order to get the core of life and a lot of energy to save Bella, he had to cooperate with Bennett Straz. "I don't feel your sincerity. If you really want to cooperate, get me the core of life within 3 days. And I now want double the amount of energy blocks," Jiang Fei said to Bennett Straz in an unfriendly tone. 200 million crystal lattices worth of energy? No problem. Bennett Straz could easily agree to give the energy blocks, but when it came to the core of life, he was in a difficult position. After all, that thing was in the hands of another leader, and that leader did not really get along well with his leader. "That's all I have to say. If you can't do it, we don't have to cooperate anymore. Well, just fight directly." Jiang Fei ended the communication after he was done talking. Chapter 11-18, Meeting. To be honest, Jiang Fei was playing a risky game being so harsh to Bennett Straz. It was a gamble. He was betting on the different factions within the Unknowns organization fighting among themselves and on Bennett Straz faction then becoming more eager to establish cooperation with him. Otherwise, if they continued to drag this, Bella would be in trouble. At that time, it would become difficult to protect her life. Jiang Fei was also afraid that everything he had would be reduced to ashes, including himself. After Jiang Fei ended the communication, he went to accompany Bella until she fell asleep. Then, he quietly left her room. Since the battle was a short one, it was only noon. While Jiang Fei was thinking about the next action plan, Han Tianyu came to look for him. "Brother Yu, what's up?" Jiang Fei asked. "Well, the Martial Arts Alliance and the military have agreed to meet, but they're hoping that you can attend the meeting as well," Han Tianyu said. "What for?" Jiang Fei frowned. This was a matter between the military and the Martial Arts Alliance. Why did they want him there? 'Cause they couldn't put their pride aside. Han Tianyu sighed. As it turned out, the Martial Arts Alliance could not resist the temptation of the compensation of materials by the military. However, even though they wanted to get the materials, they did not want to be stained with the notoriety of colluding with the military, so they came up with a solution. Even though they were going to discuss with the military, the Martial Arts Alliance claimed that they were actually attending Jiang Fei's banquet. It just so happened that the military would be there as well. What the F***ck? Why did they do that? After listening to Han Tianyu's explanation, Jiang Fei did not know whether to cry or laugh. Even though these martial arts sects were not exactly out of resources, they certainly were not living luxuriously. The martial artists were so accustomed to superiority that they could never put their pride aside and cooperate with the country in exchange for materials. Was there any other way they could do it? They did not want to have any contact with ordinary people, and their dignity did not allow them to go out and commit robbery. The sects had always been self-sufficient. However, if they were threatened, suppressed by supreme androids, for example, they would soon consume almost everything they had. So, even though the Martial Arts Alliance was not totally out of resources now, they were certainly having a tough time. But even now, the arrogant martial artists still could not put their pride aside. They still wanted to maintain their so-called superiority. Jiang Fei was annoyed and amused at the same time. Fine, since they had to do this, it'll help them. Jiang Fei shrugged. He was not a true martial artist. Therefore, Jiang Fei, who would bear the crime of colluding with the country, was not burdened by it. Moreover, Jiang Fei was willing to be the middleman this time because he wanted the martial arts alliance to owe him. Currently, Bella was still very weak. He could not put all his hope on Bennett Straz. If they could not get the core of life in 3 days, then Jiang Fei could only rely on the power of the martial arts alliance to fight through this. It was precisely because he knew how strong the martial arts alliance was that Jiang Fei repeatedly did favors for them. After all, even though the martial artists were arrogant, their innate pride also ensured that they would always return favors. The meeting is tomorrow at noon, on the outskirts of the emperor's capital. Han Tianyu told Jiang Fei relevant information about the meeting. Okay, I got it. Jiang Fei nodded. After sending Han Tianyu away, Jiang Fei did not think about anything else. He began to calm down and reminisce about how wonderful it felt when he almost advanced to level 5 today. He tried to capture every detail so that he would be more prepared when his next advancement opportunity knocked on the door. As he meditated, time went by quickly. He did not even enter the game at night. He kept meditating until it was almost noon the next day and 0542 woke him up. Captain, it's almost time for the military and the martial arts alliance to meet. 0542 gave him a reminder. Alright. Jiang Fei slowly opened his eyes. After this period of meditation, even though his strength did not improve substantially, Jiang Fei had clearly defined his own path and his own rules. After he washed up and spent some time with Bella, Jiang Fei and Ariel set off for China. Since the place of the meeting was near the emperor's capital, they landed not far from the exact location with just teleporting once. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei and Ariel arrived at the place. It was a very fine manor. Although it was not very large, the surroundings were quiet and it was a very suitable place to hold a meeting. When Jiang Fei entered the manor, he noticed that the people from the military and the martial arts alliance had all arrived. It seemed like they were getting along well. The military wanted something from the martial arts alliance after all, so they deliberately catered to the martial artists' needs to get on their good side. Since the martial artists were there to get materials from the military, and the military was being so welcoming, they naturally tried to be on their best behavior. Moreover, the military had only sent senior politicians over that day, people who were extremely important and influential. After these politicians acknowledged these martial artists with utmost respect and flattered them with fancy words, they quickly began to chat away. In the past, the martial artists never came in contact with people who were related to the government. Even though these politicians were smooth talkers, they never had the chance to meet the martial artists. So, no matter how talented they were, they could not put their talent to good use. This time, however, the martial artists had no choice but to accompany these politicians in order to talk about the materials. So, the politicians knew that this was their chance. Even though they did not manage to brainwash the elders of the martial arts alliance, they definitely eased a lot of tension between them. After Jiang Fei arrived, he greeted everyone. Then, he realized that his attendance was actually unnecessary. The leaders of the martial arts alliance, Bai Wanli and Ganyang Jinren, were so busy chatting away with the military representatives that he could not even join in the conversation. Before he even came, Jiang Fei had already understood that he was just there for display. The martial arts alliance only needed him to come to protect their pride and dignity. Even so, Jiang Fei was not too bothered about this. This was a chance for the martial arts alliance to owe him without him having to do anything. Why not? However, when the negotiations began to involve substantive issues, disagreements arose from the two sides. The military was spending so much effort just to establish cooperation with the martial arts alliance. To put it bluntly, they believed in the strength of the martial arts alliance. But what about the latter? They had to make Jiang Fei their cover for a mere meeting with the military. Did the military really expect cooperation? Was that possible? Chapter 11:19, Jiang Fei's Proposal. Since the martial artists insisted on maintaining their so-called pride, the negotiations quickly came to a deadlock. Although the military had promised them certain compensation, if the martial arts alliance was going to continue being so arrogant, the military could easily cut down on it. Then, the major sects could bid their resources goodbye. F***ck. What the hell is wrong with these people? Jiang Fei thought to himself. He could not stand it anymore. They kept talking and talking, but there was no progress in the negotiations at all. Jiang Fei was not the only anxious one. The young martial artists who came with their elders were too. They were still young, so they did not really mind cooperating with the military. The only thing they cared about was the fact that they had been starving for about 2 weeks now. However, the elders were not as realistic. They cared about their pride and dignity way too much. They were afraid of carrying an eternal bad reputation, so they were very cautious about working with the military. How annoying! After 2 or 3 hours, Jiang Fei could not take it anymore. At this rate, this would end up taking a few days. Did he have to accompany them for that long? Although Jiang Fei wanted the martial arts alliance to owe him, he did not intend to waste his time here. Can I say a few words? Jiang Fei finally took the initiative to interject. Sure, younger brother Jiang. Tell us what you have to say. When Bai Wanli saw Jiang Fei speak up, he felt relieved. Although these martial artists wanted to protect their pride, they were really reluctant to give up the compensation. Now, even though the major sects could still make ends meet, they were almost out of resources. The worst thing was that some of the equipment and resources they needed for training were almost used up. There was not enough food to replenish their physical strength, and they had no good equipment and weapons. How were they supposed to train? Therefore, the major sects were in a tough situation. However, in order to protect their pride, they had to stay arrogant. Now that Jiang Fei had opened his mouth, all the leaders of the major sects shifted their gaze onto him. They were all hoping that he would break the deadlock. Pfft! Jiang Fei could not help but sneer, looking at these martial artists. He obviously knew what they were thinking. They wanted him to be the black sheep. Jiang Fei did not really mind being the black sheep. He did not have the virtues of a true martial artist, and he did not mind cooperating with the military. Therefore, if he had to do the deed, he was not bothered at all. Well, isn't Green Willow Heights near the Emperor's capital? For now, why don't the military give the Martial Arts Alliance some money to rebuild Green Willow Heights? Then, the Martial Arts Alliance can move their base there. We can talk about the rest later. Jiang Fei put forward his own ideas. Sure. The military representative immediately nodded. Although it was not mentioned in Jiang Fei's proposal that the Martial Arts Alliance would help defend the military's base if something happened, the two bases would basically be next to each other. If the robots launched an attack on the military, would the martial artists sit back and ignore it? Although the ultimate goal of the military was to integrate with the Martial Arts Alliance, they knew how these martial artists were like. It was impossible for them to change their attitudes in a short time, so the military wanted to adopt a slow step-by-step approach to change their attitudes, and also change the views of the younger martial artists toward the country. The young martial artists were not as old-fashioned as their elders. Although their current influence on the Martial Arts Alliance was very small, their elders would pass away eventually. When these young martial artists obtain power over the alliance, they would naturally be more willing to cooperate with the country. Although a few decades or even 100 years was a very long time for a person, a country could absolutely afford to wait. The politicians would definitely try every possible way to recruit the young martial artists. Fame, fortune, power, and sex. The country could easily provide all of these, and frankly speaking, saintly individuals that could resist all of these were already extinct. Therefore, as long as the martial artists were willing to put their pride aside and interact with the people who worked for the country, the politicians were not worried about the martial artists continuing to maintain their isolation. That's a good idea, but, Ganyang Zhenren frowned. In actuality, Jiang Fei's proposal was quite in line with the wishes of these martial artists. They also knew that if they did not give in, the military would not provide them with many resources. However, they could not bring themselves to actively cooperate with the military. With Jiang Fei's proposal, the martial artists would just be living next to them, instead of working with them directly. If they were invaded by foreign enemies, it was only natural for the Chinese to stand united and fight against them. This way, the Martial Arts Alliance could both protect their pride and obtain the benefits. However, Ganyang Zhenren was hesitating because Green Willow Heights was gone. When the androids rebelled, Green Willow Heights was the first victim. In order to eliminate hidden dangers, the androids attacked Green Willow Heights before attacking the military base. As the strongest person in Green Willow Heights, although Ding Tianqing had advanced into Pinnacle Level 4 with Jiang Fei's potion, he was faced with thousands of androids. Even though the androids did not have level 5 power at that time, Ding Tianqing still died on the battlefield as he covered for his disciples while they retreated. When Han Tianyu snuck the small and medium-sized sects in, there were only a few Green Willow Heights disciples left living in the base of other sects. The others had either died or fled, and even Ding Tianqing's daughter, Ding Menghan, was still missing. It was that bad? Jiang Fei was shocked after listening to Ganyang Zhenren. Although Han Tianyu had once mentioned that Green Willow Heights had suffered heavy losses, he had not expected it to be this serious. Jiang Fei established communication with Han Tianyu on the spot. After some confirmation, he got to know that only Han Tianyu's master, Mao Gongsui, was managing the affairs of Green Willow Heights. Even though Han Tianyu was taking good care of his master, Green Willow Heights with only had a few people left was left in a state of stagnation. Even the Ding family members can't be found. How are we supposed to rebuild Green Willow Heights? Bai Wanli sighed, his voice filled with misery and pain. Yeah, the other martial artists nodded. These martial artists looked upon inheritance with the utmost importance. A sect like Green Willow Heights had been passed down from generation to generation. If it was rebuilt in the name of outsiders, it would not reflect the essence of the sect. If that's the case, can we move the other sects here? Jiang Fei frowned. He did not want to complicate the issue. He simply wanted to do the martial arts alliance a favor. If things got too troublesome, he did not want to be involved anymore. Actually, we don't have to go through that much trouble. Just then, Zhu Tianfei suddenly stepped out from the crowd. Chapter 1120, Internal Strife. Zhu, what do you have in mind? Bai Wanli asked curiously. To him, Zhu Tianfei was a capable person who normally took the lead in battles. However, when it came to giving suggestions, he tended to be more reserved. I don't have an opinion on this. I just wanted to tell you that Ding Menghan is with me, Zhu Tianfei said. Oh? Ganyang Zhenren's eyes lit up. As long as someone from the Ding family was alive, they would have an excuse to rebuild Green Willow Heights. As for whether or not Ding Menghan, a girl close to Jiang Fei's age, was capable of managing an entire sect, Bai Wanli and Ganyang Zhenren did not appear too bothered by it. Rebuilding Green Willow Heights was merely a part in the grand scheme of things. Their true objective was to enact an occupation point next to the Emperor's capital so that they could shift the Martial Art Alliance's headquarters over. By then, they would be able to cooperate with the military rightfully without being accused of colluding with the court. In essence, Green Willow Heights had the same motive as Jiang Fei, which was to make the court their implicit ally. Since there was still a surviving member in the Ding family, the subsequent negotiation process would be much easier. Very soon, the military and the Martial Art Alliance came to an agreement. The plan to rebuild Green Willow Heights was practically confirmed. Thereafter, as long as the Martial Art Alliance provided manpower, and the military provided finances and resources, the new headquarters of the Martial Art Alliance would be built next to the Emperor's capital. Henceforth, the cooperation between the military and the martial artists would become even more widespread. Although the decision to rebuild Green Willow Heights was already made, nobody seemed to care about the opinions of the sect's disciples or even Ding Menghan herself. These people were basically scapegoats. As they did not have a grand status like Jiang Fei, the Martial Art Alliance's elders did not feel the need to compensate them at all. Seeing that the military and the Martial Art Alliance had come to a consensus, Jiang Fei did not want to waste any more time. He slowly made his way out of the meeting room and returned to Winter Islands with Ariel. Over the next 2 days, Jiang Fei felt extremely nervous despite not having much to do. For the time being, there was nothing that required his immediate attention. However, he felt nervous because the deadline he had given Bennett Straz was getting closer. Jiang Fei was unsure of whether or not the Dragon God would give him the core of life. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Today was the final date Jiang Fei had given Bennett Straz to make up his mind. By noon, Jiang Fei still had not received any news from the Dragon God, which made him even more worried. It seems like we can't rely on them. Jiang Fei frowned. From the looks of things, the Dragon God's clan had either failed to acquire the core of life or they did not want to cooperate with Jiang Fei. 0542, track the location of the core of life, Jiang Fei ordered. If the Dragon God still did not contact him within the next few hours, Jiang Fei would work with the Martial Art Alliance to retrieve it forcefully. As Bella's condition was getting very unstable, Jiang Fei did not want to prolong this matter. At approximately 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang Fei was about to head to China to get in touch with the Martial Art Alliance when his communication device finally rang. "Is that Ah Fei?" Bennett Straz asked in the voice message. "Yeah." Jiang Fei nodded. However, he was already disappointed with the unknowns. "We have obtained the core of life. However, we are currently faced with some issues and we need you to save us." Bennett Straz sounded urgent. Jiang Fei heard explosions through the communication device. "What's going on?" Jiang Fei was stunned. "There's been an internal strife. Give me your location." Jiang Fei responded immediately. He was obligated to help them. If he missed this opportunity, the Dragon God's clan would be annihilated and Jiang Fei would have to fight with the unknowns on his own. By the time Bennett Straz sent the location to Jiang Fei, Ariel and Bella had already appeared next to him. Bella had already gotten enough rest and was no longer looking as exhausted as before. Although the Valium on her wristband would only allow her to activate her ultimate skill one last time, Bella had to show up at this battle. Otherwise, based on Jiang Fei and Ariel's capabilities, they would not be able to save the Dragon God's clan on their own. To be honest, Jiang Fei suspected that the Dragon God's clan might have set up a trap with the other unknowns. However, he was not worried as he had a lot of confidence in Bella's powers after she activated her ultimate skill. If the unknowns truly had plans to dominate Jiang Fei with their larger headcounts, Jiang Fei would use the opportunity to wipe them out with Bella's strengthened capabilities after she activated her ultimate skill. The amount of Valium left in the wristband would be enough to sustain Bella for a while even though she may not be able to activate her ultimate skill again. With the unknown's organization severely impacted, and even if Jiang Fei did not manage to snatch the core of life, he would feel much more relaxed in the future if he worked with the Martial Art Alliance to attack them. Very soon, Jiang Fei and the two others were ready to depart. This time, the point of battle was also within China's borders. Moreover, it was close to the snow mountain sect up in the high grounds of the eastern region. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei and the two girls appeared near the snow mountain sect. Thereafter, Jiang Fei summoned the gigantic sword as the three immediately rushed toward the location provided by Bennett Straz. After approximately an hour, they finally arrived near the given location. Right then, they were able to sense strong energy waves from afar. Boom! 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 After traveling 10 minutes closer, the explosions got even louder. "Ariel, be careful," Bella warned. They had gotten into the unknowns region where radars could easily pick up on their presence. "Ah Fei, is that you?" Very soon, Bennett Straz contacted Jiang Fei through the communication device. Clearly, he had also discovered traces of Jiang Fei and the girls. "Yeah." Jiang Fei nodded. "We're over here." The Dragon God sent Jiang Fei a new location along with the aura of his clan members so that Jiang Fei would not accidentally hurt them. "Don't you have an alliance?" Jiang Fei asked. While the Dragon God's clan only had around 30 members, they were surrounded by close to 100 unknowns. "No." Bennett Straz replied. "Damn. You guys are terrible at maintaining good relationships." Jiang Fei cursed before bringing Ariel and Bella to the Dragon God's new location. Zoom! A beam of light was suddenly fired at Jiang Fei's gigantic sword. However, 0542 had activated the protective shield in time to block the attack. Although the 100,000 energy bars were very minimal for Jiang Fei, 0542 was still able to make good use of them. Chapter 1121, A Familiar Aura. Jiang Fei and the two others moved quickly through a condensed form of light energy. After only 2 minutes, the Dragon God's clan members appeared in front of them. The mutants who sided with Dragon God's clan had been badly beaten up. Most of them were left with half of their bodies. Fortunately, these were androids that could still continue fighting despite the loss of half of their bodies. "You're finally here." Bennett Straz sighed in relief when he saw Jiang Fei. In actual fact, they had been engaging in the battle for nearly a day. Their original group of 50 members was now left with 30. If Jiang Fei did not show up, the Dragon God and the rest of his clan members would all die in battle. "Where's the core of life?" Jiang Fei did not immediately let the two ladies engage in battle. "All right." Although Bennett Straz felt a little troubled, he knew that Jiang Fei would not help them unless he handed the core of life over. "Please allow me to introduce you to our leader." Dragon God brought Jiang Fei over to a unknown who had a cloak over his head. How should I address you? Jiang Fei asked with a masculine tone. He did not want to sound too polite as the other person might be tempted to take advantage of him. After all, Jiang Fei was now their savior. You may address me as Z0-11, a robotic voice replied. Alright then. Let's initiate the trade. Jiang Fei nodded. As there was a large cloak between them, Jiang Fei could not even see the outline of the person's body. He could only detect the fact that Z0-11 also had a humanoid structure. However, Jiang Fei could not help but sense a familiar aura from him. Despite that, Jiang Fei could not quite point out what the familiar aura reminded him of. Sure, but there were too many energy crystals for us to carry around. Well, hand them over to you after these fellows are defeated, Z0-11 replied. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. He was fine with getting the energy crystals later. Even if they did not hand the energy crystals over, Jiang Fei could work with the Martial Art Alliance to retrieve them. The core of life was his primary concern. Here you go. A lean arm was extended from behind the cloak. The man-made skin appeared exactly like a human's. Clearly, the unknown was made in a humanoid form as well. However, why did it still have the original robotic voice? Although Jiang Fei did not quite understand the rationale behind this, he did not hesitate to accept the core of life from the mystic. 0542, check if it's legitimate. Jiang Fei commanded after taking the core of life from the unknown. Scanning complete. It is the legitimate core of life, 0542 answered confidently. Very well. Jiang Fei nodded satisfactorily. However, he did not notice that 0542 had sent a secondary energy wave whilst scanning the core of life. Ariel frowned. Although 0542 was able to hide the action from Jiang Fei, it could not hide it from Ariel. Shuffle. As if 0542 had sensed that Ariel might have picked up on something, it immediately terminated the energy wave. Meanwhile, Ariel frowned as she looked at Jiang Fei. She had picked up a vague electromagnetic wave which had been emitted from Jiang Fei. However, it was very weak and, just as she was getting ready to investigate where it came from, it disappeared. Thereafter, Ariel immediately emitted her own energy to scan Jiang Fei's body in an attempt to find if there was any hidden spyware placed on him. However, she did not find anything of that sort. What exactly was that? She thought. While Ariel did not immediately relate the incident to 0542, she started paying closer attention. If there was any suspicious energy waves being emitted, she would immediately track it down. Bella, do it. After obtaining the core of life, Jiang Fei nodded at Bella. Okay. Bella closed her eyes as her body started emitting strong energy. Rumble. Everyone, including Jiang Fei, Ariel and a few other unknowns, began to back away as they sensed it. It was not a form of actively controlled energy. Instead, it was the power of Berserk that emitted from Bella's body. Everyone could see how terrifyingly powerful Bella was at the moment. As soon as Bella entered the Berserk state, Jiang Fei could vividly sense that the surrounding light rays had come to a halt. Clearly, the opponents had felt Bella's might as well. Boom! Right then, Bella charged into the sky as streams of blood-red lightning emitted from her body. These insanely powerful lightning blasts were immediately fired at the opposing unknowns. Fortunately, Bennett Straz had sent his own member's aura to Jiang Fei earlier. Otherwise, they would be the first to get hit by Bella. Boom! Boom! As a series of explosions could be heard, all of the unknowns that were struck by the lightning blasts were instantly vaporized. It was impossible to repair them as their core chips were also destroyed altogether. In the blink of an eye, 20 out of the 100 unknowns were annihilated. Moreover, none of the energy blasts from them could even reach Bella as they were instantly vaporized by the blood-colored mist around Bella's body. Something's not right. Jiang Fei frowned. Bella's powers from the Berserk state she entered this time seemed much more powerful than he had imagined. That must have meant that the amount of Valium being used had also increased significantly. We have discovered a destructive being. The target cannot be resisted. Retreat! 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 The opposing unknowns instantly decided after witnessing Bella's first wave of attacks that there was no way they could defeat her. Hence, they immediately began to retreat. Darn it! Z0-11, you traitor. You actually colluded with the humans. A roar could be heard from afar. Hee hee. Traitor? You are the least qualified person to say that. Z0-11 snorted. Right then, a white light flashed. Clearly, the enemy unknowns had already started retreating. Bella, stop. Don't chase them. Jiang Fei called out urgently. He knew that Bella was fully capable of trapping the enemies who were trying to escape. However, he was also aware that Bella had used far more energy than she was supposed to. If he did not make her leave the berserk state in advance, she could very well put herself in danger due to the lack of Valium. After hearing Jiang Fei's voice, there was a slight ripple in Bella's reddened eyes. She struggled to suppress the urge to kill all of the unknowns. However, one part of her was also keen to follow the instructions of the familiar voice. Although her conscience was slightly affected by the power which overtook her, she recognized Jiang Fei's voice and knew very well that he would not hurt her. Chapter 11:22, Energy Acquired. After several seconds, Bella finally calmed herself down. Although there were moments when she nearly lashed out at the escaping unknowns, she eventually calmed down with Jiang Fei's calming words. As Bella gradually descended to the ground, her eyes returned to normality. The power of berserk in her body gradually stabilized. Bella, how do you feel? Jiang Fei asked worriedly after he rushed over to Bella's side. I feel great. Bella nodded as she gently pushed Jiang Fei away. She did not want outsiders to see how weak she was. As the period of being in the berserk state was very short this time around, Bella's body was not greatly affected. Although she would usually suffer greatly after entering the berserk state, she was at least able to portray herself in a strong manner in front of outsiders this time. Leader, seeing that the enemy unknowns had all evacuated, Bennett Strez walked over to Z0-11. All right. Z0-11 nodded as he walked forward in an attempt to pretend he had not been phased earlier. As Bella descended to the ground, Jiang Fei had displayed himself as being overly concerned. This had made Z0-11 suspect if Bella was in a relatively weaker state. Since Bella was not in a good state, the only capable person around Jiang Fei would be Ariel. As she was only a fake level 5, Z0-11 was confident that he could defeat Jiang Fei. Even if Ariel had tankish attributes, Z0-11 had more subordinates on an equal level. After all, Ariel was not Bella and therefore did not have the ability to enter the berserk state. On her own, she could not possibly overpower 30 level 5 unknowns. Therefore, in that instant, Z0-11 had the intention to rob Jiang Fei. However, as Z0-11 had unintentionally revealed his ill intentions, Bella was able to pick up on it after getting out of the berserk state. Hence, Bella had rejected Jiang Fei's offer to hold her. She had done it to show the unknowns that she was still very capable. Not only that, the berserk energy in Bella's body was still circulating around. Although she was no longer in the berserk state, the insanely powerful aura was able to keep Z0-11 at bay. As Z0-11 had personally witnessed Bella's invincible state earlier, he immediately gave up on his plan to rob Jiang Fei. After all, Bella was too strong of an opponent. Even if she only entered the berserk state for a second, it would be enough for her to wipe out the 30 of them. Therefore, Z0-11 finally decided not to take the risk. Jiang Fei, let's proceed as planned. Please follow me. Z0-11 decided to cooperate with Jiang Fei after giving up on his intention to rob the Braveheart's fragments. More importantly, Z0-11 and his subordinates had already broken ties with the Unknown's organization. Therefore, they would need Jiang Fei as their ally otherwise, if the Unknown's organization attacked them again, Z0-11's clan would have nobody to call for assistance. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded as he signaled for Ariel to remain alert. The three of them followed after Z0-11 to a nearby occupation point which belonged to the Unknowns. In actual fact, the location where Jiang Fei and the others were at was also an occupation point. However, the place had already been destroyed along with the teleportation core. After half an hour of flight, Jiang Fei and the rest finally arrived at one of the Unknown's bases. This base probably belonged to Z0-11's clan as they were not faced with any resistance upon their arrival. Let's go in. Z0-11 gestured as he strode into one of the nearby buildings. When Jiang Fei and the rest had entered, they noticed that the building was empty. It was akin to an abandoned warehouse. Apart from a simple control machine in the corner, there was nothing in the building. Teleportation core is being initiated for target location. Bennett Strez pressed several buttons on the control machine as a large platform rose from the ground. Let's go. Z0-11 glanced at Jiang Fei as if he was hesitating. Right then, Bella willfully triggered the berserk energy in her body. Thereafter, Z0-11 turned around and went onto the platform without saying a word. Let's get up there too. Seeing that Bennett Strez and the others had gone onto the platform, Jiang Fei gestured for Bella and Ariel to follow him as they all did the same. Teleportation will start immediately. Charging. Shuffle. As soon as the charging was complete, a white light flashed as Jiang Fei and the rest were teleported away. When Jiang Fei opened his eyes, they were already in another secret base. Ah! Jiang Fei stretched his arms. The teleportation process had put a lot of pressure on his body as it was nowhere near the gentle method Ariel used while teleporting him around. The large spatial tension had also cost him a lot of energy. Please give us a moment. The energy crystals will be ready soon. It appeared that Z0-11 had no intentions of bringing Jiang Fei around. Instead, he intended to let Jiang Fei remain near the teleportation core. Meanwhile, Bennett Strez and the others had left to retrieve the 200 million energy crystals they had promised Jiang Fei. 0542, scan the surroundings. Although the unknowns had no plans of bringing Jiang Fei around, he still attempted to find out more information on his own. Captain, this is at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. I am unable to carry out a detailed scan as the interference is too strong, 0542 replied. You are practically useless. Jiang Fei frowned. 0542 had recently let him down far too many times. As 0542 was unable to provide any detailed information on the base, Jiang Fei had no choice but to give up. After approximately half an hour, Bennett Strez and the rest finally returned. There were several zero-energy levitation vehicles behind them and each one carried a large container. Ah Fei, have a look, Bennett Strez said as he opened the containers. 0542, count. Jiang Fei immediately ordered. Yes, Captain. 0542 immediately carried out his order. Although 0542 had been performing poorly in recent times, it was still capable of counting. Very soon, 0542 verified that there were exactly 200 million energy crystals. Very well. Jiang Fei nodded as he waved his hand. The large containers of energy crystals were instantly moved into his spatial ring. Jiang Fei did not feel the need to hide his powers in front of these unknowns. After all, these people knew about his capabilities as well as he did. Chapter 1123, Jiang Fei's Objective. After Jiang Fei had kept the energy crystals away, Z0-11 finally spoke. Jiang Fei, now that we have fulfilled all your requests, can we start working together? Z0-11 asked. Of course, Jiang Fei replied with a smile. Although Bella now seemed extremely intimidating, she did not actually have a lot of remaining battle capabilities. The Valium in her wristband would not be sufficient for her to enter the berserk state again. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to upset the unknowns right now. Well then, I'll tell you the components that we need. I know that these components are all in your possession, Z0-11 said confidently. It was as if he knew everything about Jiang Fei. Sure. Jiang Fei nodded. He had known all along that this was how their cooperation would work. Z0-11 must have wanted some of the Braveheart fragments from him. We need Braveheart's vessel bridge, the data processing center, the ore smelting factory, and the metal experimental laboratory. Although Z0-11 did not ask for a significant number of components, each of these were important Braveheart components. Jiang Fei pretended to consider his request as he began to inquire with 0542. If I give them the vessel bridge and the data processing center, would you be affected? Jiang Fei still did not bear any suspicion toward 0542. Excluding the big data calculations, it won't matter too much, 0542 answered. I won't need these components for now, Jiang Fei thought. Since Braveheart's intelligent assistance system would not be affected, Jiang Fei naturally did not mind handing the components over. In all honesty, Jiang Fei was not keen on using the ore smelting factory and the metal experimental laboratory. With limited supply of energy, Jiang Fei could not possibly rebuild Braveheart on his own. Moreover, the large mining and smelting setups were not important to him. As for the data processing center, Jiang Fei rarely used it. He would only use it when he needed to develop his own skills and to activate the super radar. And while Braveheart's vessel bridge was akin to its heart, Jiang Fei had little use for it as well. There were a bunch of galactic maps and vessel control systems that were beyond Jiang Fei's comprehension as a normal human being from planet Earth. In all honesty, to Jiang Fei, the most important Braveheart fragment was the bioexperimental laboratory. This was a necessary component to revive the female NPCs. Secondly, Jiang Fei needed the medical bay to ensure that he and his allies could be recovered even after severe injuries. As for the other factories used to create weapons and soldiers, Jiang Fei did not view them as important either. While the unknowns possessed the blueprints to rebuild these armies, Jiang Fei had no intention of taking over the world, not that he had the sufficient supply of energy to do so. Therefore, Jiang Fei had very little interest in creating a technologically advanced army. Alright, I agree to give these components to you. However, what will you give me in return? Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Haven't we already given you 200 million energy crystals and the core of life? Bennett Strass frowned. No, no. That was only a gift from you to show how eager you are to cooperate. We have only just started working together. Jiang Fei waved his hands. Although he had promised to cooperate with them, he would not give them the components so easily. What do you want then? Please don't ask for more energy. We need a large amount of it to rebuild Braveheart. Moreover, we don't possess all of the energy crystals in the engine room. We only have a quarter of it. Most of the energy crystals are still in the hands of our enemies. Z0-11 exclaimed. Do you have enough energy to rebuild Braveheart? Jiang Fei asked. Absolutely not. Bennett Strass shook his head. What will you do then? Jiang Fei asked. Snatch them from our enemies, of course. Z0-11 chuckled. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled. He was initially worried that the unknowns would never fight against each other. Now, he did not have to do anything to provoke them as they had initiated the war amongst themselves. However, we will need your help when the time comes. Z0-11 said. After all, the opposing unknowns were much larger in number. Based on their own powers, Z0-11 and his clan of unknowns would not be able to overpower their enemies. Sure. However, my help comes at a price. Jiang Fei laughed. Well, each take half of the energy we secure from our enemies. Z0-11 promised. Great. Jiang Fei smiled. Let's put aside matters relating to the energy crystals. Tell us what you want. Z0-11 seemed to be losing his patience. Fine. Jiang Fei nodded. Firstly, since we are working together, I must be able to come by to check on Braveheart's rebuilding process at any time. Alright. Z0-11 hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After all, it was a reasonable request since Jiang Fei was giving them the components for free. Secondly, I must be present when the vessel is about to be completed. Jiang Fei continued. Sure. This time, Z0-11 answered almost immediately. He understood that Jiang Fei needed the assurance that they would not disappear right after the vessel was completed. From Z0-11's point of view, Jiang Fei's request was practically non-existent. After all, they were in charge of the vessel's rebuilding progress. Even if they did not inform Jiang Fei, he would not be able to do anything to them. Due to such considerations, Z0-11 willingly accepted Jiang Fei's request. Very well. Those are my requests. Jiang Fei nodded satisfactorily. His true objective for making them was to wait until the Braveheart was nearly completed so that he could unseal 0541 at the vessel bridge. Previously, 0541 had been sealed for violating the rule of revealing too much information to Jiang Fei. However, as the interim captain, Jiang Fei did not have the right to unseal it. He would only be able to do so after becoming the true captain. In order to become the true captain, he would need to rebuild Braveheart. In essence, Jiang Fei did not have to rebuild Braveheart in its entirety. Instead, he would only need to ensure each data channel was connected to the vessel bridge. Although the vessel would be able to take off by then, it would still possess multiple defects which would require a longer time to fix. Therefore, when the vessel reaches this significant milestone, the unknowns would still choose not to take off. As such, Jiang Fei could unseal 0541 during this period. From Jiang Fei's point of view, he wanted to unlock 0541 not because he had begun suspecting 0542. Instead, he genuinely thought that 0542 was far too weak. Its capabilities were much more inferior as compared to 0541. Therefore, Jiang Fei urgently wanted to unseal 0541 so that he could get rid of 0542. Chapter 1124, 0542's Suggestion. After the terms of their cooperation had been finalized, Jiang Fei handed the Braveheart fragments over to Z0-11 as requested. Thereafter, Ariel teleported Jiang Fei and Bella out of the secret base. As Ariel had already been to that place, Jiang Fei would be able to return at any time he wished. As Z0-11 had stored a large quantity of energy crystals in this place, Jiang Fei believed that this was the safest base for them and therefore it would also be the place where they choose to rebuild Braveheart. After returning to Winter Islands, Jiang Fei started working on his own plan. Now that he had acquired the core of life and possessed sufficient energy, he would be able to carry out certain plans. 0542, what are the steps to cure Bella? Jiang Fei was still most concerned about healing Bella. After all, the wristband on her hand had already become a lot dimmer. Moreover, Jiang Fei did not have any other source of Valium. Therefore, healing Bella was his top priority. To begin with, Bella is in too much of a dire state to fuse with the core of life. Her body is far too weak. It would be very dangerous to carry out the process forcefully. Therefore, we will need to use the medical bay to strengthen her. A large amount of energy will be used during this process, 0542 answered. Not a problem. Do it immediately. Jiang Fei instantly made up his mind. Thereafter, he looked for Bella and explained everything to her in brief. All right. Husband, please be careful when I'm not around, Bella said. As she had run out of battle power, she knew very well that she would not be able to help Jiang Fei. It would be best for her to accept treatment so that he did not need to worry about her. She would be better able to help him out after she had fully recovered. Don't worry. You'll recover very soon, Jiang Fei said, with a look of concern on his face. The girl before him had sacrificed far too much for him. Captain, the medical bay is ready. 0542 interrupted. Just as Jiang Fei was having a sweet moment with Bella, he heard 0542's voice in his heart. All right, Bella. It's time to enter the medical bay. Although Jiang Fei had many things to say to Bella, he could not afford to waste any more time. He had no clue how long the healing process would take. On top of that, he did not know if the remaining Valium could sustain her for that long. Therefore, he wanted her to receive the treatment as soon as possible. Okay. Bella nodded obediently. Thereafter, Jiang Fei placed the medical bay outside the villa. After Bella had entered the medical bay, 0542 began transferring energy into it. A total of 40 million energy crystals were instantly transferred. It was an even greater amount than what was used to revive Bella. After everything had been arranged for Bella, Jiang Fei turned around to look at Ariel. He felt equally sorry toward her. As Ariel had been revived through Phoenix's body, there was no way she could enhance her capabilities now. As such, she would be forever stuck as a fake level 5. Even if Jiang Fei had acquired more energy now, he was unable to help her. Husband, don't worry about me. I feel fine as I am. Ariel took the initiative to console him. Thank you, Jiang Fei felt speechless. In comparison to Bella, Ariel was much kinder and gentler. As she was always considerate toward others, Jiang Fei felt even more guilty. Alright, let's think on the bright side of things. Now that you have enough energy, Nina and Sylphie won't need to suffer any longer. Ariel smiled at Jiang Fei. Yeah. Jiang Fei nodded. Nina and Sylphie had been trapped in the endless space far longer than Bella. He was beginning to worry that something might have happened to these isolated women. 0542, initiate the revival process, Jiang Fei commanded. He could not afford to think about how Bella would react after Nina and Sylphie were revived. However, Jiang Fei was relieved that Nina and Sylphie both knew Bella at the very least. Moreover, Bella had already been informed that Jiang Fei would bring those females from the game to the real world. Therefore, he predicted that Bella would not overreact after Nina and Sylphie were revived. Despite that, there was something Jiang Fei had overlooked. In Nina's case, Nina was well accepted by Bella as the previous saint of the light. This was because Jiang Fei had thoroughly embarrassed the divine light god, which very much pleased Bella, the Nephilim princess. Moreover, Bella also empathized with Nina's background. Therefore, Bella was completely fine with having Nina around. On the other hand, Sylphie's case was different. Bella had always treated her as a woman who tried to seduce her husband. Even in the game, the two had never liked each other and would always get into arguments. One could only imagine how bad things would turn out in the real world. Captain, the revival process has been initiated. The estimated time to create the bio-human bodies is 253 hours, 0542 answered. All right. Inform me when the time comes. Jiang Fei nodded. He was no stranger to the process. Previously, Bella had gone through the same thing when she was revived. To Jiang Fei, 11 days was not that long a period. After all, he had already begun cooperating with Z0-11, which meant they were no longer in a state of battle. Therefore, he did not need to boost his battle capabilities urgently. How long will Bella's treatment take? Jiang Fei asked. That cannot be calculated, 0542 answered. You are truly useless. Jiang Fei frowned. After Bella's treatment had been sorted out, and both Nina and Sylphie's revival plan had been initiated, Jiang Fei was left with half of the initial amount of energy. Bella's treatment had used up 40 million energy crystals, while the two ladies' revival required 30 million energy crystals each. In an instant, Jiang Fei was left with only 100 million energy crystals. Had he not requested for more during the negotiation process, he would be left with zero energy right then. Captain, I suggest you use the remaining energy to boost yourself to level 5, 0542 suddenly said. Oh? Jiang Fei raised his brow. 0542 had finally said something that piqued his interest. For the longest time, Jiang Fei had to be protected by women because he did not possess level 5 capabilities. As such, his pride had been greatly affected. Tell me your plan, Jiang Fei said. It seemed like 0542 had improved somewhat to finally come up with a satisfactory idea. According to my suggestion, you may use the energy injection method. It is very stable and has a high success rate. Based on my calculations, Jiang Fei's facial expression turned gloomy as 0542 continued to speak. Chapter 1125, Leveling Plan. Jiang Fei was no longer a young kid who could easily be tricked. In the past, 0541 had clearly explained to him about using the energy injection method. There was an obvious example who was none other than Ariel. Indeed, the energy injection method was the safest and most efficient way to reach level 5 at the fastest pace possible. However, there was a clear downside to it, which was that the level 5 expert would be forever stuck as a fake level 5. By now, Jiang Fei had almost fully comprehended the power of Conqueror. If he became a fake level 5 now, he would not be satisfied. Moreover, Jiang Fei had enough energy for him to become a true level 5. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally would not sacrifice the opportunity. I had only just complimented you for improving. It seems that you are still a horrible team member. Jiang Fei yelled at 0542. He still did not suspect that 0542 might have an ulterior motive. He merely thought that he was extremely inferior. In actual fact, 0542 had made the suggestion because it wanted to limit Jiang Fei's capabilities. As Jiang Fei possessed the core of will, and a fake level 5 expert could not fuse with the core, 0542 wanted to make sure he would fail. Once that happened, Jiang Fei's power would be capped at fake level 5 and he would never be able to progress. Even when Bella fully recovered, she would not be able to enter the berserk state again. By then, Jiang Fei's overall capabilities would be weakened tremendously. Hence, he would no longer have the ability to dominate over others. Captain, this is the most stable plan. 0542 urged. Although it was the most stable plan, it was also the most mundane and least useful one. Only if 0541 were here. I'm sure it could give me a better plan. Jiang Fei complained. However, his words accidentally triggered a program hidden within the Intelligent Assistance System's data. Plan 07548 has been activated. 0542 sounded mechanical all of a sudden. This was a sign that the intelligent assistance system had been forced to execute an order. Although the intelligent assistance system was capable of evolving and possessing human traits, their limitations were much more complicated than normal artificial intelligence. For example, 0541 had already evolved to the point of possessing human thoughts. However, it was still sealed for helping Jiang Fei. 0541 had been sealed not because there was a higher level system which overpowered it. Instead, it was the inherent program which possessed related limitations that would cause it to seal itself away once the regulations were violated. As 0541's replacement, 0542 was limited by similar regulations. When Jiang Fei activated 0541's remnant plan, 0542 was forced to execute it even if it diverged from its own value judgment. Give me details of the plan. Jiang Fei commanded. Right then, Jiang Fei truly believed that 0541 was much more powerful than 0542. Therefore, whatever 0541 left behind, Jiang Fei would treat it with high importance. Plan 07548 is as follows. Thereafter, 0542 reported in detail the plan left behind by 0541 on how Jiang Fei could level up. When 0541 came up with this plan, Jiang Fei had only just advanced into Pinnacle Level 4. Back then, Jiang Fei had very little resources. However, 0541 had never planned for Jiang Fei to advance into Level 5 through the energy injection method. According to 0541's plan, Jiang Fei needed to cleanse himself with new energy repeatedly whilst receiving various kinds of stimuli to provoke his emotions. In doing so, Jiang Fei would be forced to reach the breaking point. Once Jiang Fei's emotions had reached their peak, he would naturally advance to the next level. Based on this plan, an even larger amount of energy would be injected into Jiang Fei's body before he reached level 5 so that he could instantly break through to the intermediate level 5 state. Thereafter, he would fuse with the energy core. Although Jiang Fei had not yet acquired the energy core back then, 0541 was aware that Braveheart possessed 3 energy cores. This meant that after Braveheart crashed on Earth, there were at least 3 energy cores present. 0541's plan was devised to bring Jiang Fei to his strongest state and not just to make him level 5 as soon as possible. In other words, 0541 had formed a long-term plan for Jiang Fei. As a highly evolved intelligent assistance system, 0541 no longer adhered to pre-existing programming while assisting the interim captain. Instead, it was helping Jiang Fei as a friend. According to 0541's plan, Jiang Fei would not only need to expend the core of will for his advancement. He would also need to use up all of his existing energy, including Doomsday which was still being kept in Tokyo. This would cost much more than the plan provided by 0542. On the other hand, 0542's plan would only cost Jiang Fei less than 20 million energy crystals. However, the lower cost also meant a less satisfying outcome. Execute the existing plan from 0541. Jiang Fei did not have a shadow of doubt. Captain, there's a lot of risk in doing so. 0542 had been freed from the limitation right then as it tried to persuade Jiang Fei yet again. Cut the crap and do as I say. Also, please try to learn from 0541. Do you know how embarrassingly useless you are as an intelligent assistance system? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. While he had never suspected 0542 for having ill intentions, he was determined to think of 0542 as an inferior existence. Yes, Captain. 0542 had no right to reject Jiang Fei's clear orders. Very soon, Jiang Fei had sorted out the details related to his leveling progress. However, the energy injection and fusion with the core of will would only take place much later. The initial stages would require the preparation of ingredients to stimulate Jiang Fei so that he could reach the breaking point yet again. Although Jiang Fei was executing multiple tasks at the same time, none of these required his personal involvement. Therefore, after everything had been planned accordingly, Jiang Fei had a lot of unoccupied time. By nightfall, as he waited for 0542 to make the required preparations, Jiang Fei entered the game. Meanwhile, Ariel had quietly snuck into Jiang Fei's room. Chapter 1126, Follow Me for Benefits. After entering Jiang Fei's room, Ariel looked at Jiang Fei silently for a while. By then, Jiang Fei had already entered the game and was fast asleep. When he was in the game, it was the equivalent of being in a deep state of sleep. Therefore, he would not have his usual sense of vigilance. "I know you can hear me," Ariel said after a while. "I also know that you have secretly sent a message externally. Although you can keep it a secret from Jiang Fei, you can't keep it a secret from me." There was complete silence. Ariel did not get any response at all. "All right. You can continue to act your part. I know that Jiang Fei trusts you a lot. However, I do not want you to hurt him by taking advantage of his trust toward you." Ariel waited for a while. There was still no response. "Fine. I don't care if you don't want to speak to me. However, I will continue to observe you. If you secretly send another message, I will kill you immediately." If someone else had said this, it would have been an empty threat. However, Ariel was different as she was well trained in electromagnetic abilities. Although 0542 was powerful, he was only a series of programming that did not have any actual capabilities. If Ariel forcefully used her electromagnetic abilities to wipe 0542 out of existence, it would not be able to defend itself at all. In actual fact, Ariel was confronting 0542 mainly because she did not really understand what kind of existence it was. Although Jiang Fei had briefly mentioned the intelligent assistance system to the women around him, it was an alien technology that even humans on Earth could not understand, let alone Ariel and Bella, who were female NPCs from Dawnlight City. Therefore, Ariel did not know that 0541 had been sealed or that 0542 had replaced it as Jiang Fei's intelligent assistance system. To Ariel, 0542 and 0541 were the same being. Moreover, Ariel was unaware that 0543 would appear after 0542 died. Therefore, 0542's death would not affect Jiang Fei. Due to such misunderstandings, Ariel was concerned that Jiang Fei would lose his intelligent assistance system if she killed 0542. She was also concerned that Bella's treatment would be delayed, not to mention her two sisters' revival. Even more so, she was worried that Jiang Fei's advancement to level 5 would be affected. As such, Ariel decided to confront 0542 instead of killing it right away. To be honest, Ariel had wanted to raise her suspicion toward 0542 to Jiang Fei. However, she did not have solid proof for her suspicions. Moreover, she knew that Jiang Fei greatly trusted the intelligent assistance system. Hence, Ariel did not want to alert others before obtaining solid proof. After having confronted 0542, Ariel did not walk away. Instead, she sat on the couch in Jiang Fei's room. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei remained silent as he was still in the game. 0542, on the other hand, was either pretending not to have heard Ariel or pondering something else as it did not reply to Ariel's confrontation. Jiang Fei, who was now in the game, had no idea what was happening in the real world. He continued to bring players to fight against the cultist armies. The attacks from their enemies seemed to be extraordinarily powerful today. Two of the middle-sized guilds had already lost their defensive zones. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was powerful enough after transforming to defeat the monsters with his celestial capabilities. As such, the Imperial Dragon had managed to absorb two more defensive areas, which made the players in the guild extremely happy. Not only could the main groups gain experience by following Jiang Fei around, even the secondary groups were able to gain some benefits. When Jiang Fei logged out of the game the next day, everything seemed normal in his room apart from Ariel, who was smiling at him on the sofa. "Ariel, you're up early today." Jiang Fei smiled. He thought Ariel was there because it was already noon due to the time difference. In the past, Ariel would normally accompany Bella after waking up. However, Bella had entered the medical bay, and Ariel was unable to get along with Si Tying and Shang Guanqi due to her status as a level 5 expert. Therefore, it was understandable that she would want to be in Jiang Fei's room. Although Jiang Fei did not have any suspicion toward 0542, Ariel was quite the opposite. In fact, she had made the decision to be around Jiang Fei at all times so that she could keep an eye on 0542 in case it tried to send another message externally. After getting out of bed, Jiang Fei went through his morning routine. He was relatively free for the rest of the day. As most preparations were still being made, he did not have to be personally involved yet. In the afternoon, Han Tianyu came over to update Jiang Fei on recent news. The members in his sect had already moved away from Winter Islands. Now that the Martial Art Alliance and the military wanted to rebuild Green Willow Heights, these people had to hurry back to China. Although the Martial Art Alliance had intentions for Green Willow Heights to become the scapegoat, the latter did not oppose it as they considered this a great opportunity to rebuild their sect. Therefore, they immediately brought their remaining disciples back to China. This time, Green Willow Heights was not the only sect that moved away from Winter Islands back to China. Some of the middle-sized and small-sized sects had also left Winter Islands. Regardless of the grand offers Han Tianyu had made, these martial artists prioritized reclaiming their own land. This was especially true of the older and more traditional martial art sections. Therefore, regardless of how great the conditions were in Winter Islands, they still preferred their original territories. Now that the misunderstanding between the martial artists and the military had been resolved, and the androids that betrayed the humans had been expelled, the martial artists naturally wanted to return home. What a bunch of heartless fellows. We should not have saved them back then. Han Tianyu cursed. He had risked his life to save these people and had even lost his legs for them. If not for Jiang Fei's strong capabilities, Han Tianyu would have been permanently incapacitated. Therefore, when he saw the martial artists choosing to leave, Han Tianyu felt a great sense of injustice. Don't mind them. To each their own. Jiang Fei chuckled as he handed an electronic tablet to Han Tianyu. What's this? Han Tianyu asked curiously. The pinnacle martial art techniques from each of the major sections. Jiang Fei laughed. He had managed to acquire them through his potion trades. What do you intend to do with these? Han Tianyu still seemed a little confused. Let's wait for a few more days. Find out who are the ones who firmly choose to stay with us. By then, you can give these martial art techniques to them. Thereafter, I will give you some potions. I want them to know that they will all benefit if they follow my lead. Jiang Fei chuckled. Amazing. Truly amazing. Han Tianyu gave him 2 thumbs up. He was certain that the sects who had moved away would be upset once they found out about this. After bidding farewell to Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei decided to spend some quality time with his family, especially Si Taiying. He felt that he owed her far too much. Chapter 1127, Another Failure? Time always passed by very quickly when one was not busy. In the blink of an eye, the day had gone by and 0542 had already completed most of the preparations for Jiang Fei. Captain, the preparations for your advancement has been completed. You may begin the process at any time, 0542 said to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Although he had tried his best to appear calm, he still could not hide his excitement. Ariel, come on. Protect me. Jiang Fei nodded at Ariel. In actual fact, she had already been following Jiang Fei around since the day before. Jiang Fei did not seem to suspect anything. He merely thought that Ariel wanted to be around him. Okay. Ariel nodded obediently. Due to her suspicions toward 0542, she had decided not to let Jiang Fei out of her sight. After greeting his family members and informing Han Tianyu, Jiang Fei summoned the gigantic sword. Very soon, Jiang Fei and Ariel arrived at an abandoned island on the peripheral areas of Winter Islands. Okay. This is far enough from the center of the islands. The remnant energy waves won't affect anyone living around here, Jiang Fei claimed. Captain, can we begin? 0542 asked. Yeah. Let's begin. Jiang Fei took in a deep breath. According to the plan left behind by 0541, Jiang Fei's leveling process would not be a walk in the park. Initiating Plan 07548. 0542 sounded mechanical yet again. Thereafter, Jiang Fei's thoughts got interfered with strange energy waves. In an instant, Jiang Fei felt as if he was brought back to a memorable scene in the past. Husband, leave me, run, a familiar voice could be heard from behind him. Jiang Fei jerked his head around and saw that Ariel was heavily injured, but she was still trying her best to keep the shield active. Roar! As the loud sound was heard, a beautiful black dragon appeared next to Jiang Fei and Ariel. Humph! Do you think I won't kill you just because you possess the dragon bloodline? A loud snort could be heard from far away. Thereafter, a divine light struck the black dragon as it was instantly flung far away. Bella! Jiang Fei felt pain in his heart. Although he knew it was only an illusion, he could not help but feel pained by the sight. Husband, get away, Jiang Fei felt someone shoving him away. However, he had not moved at all. Shuffle. Another divine light struck Jiang Fei as he saw a bright light flash before him. Shuffle. 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 Several more divine light beams came his way. Jiang Fei could see cracks appearing on the protective shield around his body. Shuffle. As another divine light hit him, Jiang Fei felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He knew what was going to happen next. This isn't the ending I want. Jiang Fei roared. He wanted to fight against the light faction overlord. Unfortunately, he could not control his body at all. In fact, nobody could hear his angry cries. After all, it was all an illusion. The scene was merely being replayed in his mind. All Jiang Fei could do was observe. Bang! Bella, who had blocked Jiang Fei, was suddenly struck by the divine light. Wham! Her corpse instantly fell in front of Jiang Fei. Right then, a sorrowful song was being sung. As Jiang Fei turned around, he could see Ariel's body beginning to burn as it did before. She was burning herself to chant the Song of Dreams so that Jiang Fei could escape. I'm so useless. I can't even protect the women around me. Jiang Fei cried out angrily. Shuffle. The scene suddenly changed before his eyes. Both Ariel and the light faction overlord had disappeared. Instead, a pale-faced Bella with bloodshot eyes stood in front of him. Various battle scenes began to unfold before Jiang Fei. He was an observer on the sidelines who could do nothing but watch. Although it seemed as if Bella was fighting effortlessly, Jiang Fei could see from her facial expression that she was in a lot of pain. However, as soon as the battles ended, and when Bella returned to Jiang Fei, the painful expression would disappear from her face. Instead, she would smile at Jiang Fei from the bottom of her heart. However, as an observer on the sidelines, Jiang Fei could see through the facade of Bella's smile as her lips occasionally trembled from the pain. Shuffle. The scene around Jiang Fei changed yet again. This time, Bella was lying on the ground. A cloaked man was moving a knife across Bella's face. Demonic monarch. Jiang Fei gritted his teeth. If Bella had not killed the demonic monarch in the previous battle, Jiang Fei would personally tear him apart. Jiang Fei roared. He was beyond furious. Why? Why are you all so strong? How could this be? How could I be such a useless person? I can't stand being such a weakling. I can't stand that I am unable to protect the women I care about. I want to become stronger. I want all of you to be weaklings. Jiang Fei screamed. Buzz. A dim light flashed from the mysterious ring on Jiang Fei's finger. A large amount of energy began to disperse from the ring as it started flowing into Jiang Fei's body. As it happened before, Jiang Fei's emotions were heightened as he entered the advancement state. As Jiang Fei was clear about his own pathway and understood his own power of conqueror, all he lacked was energy. Jiang Fei had failed to advance to level 5 the last time because he lacked energy. He also lacked the years of experience other level 5 experts possessed. However, it was different this time. Jiang Fei now possessed 100 million energy crystals, which were enough for him to get past the level 5 threshold. Although it was still an external source of energy, forcefully injecting energy was very different from actively absorbing it. If Jiang Fei had followed 0542's method, he would have become a fake level 5 through a forceful injection of energy. Meanwhile, 0541's method was to actively provoke Jiang Fei's emotions. By doing so, Jiang Fei, who had comprehended the power of Conqueror, would naturally advance to level 5 by absorbing the necessary amount of energy. Whoosh! Energy continued to flow into Jiang Fei's body like waves. From afar, Ariel looked on nervously. At the same time, she was paying close attention to 0542. Boom! After approximately 3 hours, Jiang Fei's body began to emanate a weird aura after absorbing a large amount of energy. It felt as if Jiang Fei was still in the realm of a pinnacle level 4. However, the aura was very strange. Moreover, Jiang Fei could no longer absorb any more energy. What's going on? Is there a problem? Ariel asked with a look of concern on her face. Chapter 1128, Forceful Injection. Husband, are you alright? Ariel asked worriedly. Unfortunately, Ariel did not get any response as Jiang Fei was in the process of advancing his powers. Therefore, he could not hear any external noise and thus could not reply to Ariel. Could 0542 be causing this? Ariel naturally began to suspect that 0542 was up to something. However, she did not have any proof of this. Moreover, she did not dare to disturb Jiang Fei right then, as doing so might affect him negatively. On top of that, Jiang Fei was still being provoked emotionally. At the moment, he was filled with rage as a desire to become stronger could be felt within his body. Although Jiang Fei had stopped absorbing energy by then, he had already absorbed close to 35 million energy crystals. Rightfully, such a large amount of energy should have allowed him to advance to the level 5 realm. However, Jiang Fei was still at the pinnacle level 4 realm. Enforce the injection program. 0542 said in a robotic voice. As 0541 had already designed the program in advance, the procedures of the program was being carried out despite Jiang Fei not having advanced to level 5. Boom! As more energy crystals were decomposed, a large amount of energy was injected into Jiang Fei's body by force. This time, Jiang Fei was not actively absorbing the energy. Instead, it was being forcefully injected into his body. Arg! Jiang Fei cried out in pain. It was a natural reaction from his body. In actual fact, Jiang Fei was entirely focused on his internal thoughts such that he would not actually sense any physical pain. As the strong energy flow caused multiple ruptures in his veins, another source of energy began to repair his body. Through the powerful energy flowing through Jiang Fei, his body started to get stronger. Just as Jiang Fei's source of energy was about to run out, 0542 began to speak mechanically. The fusion procedure is about to begin. Shuffle. A blue gemstone appeared from the mysterious ring. It was the core of will previously worn by Bella. Before Bella entered the medical bay, she had given the core of will to Jiang Fei. Her body would be fused with the core of life after her treatment was complete. If there was an energy core on her body, it would interfere with the fusion process. Right then, the core of will hovered above Jiang Fei's head as it slowly gravitated toward his forehead. If anything happens to Jiang Fei, I won't let you off the hook, Ariel said in a threatening manner. However, she had no idea that 0542 was merely carrying out an order. Therefore, its intelligence system was currently inactive. Buzz. As the core of will emitted a blinding light, even Ariel who had level 5 capabilities had to turn away. Jiang Fei frowned as the core of will forcefully dug into Jiang Fei's forehead. As soon as the core of will disappeared, a scar was left behind on Jiang Fei's forehead. It looked almost as if he had a third eye. Complete silence. When the core of will had entered Jiang Fei's forehead, it felt as if time had stopped. Nobody knew what would happen when the energy core was forcefully fused with a person. Boom! The energy crystals were yet again detonated as the remaining 20 million energy crystals were injected into Jiang Fei's body. Hitherto, Jiang Fei had used up all the energy he possessed, with his own usage totaling up to 100 million energy crystals. Shuffle. As the glow around Jiang Fei gradually faded, everything appeared normal once again. What happened? Ariel looked at Jiang Fei with her jaws wide open. Right then, she could sense that Jiang Fei was still at the pinnacle level 4 state. Crack. Crack. Jiang Fei woke up as he began stretching his limbs. Although the forceful fusion between him and the core of will had not increased his powers tremendously, he was at the very least unharmed. I feel much better. Jiang Fei sighed. 0542, scan my body. Yes, Captain. 0542 carried out Jiang Fei's order right away. Captain, the scan is complete. Very soon, 0542 responded. Tell me. Jiang Fei nodded. Physical strength level, pinnacle level 4, slightly stronger than same-tier individuals, energy level, pinnacle level 4, close to level 5, spirit energy level, core, enhanced by the core of will. Overall estimation, pinnacle level 4, close to level 5. Came 0542's report. Crap. What the heck? Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. He had wasted 100 million energy crystals and even fused with the core of will. In the end, he had only advanced to a state closer to level 5. What had happened to all of the energy crystals? Captain, I've told you before that this plan is highly risky, 0542 replied. Impossible. Do you think 0541 is as useless as you are? Is this the end of the plan? Did 0541 leave any other message behind? Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. He did not believe that 0541 would trick him. Folder 0214 activated. 0542 sounded mechanical yet again. Clearly, Jiang Fei's words had triggered the message left behind by 0541. Captain, according to my calculations, your best plan is to fuse with the core of life. Of course, each energy core is very rare. If you are unable to obtain the core of life, you could also fuse with other cores. However, if you fuse with the core of will, you must head to Tokyo on your own and kill Doomsday without any help. You must kill it on your own. Do so immediately. 0541 did not leave a long message behind. In fact, it sounded like a trap because Jiang Fei had only found out about this instruction after he had fused with the core of will. However, even if Jiang Fei had gotten this message in advance, he would not have taken the core of life away from Bella. After all, Jiang Fei would only become slightly stronger after fusing with the core of life. But for Bella, fusing with the core of life was crucial for her to stay alive. Chapter 1129, Cunning Doomsday. Holy crap! Are you telling me to kill Doomsday on my own? 0541, are you trying to get me killed? Jiang Fei fumed. Although Jiang Fei had held Doomsday hostage for quite some time, he had never personally approached it to get its flesh. All this while, Ariel had been the one who faced it. In fact, she would always bring the Zhanlu sword with her. Now, not only did Jiang Fei have to face the level 5 Doomsday on his own, he also had to do so without the God Blade. How could a pinnacle level 4 possibly kill a level 5 beast on his own? Captain, I suggest that you do not face Doomsday on your own, 0542 said. Although it had been acting abnormally in recent times, it still prioritized Jiang Fei's safety as his intelligent assistance system. No. I must try. Jiang Fei shook his head. If 0542 had asked Jiang Fei to challenge Doomsday on his own, he would have rolled his eyes and cursed at it. However, if it was 0541's intention for Jiang Fei to take the action, he would not hesitate at all. Could my advancement be incomplete? Would I advance to level 5 after killing Doomsday? Jiang Fei murmured. Right then, Jiang Fei had found out from the results of the scan that he was very close to reaching level 5. As long as he made the final breakthrough, he would advance to level 5 with certainty. Based on the rationale of Chinese martial artists, fighting against a strong opponent was indeed the best way to make such a breakthrough. Therefore, it was not completely senseless for 0541 to suggest that Jiang Fei challenge Doomsday on his own. Could 0541's intentions be for me to advance to level 5 through a battle? Jiang Fei sounded quite convinced. Husband, let me go with you. Ariel seemed very concerned. Firstly, she was worried that Jiang Fei would not be able to defeat Doomsday on his own. Although Doomsday had been severely injured, Jiang Fei was still only at level 4. Secondly, Ariel also had suspicions toward 0542. How could she let Jiang Fei out of her sight? It's all right. You may leave after taking me to Tokyo. Jiang Fei shook his head. Since it was going to be a brutal battle, he would not allow Ariel to stay. Besides, Jiang Fei would feel far too relaxed with Ariel around. If he did not put himself in a dire situation, how would he discover his true abilities? As such, Jiang Fei had made up his mind that he would go all out for the sake of advancing to level 5. There were several reasons why Jiang Fei was taking on such a huge risk. Previously, 0541 had also displayed a series of provocative scenes so that Jiang Fei could get into the state of advancement. On 2 occasions, the women most important to Jiang Fei had died in front of him. Right then, Jiang Fei had sworn that he would never hide behind another woman again. Therefore, Jiang Fei was determined to risk his life in order to advance to level 5. Apart from that, Jiang Fei was also forced to become stronger due to his current circumstances. Regardless of whether or not Bella could fully recover, she would definitely be incapable of activating the power of Berserk again. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei revived Nina and Sylphie, he would only have 3 level 5s and 1 fake level 5 on his team. Although Bella would be slightly stronger than other level 5 experts after fusing with the core of life, she would not be able to dominate the battlefield in the way she did before. Therefore, Jiang Fei urgently needed to strengthen his capabilities. As such, advancing to level 5 had become a crucial element for Jiang Fei. Due to such reasons, he had to advance to level 5 as soon as possible. But, Ariel was about to speak when she noticed how determined Jiang Fei seemed. In the end, she nodded without saying a word. After a white light had flashed, Ariel and Jiang Fei appeared at the peak of Apple Hill in Tokyo. "Alright, go on home. I'll be back very soon." Jiang Fei smiled at Ariel. Although Jiang Fei needed Ariel to bring him to Tokyo, he would acquire the ability to instantly teleport after defeating Doomsday and becoming a level 5 expert. Therefore, he would not need Ariel to be with him. "Husband, please be careful." Despite her concerns, Ariel knew that Jiang Fei was very determined. He would not change his mind no matter what she said. "Don't worry. Even if I can't defeat Doomsday, I will return in one piece." Jiang Fei pretended to appear calm so that Ariel would not worry about him. "Alright then. Please don't let anything bad happen to you for our sake." Ariel gave Jiang Fei a peck on the cheek before immediately teleporting back to Winter Islands. Ariel had left in a hurry because she was worried that her tears would affect Jiang Fei. As it were, he was already undertaking a lot of risk by fighting against the level 5 Doomsday with his level 4 capabilities. Ariel did not want to add on any emotional burden which might affect him negatively. After Ariel had left, Jiang Fei took in a deep breath. Although he trusted 0541 with all his heart, he still lacked the confidence to fight against a level 5 expert on his own. "Come on. Today's the day." Finally, Jiang Fei mustered up the courage to retrieve the Chengying sword from the spatial ring. Although this sword did not possess the Godblade's abilities, it was still a very rare sword. Even if it would not give Jiang Fei much of an advantage in battle, it at least provided Jiang Fei with some courage. As he held the weapon in his hand, Jiang Fei felt significantly more fearless. Thereafter, he began walking further into Apple Hill. The deeper Jiang Fei entered the hill, the hotter it became. The temperature soon became unbearably hot for most normal humans. However, Jiang Fei was not too greatly affected by the high temperature. With the Chengying sword in his hand, he slowly and carefully trod forward. At the same time, Jiang Fei fully activated his spirit ability. Without Ariel by his side, he would need to rely on his own powers to find Doomsday. "I found it." Jiang Fei raised his brows when he got close to the lava pool. There was a hidden aura of a level 5 expert near it. Hee. After not having visited you to get your flesh for some time, you've learned to play tricks on me now. Jiang Fei smirked. Right then, Doomsday was pretending to be dead on the surface of the lava pool. At first glance, it would appear as if it had been greatly injured and was lying on the lava pool to absorb energy. Normal level 5 experts might have been fooled by Doomsday's disguise. However, Jiang Fei had fused with the core of will and now possessed very strong spirit energy. As such, he was able to detect Doomsday's spirit energy through a weak pulse. This meant that Doomsday was fully awake and had merely put on a facade to give his opponent a surprise. In actual fact, Doomsday had already recovered quite a lot of its powers. Although its powers were not fully back, it was capable of escaping from normal level 5 experts. The only reason it chose to stay here was to wait for an opportunity to snatch the Zhanlu sword away from Ariel. Chapter 1130, Absolute Uselessness. Although Jiang Fei knew that Doomsday was trying to assault him sneakily, he continued to approach it. In all honesty, Jiang Fei did not have a choice. As he only possessed level 4 capabilities, he could not forcefully confront a level 5 opponent. Even after fusing with the core of will and no longer fearing the might of a level 5 expert spirit energy, there was still a huge gap in capabilities between the both of them. Even if Doomsday were greatly injured, Jiang Fei would still find it a difficult challenge to defeat it on his own. Crap. I've got to go all out, he thought. As Jiang Fei got closer to Doomsday, he knew he was running out of time. If he did not attack it soon, he would be assaulted instead. Come on, I've already learned the ultimate skills. This is the time to use it. Jiang Fei continued thinking to himself. Previously, he had acquired 3 ultimate skills by combining various martial art techniques from each sect. The first skill was used for escaping, whilst the second skill was used to bully weaker enemies, and the third skill was used as the final trump card. Once Jiang Fei had reached close to 5 steps away from Doomsday, he activated the suppressed energy in his body. The origin force began to swirl in his body as he instantly reached the fake level 5 state of energy. Blood Rage. Under this state, Jiang Fei was able to yield parts of his level 5 powers. Although it lasted for only 10 seconds, this was the only method he could use to fight a level 5 expert. In all honesty, in the face of a real level 5 expert, a fake level 5 expert was no competition. However, Jiang Fei was counting on the fact that Doomsday had yet to recover from its injuries. On top of that, he also trusted 0541's judgment. Shuffle. Doomsday was struck by the Chengying sword by surprise. Ouch, Doomsday was unable to react in time despite being a level 5 expert. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei had struck it with the Chengying sword and not the Zhanlu sword. Otherwise, the attack would have severely injured his opponent. Roar. Doomsday was then aware that it had been exposed. Feeling embarrassed, it began to attack Jiang Fei using its spirit energy. Most level 5 experts would habitually attack other opponents below level 5 with their mighty spirit energy. It was the easier and more secure way of attacking. However, Doomsday had made an erroneous assumption. Now that Jiang Fei had fused with the core of will, his spirit energy was far more powerful than Doomsday's. Although Jiang Fei was not skilled in manipulating his spirit energy, he still remained completely unharmed by Doomsday's attack. Core of will. When Doomsday's attack failed to harm Jiang Fei, it instantly knew why that was the case. The only way a level 4 fellow could defend him or herself against a level 5 expert spirit energy attack was if one was enhanced by the core of will. Go to hell. The core of will belongs to me. Although Doomsday was unable to kill Jiang Fei with a single attack, it still felt glad because Jiang Fei had brought the core of will to it. Based on its predictions, Jiang Fei could easily be overpowered. Shuffle. Shuffle. Several tentacles instantly got Jiang Fei entangled. Although Doomsday had been severely injured, it was still much more powerful than Jiang Fei. Even with his ultimate skill, he was only a fake level 5. Jiang Fei used all his might in an effort to escape from the tentacles. Crack. Crack. As Jiang Fei continued to struggle, the tentacles began to break off one by one. As these tentacles had only formed not too long ago, they were not very resilient. Most of the stronger tentacles had already been cut off by Ariel. Young fellow, you're quite tough, aren't you? However, I will still take the core of will away from you. Doomsday used its spirit energy to communicate with Jiang Fei. At the same time, it used its powers to regenerate its tentacles. Although doing so wasted a lot of its energy, Doomsday could not resist the temptation of obtaining the core of will. Crap. I'll be in trouble if this goes on. Jiang Fei's thoughts continued as he began to panic. Although he could deal damage to Doomsday by breaking its tentacles, he only had 10 seconds of being in the blood rage state. After 10 seconds, he would become weaker than normal humans. By that time, Jiang Fei would have become a sitting duck. Arg! Jiang Fei became filled with anger as blood rage was about to end in a few seconds. Bang! In that precarious moment, a stream of energy began to emanate from Jiang Fei's body. Soon, it had expanded to over 10 kilometers in radius with Jiang Fei at the center of the energy stream. Jiang Fei was slightly stunned. However, he immediately realized what was happening. His unique domain had been activated during the time of danger. This unique domain would normally be activated by real level 5 experts as it required one to comprehend the power of Conqueror. In other words, in a specified region, one's power of Conqueror could be turned into reality. Why aren't there any changes? However, at the same time, Jiang Fei noticed that his powers had not been enhanced at all. For normal level 5 experts, certain abilities would be enhanced after activating their unique domain powers. Some became faster or had better defenses, whereas others obtained increased strength. In summary, the unique domain would provide the expert with different powers based on their comprehension of the power of Conqueror. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei was still a fake level 5 from using blood rage after he had activated his unique domain. None of his abilities in regards to speed, strength or other attributes had been enhanced. What the hell? 0541, you've screwed me over. Jiang Fei shivered at the thought of losing the powers from his blood rage state. In the next instant, Jiang Fei glanced at Doomsday which had earlier overpowered him. Damn! What are you? Jiang Fei was shocked. Right then, Doomsday had shrunk by at least 2/3 in size. Moreover, its powers had been limited to pinnacle level 4. Slap. Slap. Jiang Fei easily shrugged away from the tentacles which instantly got pulverized. It seemed that the power of these tentacles had also been suppressed to below level 5. Screw you. Go to hell. Jiang Fei knew that his blood rage state would last no longer than 2 more seconds. Therefore, he wasted no time to think about what had happened. In order to avoid being killed by Doomsday, he immediately charged toward it with his sword and slashed it into pieces. With its last dying breath, Doomsday still had no idea what had happened. It had no clue as to how it had lost its level 5 powers. Damn! Is it really dead? Jiang Fei cried out in disbelief. Generally, level 5 experts would not be killed by anything other than god blades. Even if a level 5 expert was burned to ashes, the spirit energy of the individual would still remain and could be reborn years later. However, Doomsday's spirit energy had completely disappeared. Are you really dead? As soon as Jiang Fei spoke, he fell to the ground. The side effect from using blood rage had kicked in. Right then, Jiang Fei had become weaker than a normal human. Without the support of his energy, the unique domain disappeared altogether. Ha ha ha, although Jiang Fei had fallen to the ground, he was laughing out loud in an uncontrollable manner. He finally understood how his unique domain worked. Ha ha ha. Haven't you people always bullied me for not being a level 5 expert? From now on, you will all become useless. If I can't become a level 5 expert, neither can all of you. Jiang Fei finally understood how Doomsday had been killed. Although Jiang Fei did not possess the God Blade, Doomsday had also lost its level 5 status when it died. Chapter 1131, Dire Weakness. As Jiang Fei had always faced opponents that were much stronger, he needed to be protected by the women around him. Under such circumstances, his ego would always be affected. This was very much the case for Jiang Fei, who was still in the prime of his youth. Initially, Jiang Fei's comprehension toward the power of Conqueror was to make him infinitely more powerful. With such a unique domain, Jiang Fei could continually enhance his capabilities. Regardless of how strong his opponent was, Jiang Fei would always be stronger still. In order to support such a powerful domain, he would need to be supported by an energy core. Based on one's own powers, not a single level 5 expert could do such a thing. Therefore, 0541 had suggested Jiang Fei to fuse with the core of life, which was most beneficial for enhancing one's powers. Although Jiang Fei had acquired the core of life, he needed to use it to save Bella's life. Therefore, he could only go for the second best energy core, which was the core of will. As such, although the enhancement would not be as effective as using the core of life, Jiang Fei would still be able to obtain the kind of unique domain he imagined according to 0541's plan. However, an unexpected outcome had transpired. Whilst 0541's plan was being carried out, Jiang Fei had been unable to advance to level 5. In other words, the core of will had been forcefully implanted in Jiang Fei's body. As a result, despite not being destroyed by the powerful core, Jiang Fei's unique domain had also been modified. As the unique domain had been formed out of discontent with Jiang Fei's own weakness, the idea to be more powerful than his enemies remained. Therefore, instead of becoming infinitely powerful, Jiang Fei could now make his opponents infinitely weaker. Ha 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 ha, although Jiang Fei could barely move on the ground, he continued to laugh loudly. Captain, would you like me to contact Ariel to pick you up? 0542 said. As it were, Jiang Fei could barely even walk. Moreover, he had also not advanced to level 5 and could not teleport on his own. Yes, please get Ariel to come for me. As Jiang Fei's body was extremely weak, and after having expended a lot of energy in laughing, he definitely needed someone to get him home. Alright, Captain. 0542 began sending a message back home. However, as it sent the message, it had also sent another stream of energy wave in another direction. As Jiang Fei was extremely weak and had not advanced to level 5, he was not particularly good at picking up such energy. Therefore, Jiang Fei had no idea 0542 had done such a thing. In less than 2 minutes, a white light flashed before Jiang Fei's eyes. Thereafter, Ariel appeared in front of him. Husband, how are you? Ariel asked when she saw Jiang Fei lying on the ground. Hee. I'm fine. Just a little tired, Jiang Fei smiled when he saw Ariel. In all honesty, he had been protected by women for far too long. On this rare occasion, Jiang Fei managed to stand up for himself and he wanted nothing more than to brag about it. However, Jiang Fei barely had the strength to even get up, let alone activate his unique domain. Jiang Fei was not in such a dire situation because of expending too much energy to activate his unique domain. Instead, it was a side effect of blood rage. Had he only activated his unique domain, the energy consumed would have come from the core of will rather than his own physical energy. Husband, as long as you are fine. Ariel carefully examined Jiang Fei. After making sure he was alright, she felt much more relaxed. Although Ariel had returned to Winter Islands on her own, she had never stopped worrying about him. After all, it was nearly impossible for a level 4 fellow to defeat a level 5 alien beast on his own. Where's Doomsday? Ariel looked around. Although there was a pool of blood on the ground, Ariel did not believe that Jiang Fei could kill Doomsday on his own. In her mind, Jiang Fei could at most heavily injure Doomsday but not kill it. After all, a level 5 expert could not be killed thoroughly with normal methods. Of course I've killed it. Jiang Fei laughed as he explained his unique domain to Ariel. Is that true? Ariel was overjoyed. Of course. I'll protect you and the others from now on. Jiang Fei said confidently. Although he had not been able to advance to level 5, he was capable of turning level 5 experts into level 4s with his unique domain. Thereafter, he would be able to defeat them in his own territory. In the realm of level 5 experts, Jiang Fei was indeed undefeatable. In the past, 0541 had claimed that Jiang Fei was the strongest among level 4 experts. If the level 5 experts did not overpower him with their might, they would not be able to hurt him at all. Husband, don't be too confident. After all, you can't keep your unique domain active all the time. If you get assaulted by a level 5 expert, you might be killed before even activating your unique domain. Ariel immediately pointed out Jiang Fei's dire weakness. That's true. After Bella recovers, you must still be on guard for my sake. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that he was still vulnerable until he became a level 5 expert. Let's go home. Ariel carefully helped Jiang Fei get up. Right then, 0542 activated the protective shield around Jiang Fei so that he would not be hurt by the power of teleportation. However, just as 0542 activated the protective shield, Jiang Fei's mysterious ring blinked several times. A series of data had appeared on the surface of the ring. However, the data was not sent out in the end. 0542 was afraid of being caught by Ariel whilst sending the data out. However, it had already sent a message out before she arrived. When Ariel brought Jiang Fei back to Winter Islands, everyone was already worried sick. In particular, the women around Jiang Fei freaked out when they saw the terrible state he was in. Jiang Fei's parents were equally worried. Even Han Tianyu rushed over to see him. After all, Jiang Fei was his only patron. If anything were to happen to him, Han Tianyu would have nothing left. I'm fine. Just a little exhausted. Jiang Fei was touched by the expressions of affection around him. At the same time, he thought it was rather funny. Ah Fei, your world is different from ours. However, there is something I want you to remember. Please think about the people who rely on you. There are certain risks that you cannot afford to take on. Jiang Fei father said with a serious tone after glancing at the group of women around Jiang Fei. I understand. Jiang Fei nodded with a serious expression on his face. Chapter 1132, Counterattack the Celestial Realm. Over the next 2 days, everything appeared calm. As Jiang Fei was so weak that he needed someone to feed him, there were a lot of things that he could not attend to in the real world. However, he was not prevented from playing Dawnlight in the evening. In the game, Jiang Fei's capabilities were completely unaffected. However, he was starting to feel bored by the repeated attacks from the cultist army. 2 days passed, and Jiang Fei's body was still feeling weak. Despite that, he was still heavily occupied as the storyline in the game had arrived at an important juncture. After several days of challenging battles, the attacks from the cultists had reached the final stage. Groups of overlord bosses had arrived and were attacking much more aggressively than before. Boom! 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 As Jiang Fei stood on the balcony of a tower near the teleportation point, he was able to hear loud continuous explosions. Damn! I've never seen a battle like this. They are using seal curse spells like there's no tomorrow. Little Rain murmured. At this point of time, players from various guilds were having a tough time. Even Imperial Dragon's main group of players were being pushed back by their enemies. They were equally powerless against the strong seal curse spells. Although most of the players had progressed quite a lot in the game and had reached higher levels with better equipment, tens of thousands of players would still lose nearly all of their health points from being struck by a single seal curse spell. Before these players could even replenish their health points, the second wave of seal curse spells would have already arrived. Why aren't the NPC armies taking any action? If this goes on, we won't even have time to revive. Lady Casanova complained next to Jiang Fei. Although players would not lose experience points in the faction region, they still needed time to revive in the city and collect new equipment before returning to the battlefield. It was during this period that the cultist army pushed forward. From the looks of things, they were getting very close to the teleportation point. We can't let them get any closer. Jiang Fei frowned. Although he did not know how strong the defenses were at the teleportation point, Jiang Fei did not want to take the risk as there were thousands of overlord bosses in the enemy camp. Alright, he'll try to stop them. Jiang Fei did not seem too confident. He was worried that he might not be able to kill all of the enemies by the time his transformation had ended. Boom! As a pink mist surrounded Jiang Fei's body, he once again transformed into his demon form. After the transformation, Jiang Fei charged toward the cultist army with his clones. Very soon, the cultist army became affected by the unholy domain and began attacking each other instead of advancing against the teleportation point. Although these cultists were very slow at killing each other, they were at the very least blocking the way of the larger armies behind them. As such, the players were able to finally take a break. Release. Spread out. Jiang Fei gave orders to the Soul Cutter, which instantly ungrouped and began pursuing the Overlord bosses. After all, the Overlord bosses were the ones dealing significant damage to other players. Among the top-ranking players, less than 1 in 1,000 had achieved the Overlord status. Most of these players were melee class, skilled in solo fights. Apart from that, the Magician class challenge quests were far too difficult for most players. Therefore, the players faced a significantly greater disadvantage against the seal curse spells of their opponents. Jiang Fei knew that he would not be able to kill all of the cultists. In order to relieve the burden on the players, he would try his best to kill the cultist bosses that possessed seal curse spells. As such, the losses faced by players would become much lesser. In the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. Although Jiang Fei was focused on killing his enemies, he had forgotten this was part of the storyline. The more monsters he killed, the faster the system would respawn them. Therefore, by the time Jiang Fei's transformation had ended, there were still swarms of cultists all over the map. However, Jiang Fei did manage to reduce the number of overlord bosses. After Jiang Fei's transformation state had ended, he became much less efficient in killing his enemies. The cultists once again forced the players to back away toward the teleportation point. Bang! 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 Right then, a loud drumming sound could be heard in the clouds. Zoom! 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 Beams of light rays began to rain down from the sky. They're finally here. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. The army from the High Human's Heavenly Court had finally arrived under the leadership of O Yezi. Boom! 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 Dozens of celestial bosses were the first to arrive. With Zhao Sheng, one of the 4 sages of the heavens, leading this group of bosses, they began casting seal curse spells at the cultist army. Needless to say, the celestial bosses' seal curse spells were much more powerful than the overlord bosses. In no time at all, millions of cultists were decimated. Thereafter, tens of thousands of soldiers from the High Human's Heavenly Court arrived. These soldiers seemed equally intimidating as even the weaker soldiers were at the overlord rank. As they charged into the army of cultists, their opponents were very quickly killed off in large numbers. Phew! This is the end, isn't it? 7 Stars Warrior sighed in relief as he saw that the situation had turned around drastically. Yeah, I think we'll be fine now. Lady Casanova felt equally relieved as she dropped the mace in her hand. In actual fact, Jiang Fei did not know that there was a trigger in the storyline. As long as the cultist army got close enough to the teleportation point, the High Human's Heavenly Court would arrive with backup. Had Jiang Fei not lashed out, the storyline would have progressed much faster. Perhaps, the players would have even entered the celestial realm by now. However, Jiang Fei was completely unaware of this wicked setup. He believed that if he did not put his life on the line, the teleportation point might have been destroyed. By then, all his efforts in the celestial realm would have been a waste. After the players had observed the 30-minute battle between the NPCs, the cultist army was finally annihilated by Oyetzi's high human heavenly court soldiers. Thereafter, Oyezi gave a speech and even commended Jiang Fei for his contributions. As he did so, a bright golden light flashed and the teleportation point was officially activated. When the golden light had disappeared, the area around the teleportation point appeared to have changed drastically. The various defensive buildings around it had disappeared and were instead replaced with amenities such as a blacksmith's workshop, a potion shop, and several other buildings players would need. Clearly, this had become the stronghold to fight against the celestial realm. Ding! The new map Ancient Celestial Realm has been unlocked. All players above level 85, you may receive guided quests at the teleportation point. A system notification could be heard by all players. It marked the official launch of the Ancient Celestial Realm. At the same time, it meant the War of the Heavens had officially entered the counterattack phase. Chapter 1133, Military Commander. After the map of the Celestial Realm had been unlocked, the players who had satisfied the minimum requirements were able to accept the quests. Although leaving the faction region would result in a loss of experience points upon death, the players were far too bored in the faction region maps. Now that a new map had been unlocked, players were curious to have a look even if they could potentially die there. Little Fei, come over here for a minute. Just as Jiang Fei was planning to check the map out with 7 Stars Warrior and the rest, Oyezi called him over. Go ahead, you guys. I'll come by in a while, Jiang Fei said before walking over to Oyezi. Teacher, is there something you'd like to speak to me about? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Yeah. It's about the counterattack against the Celestial Realm. As the adventurers will be the main military force, I hope that you can take the lead to regroup them, Oyezi said with a serious expression on his face. The High Human's heavenly court was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Since the death of King Zhou of Shang, the powers of the High Human's heavenly court had been reduced significantly. Now, they were definitely incapable of fighting against the ancient gods on their own. There were 2 factors that influenced Oyetzi's decision to counterattack the Celestial Realm. Firstly, the teleportation point only worked in a single direction. Unless the players died and revived, they would not be able to return to the overworld. Although this put the players at an inconvenience, it prevented the ancient gods from making their way into the overworld after the players were defeated. From this point alone, the High Humans were basically undefeatable. If they won the battle, they would win completely. Even if they lost, they would not have suffered too greatly. Secondly, the players had a very shocking growth rate. This was the main reason why Oyezi dared to initiate the counterattack. He hoped that the adventurers would be strengthened through such battles so that they would one day be strong enough to fight against the celestial race. Due to these 2 factors, Oyezi had plotted the counterattack against the celestial realm. Similarly, Oyezi did not plan to send any celestial tier NPCs to the celestial realm to participate in the battles. In other words, Oyezi wanted to rely on the adventurer's strength to fight against the celestial realm so that they would either win once and for all or lose without suffering too great a loss. Although it might appear as if Oyezi and the High Human's heavenly court were taking advantage of the players, this was the journey that the players enjoyed the most. Why else did players play games? Apart from fighting against other players, they also wanted to level up, hunt for treasures, and fight against even stronger opponents. If everything were completed by NPCs, why would the players bother playing the game at all? They might as well have gone for a movie instead. Now that Oyezi had given them this opportunity, the players could enter the ancient celestial realm. Although dying in the celestial realm would result in players losing their experience points and equipment, there were greater rewards associated with the higher risks. Most of the monsters were overlords in the celestial realm, which meant the items they dropped would also be of a higher grade. As such, players would be able to obtain better equipment and skill books. With these items, they would be able to take on the challenge of progressing to the Overlord tier and unlock even higher levels until they are able to light up the godly flame. As this was exactly what the players were working toward, Oyetzi's plan definitely created a win-win scenario. However, in order to prevent the players from being wiped out as soon as they entered the ancient celestial realm, Oyezi had made a lot of preparations in advance. For example, he had immediately sent thousands of Overlord NPCs through the teleportation point as soon as it was opened. Thereafter, a sacrificial altar was built and the suppression orb was sacrificed to ensure there was a relatively secure region for the players. At the very least, the celestial tier beings in this region would be limited to the Overlord tier. As long as this sacrificial altar continued to exist, the ancient celestials would not have the courage to enter the region. After all, once they lose their celestial tier abilities, they could easily be killed by the larger number of players. As ancient beings who had lived for centuries, they feared death more than anyone else. Although the ancient celestials were unwilling to enter the adventurer's safety region, they would still send their small monsters to attack. Once the sacrificial altar was destroyed, they would be able to overpower the adventurers. Meanwhile, these small monsters that charged at the sacrificial altar would also become targets of the players to level up and hunt treasures from. As time passed, there would be more players achieving the Overlord tier and following in Jiang Fei's footsteps in lighting up the godly flame. Despite the extreme difficulty in advancing to the celestial tier, there was a large number of players. Sooner or later, some of them would make it to the celestial tier. Once there were enough celestial tier players, they would be able to make it out of the safety region and fight against the ancient celestials directly. This time around, Yezi had asked Jiang Fei to come over so that he could take on the responsibility of managing the players in the celestial realm. Yezi hoped that Jiang Fei would become the military commander in the fight against the celestial realm. The main reason Yezi had made this decision was because he did not plan to send other celestial tier NPCs into the celestial realm. As the teleportation only worked in a single direction, only players could return to the overworld after dying and respawning. However, for NPCs, it was a one-way journey and there was no coming back. Secondly, it was because of Jiang Fei's capabilities. Now that Jiang Fei was already a pinnacle lower celestial, he at least held a respectable position in the High Human's heavenly court despite not being undefeatable. Moreover, Jiang Fei was also the strongest person among the players. Even if another commander was selected, Jiang Fei might not be willing to follow his or her orders. Thirdly, Jiang Fei was Yezi's disciple and was also the Heaven's trailblazer. In a battle that lacked a leader, who else could possibly replace Jiang Fei? Due to such considerations, Yezi had decided that Jiang Fei would be in charge of all matters related to the counterattack against the celestial realm. Thank you for your generosity, teacher. Jiang Fei immediately accepted the quest. Ding! You have obtained the permit as a quest initiator. As a system notification was heard, Jiang Fei once again obtained the permit to initiate quests to players. With this permit, Jiang Fei would be able to manage the players more effectively. Jiang Fei had also previously acquired the Trailblazers token which allowed him to command the non-celestial tier NPCs from the High Humans race. As such, Jiang Fei would be able to give orders to all players and NPCs who had entered the ancient celestial realm. After bidding farewell to Yezi, Jiang Fei completed the guided quest along with 7 Stars Warrior and the rest. Thereafter, everyone gradually entered the teleportation point. As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei once again returned to the ancient celestial realm. Damn! As soon as the teleportation was completed, Jiang Fei felt a sinking feeling in his body which did not seem to affect the others. Thereafter, he noticed that various aspects of his attributes had been weakened. At the same time, he had also lost his celestial's authority. Right then, a large number of soldiers from the High Human's heavenly court had gathered at the entrance to the teleportation point. Most of these soldiers were low-ranking soldiers without much intelligence. They were only there to guard the base as well as the sacrificial altar. If only there was a way I could contact Maluya. Jiang Fei thought as soon as he returned to the celestial realm. Maluya was definitely the greatest secret in the game. Once her ultimate state was triggered, she was capable of killing any celestial being. Therefore, if Jiang Fei could establish contact with her once again, he would have nothing to worry about as the High Human's military commander. Chapter 1134, An Ancient God Appears. By the time Jiang Fei arrived at the borders of the suppression region, the soldiers of the High Human's heavenly court had already started engaging in battle with monsters from the celestial realm. However, despite the heated battle, there seemed to be very few casualties. Clearly, this was part of the game's basic setting when a new map is unlocked. It was unlikely for players to be killed before they even figured out how things worked. As more players entered the celestial realm, the soldiers began retreating so that players could take over the defense at the borders. After players had formed their groups, they began engaging the Celestial Realm monsters in battle. Unlike before when Jiang Fei first entered the Celestial Realm, the map was now officially unlocked. The items dropped by the Overlord monsters were now of a much higher quality. Now, players were able to acquire experience points and items in a much more relaxed manner. 7 Stars Warrior, you and the rest can form a group to fight against these monsters, Jiang Fei said after glancing around. Right then, although the borders were surrounded by Celestial Realm monsters, the monsters attacked at a very slow pace. They did not seem to be organized in any way. Unlike the formations of the cultist army, these monsters behaved in an individualistic manner. Therefore, groups of players could easily pick off the ones which strayed away. As such, although the monsters were at the Overlord tier, players were still able to kill them to acquire experience points and items. Moreover, players could choose to continue attacking or exit from the battle at any time without the concern of being chased after by the monsters. Alright. 7 Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova were both eager to begin the attack. Almost instantly, they started forming groups with players from Imperial Dragon to begin hunting down monsters. In particular, the players who had obtained the Heart of Nature became the core members of these groups. Consequently, groups of players from Imperial Dragon were much more efficient than other guilds at hunting down the Overlord monsters. Thereafter, in order to speed up the leveling rate of players, Jiang Fei issued several open-ended quests so that players could obtain additional experience points and equipment as rewards for killing Celestial Realm monsters. Over the next 5 days, players in the Celestial Realm were able to progress without any obstruction. It was almost as if the ancient gods had solemnly accepted the fact that humans had invaded their land. After 5 days had passed, Jiang Fei's body had recovered somewhat. However, he was still unable to get out of bed and walk on his own. Meanwhile, Bella's treatment had gone smoothly and she was able to enter the second phase of her Bodis recovery. By now, the core of life had already been fused with Bella's body. However, as her body was previously severely damaged by the power of Berserk, it would take some time for her to fully recover. Meanwhile, Ariel had not left Jiang Fei out of her sight as she took on the duty as his caretaker. Even when Si Taiying and Shang Guanqi requested to take turns in looking after Jiang Fei, Ariel refused. On one hand, Ariel had chosen to stay next to Jiang Fei so that she could take care of him since he could not move around on his own. However, more importantly, she was there to keep an eye on 0542 which had been behaving suspiciously. Under Ariel's strict surveillance, 0542 was much less prone to bad behavior. As an intelligent assistance system, it could not intentionally want to harm the captain. Otherwise, its programming would be instantly demolished as the strictest form of punishment. Therefore, even if something was off about 0542, it could only go as far as to send messages externally or to provide misleading information to Jiang Fei on the basis of not being dishonest. In other words, 0542 was more like a spy and could not directly harm Jiang Fei. In the game, the players had managed to expand their territory by at least 3 times after 5 days of hard work. The players had also discovered a valuable piece of information. They discovered that the Celestial Realm monsters would drop a kind of crystal which was not of any value to players. However, as a quest item, it could be sacrificed at the sacrificial altar which would then expand the suppression region. Consequently, Jiang Fei immediately issued a quest for players to collect the crystal. In fact, he even set the highest amount of rewards for quest completion. As such, the players were highly motivated to take on the quest. Over the next 5 days, the suppression region had expanded nearly twice in size. However, as an increasingly large number of players entered the Celestial Realm, the monsters within the suppression region were no longer able to satisfy the players' hunting needs. Many of the groups from the bigger guilds even charged out of the suppression region to hunt after monsters. However, Jiang Fei felt very confused by the behavior of the ancient gods. Although the players had already entered the Celestial Realm for 5 days, they had yet to bump into any of the ancient gods. Although bumping into an ancient god would mean instant death for most of the normal players without the protection of the suppression region, it was highly abnormal for them not to even see a single one after being in the Celestial Realm for such a long time. What's going on? Have we come too late? Jiang Fei thought to himself as he frowned. From the message left behind by 0541, as well as other sources of information, the Celestial tier NPCs in Dawnlight were the Unknown's backup soldiers. They would need to extract these man-made souls to control their supreme androids. Therefore, 0541 had left a message behind so that Jiang Fei could kill as many of these NPCs as possible. This would allow Jiang Fei to cut off the unknown supply of soldiers. However, Jiang Fei could not even find a single ancient god in the celestial realm. Could it be that these ancient gods have already been extracted by the unknowns? This is very weird. We have already been in the celestial realm for 5 days. The ancient gods must have detected our presence. Why haven't they shown up yet? Jiang Fei felt very disturbed as he continued to observe the players who were still engaged in battles against the monsters. To Jiang Fei, Dawnlight as a game was no longer of any value. As for other players who did not know about the truth, this was merely a game for them to gain pleasure from. However, for Jiang Fei, this was a second battlefield. After losing Bella's absolute advantage against her opponents, Jiang Fei needed to weaken his enemies as much as possible so that he would not be defeated by them instead. Boom! Just as Jiang Fei was deep in thought, a loud explosion could suddenly be heard from afar. Jiang Fei immediately jerked his head up. All of a sudden, he could see that over 20,000 members of Imperial Dragon were killed by a cloud of flames. Celestial Tier. Jiang Fei was overjoyed. Although members of his own guild had just been killed, Jiang Fei was glad that an ancient god finally appeared. It at least proved that his hypothesis was wrong. Since the ancient gods had not been completely extracted from the game, there was still an opportunity for Jiang Fei to weaken the forces of the unknowns. Retreat! Retreat! An ancient god is here. Everyone, back into the suppression region. Shuffle. Beams of light flashed as return scrolls were activated. Similarly, other players who were hunting outside the suppression region also started teleporting back to safety. Although they were very far away from where the ancient god appeared, the celestial tier being was capable of instant teleportation. Nobody in the right frame of mind would want to be killed instantly. Chapter 1135, Saharan God of Death. Verger Glider, come out right now. The ancient god cried out after killing an entire group of players from Imperial Dragon. He knows who I am. Jiang Fei was surprised that his name had been called out. Guildmaster, are you going out there? Little Rain asked in a soft voice. Of course I am. Jiang Fei nodded. He had to and must face his opponent since his name had been called. If he did not, his reputation would be tarnished. Guildmaster, please be careful. 7 Stars Warrior warned. All right. Jiang Fei nodded as he began walking out of the suppression region. Although Jiang Fei did not know exactly what kind of capabilities his opponent possessed, he had a rough idea. After all, Jiang Fei possessed the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom. Since they were both celestial tier beings, without the 100x boost in damage, the opponent would not be able to kill Jiang Fei instantly even if he was a high celestial. Moreover, Jiang Fei also possessed the Undying Aegis from the token of the God of Crafts as well as 3 instances of damage resistance from the Shadow Barrier skill. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not concerned that he would be killed instantly. If his opponent was too strong, Jiang Fei could easily retreat into the suppression region. As soon as Jiang Fei stepped out of the suppression region, a white light flashed as a giant man with the head of a dog appeared in front of him. Saharan God of Death Anubis, Ancient God, Intermediate Celestial. Level, 115. Health points, 2,500,000,000. Attack power, 4,500,000, deals 100x damage to targets below the celestial tier. Remark, Therazane the Stone Mother's servant. I see. He finally understood why this fellow had called him out. Apparently, he was a subordinate to Therazane the Stone Mother. Previously, Jiang Fei had killed Garland, son of the earth. As Garland was Therazane's son and was also formed from her toe, he was the equivalent of Therazane's clone, which meant that Jiang Fei had committed a serious crime against her. As Therazane thoroughly hated Jiang Fei, her subordinate took it upon himself to get rid of him. Intermediate Celestial? Jiang Fei pondered for a while. Although Anubis was an intermediate celestial, he was not one of the stronger experts among his tier. If Anubis had come alone, Jiang Fei was confident that he could eliminate him. Are you the darned human? Anubis seemed to be gauging Jiang Fei's capabilities. Hehe, what do you think? Jiang Fei chuckled. At the same time, he showed off the red-colored title of Primordial Celestial Slayer above his head. Although you killed Garland, that was only because you relied on the power of the Celestial's Kapla. Otherwise, there was no way you could have defeated Garland. As Anubis noticed the red-colored title above Jiang Fei's head, he did not immediately begin attacking him. Instead, he was trying to figure out Jiang Fei's prowess. After all, Anubis was merely an intermediate celestial. Compared to Garland, he was 100 times weaker. Therefore, before ascertaining Jiang Fei's capabilities, he did not want to act rashly. Is that so? Why don't you start attacking me then? Jiang Fei chuckled as he moved closer to Anubis. Seeing how Jiang Fei had taken the initiative to move toward him, Anubis felt a little nervous. Although Therazane had mentioned that Jiang Fei was only able to kill Garland because of the Celestial's Kapla, and he could also sense that Jiang Fei was only at the lower celestial tier, Anubis still felt somewhat intimidated by Jiang Fei's title of Primordial Celestial Slayer. Aren't you here to exact revenge on behalf of your master? Jiang Fei continued to chuckle out loud as he approached Anubis. Seeing how fearless Jiang Fei seemed, Anubis began to panic. He did not know where Jiang Fei had drawn his courage from. However, it was extremely unusual for a lower celestial to fearlessly challenge an intermediate celestial unless the former possessed some mysterious powers. All of a sudden, Anubis regretted his decision to come after Jiang Fei. If you don't make a move, I will. Jiang Fei snorted as he formed a symbol with his hands to summon his sword. Release. Spread out. The soul cutter instantly appeared from behind Jiang Fei and split into 128 sharp blades. Sword form, sword burst. More than 100 blades were immediately fired at Anubis. Damn it! Anubis took a few steps back. He was a celestial tier being and not a dumb monster in a dungeon. Therefore, he would not stand still and let Jiang Fei hit him. Buzz! A wall of yellow sand rose from the ground in front of Anubis as a shield. Ding! 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 Jiang Fei's blades were unable to pierce through the wall. Instead, the blades were deflected as if they had bumped into hard metal. Anubis was an intermediate celestial, so it was no surprise that his skills would only be stronger than Jiang Fei. Young fellow, you're not as powerful as you claim to be. Seeing how Jiang Fei's attack could not even pierce through his wall of sand, Anubis snorted. The information he had been given was right. The only reason Jiang Fei had been able to kill Garland was because of the Celestial's Kapla. Really? Jiang Fei chuckled when he saw how confident Anubis had become. Thereafter, he changed the symbol in his hand. Sword form, Blade Dragon. In comparison, Sword Burst's damage was much more scattered and was not suitable for a solo battle. The main reason Jiang Fei had decided to use Sword Burst was to collect stacks for Ruthless Barrage before sniping and killing Anubis instantly with the Dragon's Bane. Unexpectedly, Jiang Fei's Sword Burst was unable to penetrate his opponent's wall of sand. As such, the stacks for Ruthless Barrage were not accumulated as his opponent was not actually struck. Therefore, Jiang Fei would not be able to kill his opponent instantly with the Dragon's Bane. Roar! The huge dragon formed from blades cried out loudly as it flew into the sky before diving toward Anubis. Yellow sand. Rise! Anubis shouted and the entire sky turned yellow as if it were already dusk. Howl! Jiang Fei could hear the wind moving rapidly around him as he got engulfed by clouds of yellow sand. In fact, he had completely lost sight of the blade dragon which had become obstructed by the thick layer of sand. Soul Cutter, control the blade dragon. Right then, Jiang Fei could no longer see where Anubis was positioned. All he could do was allow the Soul Cutter to control the blade dragon by circling around Jiang Fei to prevent a sneak attack from his opponent. Shuffle. All of a sudden, Jiang Fei's Ruthless Barrage had been fully stacked. Interesting. Anubis chuckled softly. A moment ago, he had wanted to assault Jiang Fei stealthily. To his surprise, he was pulled out of the clouds of sand by the blade dragon which hovered around Jiang Fei. Although Anubis was struck by the Soul Cutter, he was an intermediate celestial with holy items which protected him. Therefore, Jiang Fei was not able to deal a significant amount of damage as he did in the past. Darn it! Where is this fellow? By now, Jiang Fei had fully stacked his Ruthless Barrage and had a shocking 57 million attack power. If he could fire at Anubis with the Dragon's Bane, he would definitely be able to kill him instantly. However, Anubis was hiding behind his protective yellow sand which made it impossible for Jiang Fei to locate his target. Chapter 1136, Why Would I Wait? As Jiang Fei held the dragon's bane in his hands, he began to feel restless. If his target was not in sight, he would not be able to open fire. Moreover, if Jiang Fei did not attack for some time, the stacks of ruthless barrage would also gradually drop. This fellow is quite patient. Jiang Fei carefully looked around. Shuffle. Right then, Jiang Fei could feel that the ground below him had disappeared. The hard surface of the floor had suddenly turned into quicksand. Damn it! Jiang Fei tried to leap into the air but failed to do so as he realized there was nothing he could press against. For a person to jump off the ground, one would have to do so by exerting force on solid ground. However, there was no ground to speak of beneath Jiang Fei. Therefore, he was unable to jump into the air. Apart from that, he had also lost the effect of Sun of the Earth from the radiant of the Umbral Daystone. Instantly, Jiang Fei lost 20% of his attack power and 40% of his vitality attribute bonus. This is awful. Jiang Fei frowned as he immediately activated his transformation. Upon entering his demon form, Jiang Fei grew a pair of blood-red wings which allowed him to fly for a short while. Clone. Since Jiang Fei had already transformed, he would not hold back. Jiang Fei immediately summoned his 5 clones. The 6 figures began to circle around the air in an attempt to look for Anubis. Crap. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bothered using the dragon's bane. Jiang Fei cursed. After entering his demon form, Jiang Fei's attacks would have become chaotic attacks which could ignore his opponent's defense and reduce health points directly. Therefore, Jiang Fei was fully confident that he could kill the intermediate celestial before him. Let's see where you can hide now. Jiang Fei controlled his 5 clones to charge into the clouds of yellow sand directly. Huh. Young man, you are asking for it. Anubis laughed loudly when he saw 5 of Verger Glider's clones charging into his clouds of yellow sand. Yellow desert, burial. As Anubis cried out, the yellow sand in the air began to compress inward. Swiftly thereafter, the sky began to clear up as the clouds of yellow sand started compressing against Jiang Fei's 5 clones in a giant ball of sand. Bang! As the yellow sand continued to compress, Jiang Fei could sense that he had lost contact with one of his clones. Clearly, this particular clone had exploded from the compression. Damn it! If that's the case, I would rather detonate my clones than have you blow them up. Jiang Fei snorted. In all honesty, based on Jiang Fei's capabilities, he did not have to keep the clones around despite their helpfulness. Bang! 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 For loud consecutive explosions could be heard as Jiang Fei detonated his 4 clones. Boom! The ball of sand began to disintegrate after Jiang Fei's clones had been detonated. Wham! A figure had fallen from the sky. As Anubis knelt on the ground, he placed both palms on the earth to stabilize himself. Previously, he had hidden within the clouds of yellow sand. After activating his skill, he even hid inside a ball of yellow sand. Originally, Anubis thought that Jiang Fei's attacks would not be able to break through Yellow Desert's defense and therefore he would be invincible if he hid inside the ball of sand. However, unbeknownst to him, Jiang Fei was able to detonate his clones. Cough. Anubis spat out a large amount of blood as if he had suffered severe injuries. Still trying to pretend. Jiang Fei snorted. Although Jiang Fei's clones also dealt chaotic damage, and could even deal damage equivalent to 3 times of his health points, he was aware that the NPC had far more health points than a normal player like himself. Players were unique in possessing high attack power and agility. Meanwhile, monsters and NPCs had high health points and defense. Therefore, even with the additional attributes from the 9 cauldrons of the ancient kingdom, Jiang Fei only had less than 30 million health points. Since each clone had less than 100 million health points, the collective damage from all 4 clones exploding next to Anubis would not have dealt more than 400 million damage. Meanwhile, Anubis had nearly 2,500,000,000 health points. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei could not see Anubis' exact amount of health points from afar, he knew that Anubis would not have been severely injured. Therefore, Anubis must be putting on an act. Malicious Amplification, 3x boost. After activating Malicious Amplification, Jiang Fei's attack and defense attributes were instantly increased by 3 times. Sword Form, Blade Dragon. Since Jiang Fei had seen through Anubis' facade, he naturally wanted to keep his distance so that he would not be assaulted by his opponent. Instead, Jiang Fei formed a symbol with his hand so that the blade dragon would charge toward Anubis directly. Quicksand wall. When Anubis saw that not only did Jiang Fei not fall for his plan, but had even started attacking even more viciously, he stopped pretending to be badly injured. As Anubis leaped into the air, he immediately erected a wall of quicksand in front of him in hopes of blocking Jiang Fei's attack as he did before. Zoom. 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 However, the blade dragon seemed to have pierced through the quicksand wall almost directly. How is that possible? Anubis nearly passed out from the shock. He immediately teleported a short distance away. However, Jiang Fei continued to form symbols with his hand to control the blade dragon which chased after Anubis. Sand soldiers. In the end, Anubis knew that he could not run away. Therefore, he began to activate his ultimate skill as countless numbers of soldiers began to appear from the ground. Thereafter, the soldiers began charging toward Jiang Fei's blade dragon. As a large number of soldiers died, the blades from the soul cutter were chipped away one at a time. When the blade dragon finally arrived before Anubis, there were only dozens of blades left. -172,092,960. -172,092,960. Since Jiang Fei was in the chaotic attack mode, he could ignore his opponent's defense attributes. Hence, each attack was able to deal a significant amount of damage. Anubis' health points were visibly being reduced at a high rate. It was almost as if his health points bar had gone haywire. Damn! How is he not dead yet? After the blade dragon's attack, Jiang Fei discovered that Anubis still had a small amount of health points remaining. It appeared he was left with 5% of his health points. Go to hell. Jiang Fei formed a symbol with his hand to initiate the second round of attack. Wait a minute. Right then, Anubis cried out loudly. Why would I wait? Jiang Fei had seen too many movies to fall for the same old plot. He knew that a character in any movie would normally be killed after falling for the "wait a minute" trick. Therefore, Jiang Fei would definitely not give Anubis an opportunity to turn the match around. Zoom! As the soul cutter swiped at Anubis, his remaining health points were instantly cleared. Ding! You have eliminated Saharan god of death Anubis. Obtained 1 billion experience points, 5,000 gold coins, and 2 marks of the God Slayer. Interesting. Jiang Fei smiled. He did not pay any particular attention to the amount of experience points and gold coins he had earned. After all, Jiang Fei did not lack anything financially. 1 billion experience points was not a significant amount to him either. However, the 2 marks of the God's layers were quite valuable to Jiang Fei. By then, he had already accumulated 8 layers of the mark of the God's layers. With the 2 additional layers, Jiang Fei would advance to the level of anti-primordial. Chapter 1137, Resurrection of the 2 Women. Damn! Jiang Fei is indeed powerful. He can kill a celestial tier being with such ease. Of course. It's brother Jiang Fei. Not far behind Jiang Fei, quite a number of players had observed the battle between him and Anubis whilst staying within the suppression region. They were in awe with the grand ultimate skills exhibited by both Jiang Fei and Anubis. I guess any ancient god below the intermediate celestial tier won't be able to threaten me anymore. Jiang Fei thought to himself after having killed Anubis. This was the first time Jiang Fei fought against an ancient god after advancing to the celestial tier. Therefore, it was a valuable reference for Jiang Fei as he now knew where he stood in terms of his capabilities. After ending his transformation, Jiang Fei walked over to Anubis' corpse. The dog-headed human looked almost like a huge wall in front of Jiang Fei as he was close to 8 meters tall. Shuffle. A golden light flashed as an armor of the holy grade appeared in Jiang Fei's hand. Not bad. Jiang Fei nodded. Although this holy grade armor was inferior compared to his Radiant of the Umbral Daystone, it was still a rare and useful defensive item. Apart from the equipment, Jiang Fei found another item on Anubis' corpse. Heart of the Sahara, Heart of Nature, Intermediate Celestial. Fusion effect, enhances the strength of your earth-based magic by 50%. When your feet are on the ground, your mana recovery will be increased by 100%. Remark, each player can only fuse with a single core. Fused cores can be removed, but they will be destroyed thereafter. This is a pretty good item. I wonder if there are any Earth-based magicians in the guild. Jiang Fei kept the Heart of the Sahara away as he mumbled to himself. Previously, he had acquired a Heart of the Magician. However, compared to the Heart of the Sahara, the previous Heart of Nature was much more inferior. After returning to the suppression region, Jiang Fei handed over the Holy Grade armor and the Heart of the Sahara to 7 Stars Warrior and Lady Casanova. After all, these items were of little value to Jiang Fei at the moment. Although Jiang Fei had killed the ancient god that had showed up, none of the other players dared to leave the suppression region to hunt after monsters. They were afraid that another ancient god would appear. After all, normal players were incapable of surviving an attack from a celestial tier being. Despite the large amount of experience points in the celestial realm, most of the players were already at a high level to begin with. It was difficult for them to even level up once a week. If they died one more time, they would lose far too much experience points. Very soon, 3 days had passed. Without any sign of another ancient god, it was almost as if they had forgotten about the humans' invasion or the fact that a member of the celestial race had been killed. This doesn't feel right. Jiang Fei frowned once again. Originally, he felt somewhat relieved when Anubis appeared. However, the celestial race was behaving too oddly right now. In the blink of an eye, 2 more days had passed. There was still no sign of the ancient gods. Jiang Fei had even gone out to patrol on his EVOL Sky-gliding dragon. However, he was still not able to discover traces of any ancient god. On that day, Jiang Fei received wonderful news from 0542 after he had logged out of the game. Captain, the resurrection of Nina and Sylphie are about to be completed. We may now begin the final phase of soul injection. Great. Jiang Fei's concerns in the game instantly disappeared. Please select where you would like to resurrect them, 0542 said. On the same island where I had made my advancement, Jiang Fei said after pondering for a moment. The island where he had made his last advancement was not too far away from the core island of Winter Islands. The energy waves from the level 5 experts would not affect anyone here too greatly. After resting for 10 days, Jiang Fei had almost fully recovered. However, he was not in his prime state yet. With Ariel by his side, Jiang Fei very soon arrived at the small island. Shuffle. After a bright light flashed, 2 biopods were retrieved from the spatial ring. Let's begin. Jiang Fei said to 0542. Yes, Captain. 0542 immediately started executing the plan after receiving Jiang Fei's order. As the 2 biopods began to release energy at an insanely high rate, the tens of millions of energy crystals Jiang Fei had inserted in the biopods began erupting. While the device above the biopods began to spin rapidly, a strong energy flow began to surround the biopods. The energy was so overwhelmingly powerful that even Jiang Fei, who was at pinnacle level 4, could not take it and was forced to back away. The originally clear blue sky had also turned gloomy as dark clouds filled it. In no time at all, the entire island was covered by these dark clouds. It's happening again. Jiang Fei subconsciously took several steps back. The scene reminded him of the time Bella was resurrected. Now, he was going to resurrect 2 females at the same time. Therefore, the might of the combined energy was even more frightening than the last time. As the wild energy rumbled around the biopods, they began vibrating continuously. Jiang Fei could vaguely see 2 bare bodies of women through the glass doors and the dark green nutrition fluid. As time went on, the dark clouds and the accompanying thunder began to descend upon the biopods. As they got close enough, the device above the biopods began absorbing the energy from the thunderbolts and transmitting them into the bodies of Nina and Sylphie. After a while, Jiang Fei finally could not bear the pressure of the energy any longer. Sensing this, Ariel stood in front of him to shield him. Is someone else advancing to level 5? Quite a number of people have done so recently. Ah. This is only happening because the world is going through so much chaos. Yeah. I used to think the younger generations were merely fooling around. It looks like we won't be able to enjoy the peace we've had any longer. The level 5 experts who were not too far away from Winter Islands were able to sense the energy waves. Even the older fellows who had never shown their presence for decades began to make a move. After a few hours, the thunderclouds in the sky finally began to fade away. Jiang Fei knew that the soul injection process would soon end. Captain, the soul injection process has been completed. I will now transfer some necessary information into their minds. 0542 had initiated the final step of the resurrection. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. The information transfer did not require a lot of time. After a few minutes, any useful information related to the real world and general knowledge had been fully transferred into the minds of Nina and Sylphie. It has been completed. The biopods will now be opened. 0542 informed Jiang Fei. Let's take a step back. Ariel pulled Jiang Fei away by several hundreds of meters in case the two women who were revived could not control their powers and accidentally hurt Jiang Fei. Chapter 1138, Unstable Backyard. Creak. The crystalline doors of the biopods gradually opened up. Burble. Streams of nutrition fluid began to pour out of the biopods. As the dark green liquid reached the ground, it instantly seeped through and disappeared, revealing the two bare bodies in the biopods. Ariel, please do me a favor. Jiang Fei waved his hand as he handed two sets of clothes to Ariel. This time, Jiang Fei did not dare to personally bring the clothes over to the women. When Bella was revived, Jiang Fei had personally delivered the clothes and nearly got killed by her ruthless attacks. To Jiang Fei's knowledge, these women had been sealed in an endless space the whole time before they were resurrected. One could only imagine the kind of suffering one had to go through in that environment, and for such a long time too. In Bella's case, she needed nearly half a day to remember who Jiang Fei was. Therefore, Jiang Fei assumed that Nina and Sylphie would go through the same process. Previously, Jiang Fei had revived Bella on her own. Fortunately for Jiang Fei, Bella had stopped her attack at a very crucial moment. However, he was still badly injured. Now that he was reviving two women simultaneously, there was an even higher risk of Jiang Fei being amputated if one of them failed to hold herself back. All right. Ariel nodded before teleporting to the two women. Who are you? Clearly, Nina and Sylphie were still in a bewildered state as neither of them could remember who Ariel was. However, luckily, they were all women. Therefore, the two did not attack Ariel. Put these clothes on first, Ariel said with a smile. Oh my, the two females just then only noticed that they were completely naked. Hurry up and put them on. Husband had specially prepared these for you too. Ariel handed the clothes over to the two females. Husband? Nina and Sylphie seemed equally confused. After being sealed in the endless space for so long, they could not remember who Jiang Fei was right then. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was prepared for this. In that instant, he was standing with his back to the women. Otherwise, even if he stood far away, he would still be killed by the two angry ladies if they knew he saw their naked bodies. Very soon, the two women put on the clothes Jiang Fei had prepared for them. However, Nina and Sylphie were still unable to recall their memories. Who am I? Why am I here? Who are you? Sylphie asked with a frown. She felt her head throbbing as pieces of her memory flashed in her mind. However, she could not piece everything together on her own. Let's go home. You'll have time to recall your memories. Very soon, you will remember who you are. Ariel smiled at them, knowing what they were feeling seeing that she had gone through the same process as well. Is that so? All right then. Although Nina sounded suspicious, she decided to follow after Ariel since she could not even remember her own identity. Moreover, Ariel did not seem to bear any ill intentions. I hope you are not lying to us. Sylphie nodded her head. In truth, Ariel's initiative to give them clothes had left a good impression on both of them. Therefore, the two ladies decided to trust Ariel even as they felt confused. Can I turn around now? Jiang Fei shouted from afar. Yes, you can. Ariel chuckled. She secretly laughed at Jiang Fei for pretending to be a gentleman. After all, Jiang Fei had already seen the two women's naked bodies when they were still in the biopods. There was no point in standing with his back to them now. However, Jiang Fei had clearly done so to make a good impression on Nina and Sylphie. In their eyes, the young man was a gentleman. Moreover, he emanated a familiar aura. Very soon, the two ladies had dropped their guard against him. In fact, they even started feeling curious about him. Let's go home first. We can talk once we get back. Jiang Fei laughed as he walked over. However, he merely nodded at them instead of trying to force a conversation. This was because Jiang Fei knew that Nina and Sylphie had been sealed within the endless space for far too long. They would need time for their memories to come back. Until then, there was no point in Jiang Fei saying too much. As soon as the two women recalled their past, they would instantly remember their romantic moments with Jiang Fei. By then, they would naturally want to reconnect with Jiang Fei as they did before. Shuffle. A white light flashed as Ariel brought Jiang Fei and the two women back to their home in the core island. Ah Fei, who are these women? Si Taiying clearly did not sound happy when she saw Nina and Sylphie. Fortunately, Nina and Sylphie were not exhibiting too much intimacy with Jiang Fei for the time being. Therefore, Si Taiying was merely feeling cautious and was not yet showing signs of jealousy. My juniors. Jiang Fei had no choice but to use the same excuse as he did before. More juniors? Si Taiying rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei before turning around and walking away. By now, she was already considered a metahuman. After spending so much time with Shang Guanqi, she had a firm understanding toward Jiang Fei's sect. She knew that the sect was highly secretive and that her capabilities were nowhere close to Jiang Fei's juniors. Ah Fei. You, Shang Guanqi sounded as if she had something to say to Jiang Fei. However, in the end, she stopped herself. Although she was Jiang Fei's stepsister, there were certain things she could not bring herself to say. Ah. Jiang Fei's father could be heard sighing from the second floor. As he had a more conservative personality, he did not like the fact that Jiang Fei was constantly surrounded by so many women. However, Jiang Fei's father knew that he could no longer exert authority over Jiang Fei, who now had a different identity. In contrast, Jiang Fei's mother was beyond happy. She immediately dragged Shang Guanqi into the kitchen to prepare dinner for the family. TSK. Ah. Jiang Fei was at a loss as to what he could do after seeing how upset Si Taiying had become. Previously, 0541 had wanted Jiang Fei to expand his powers by attracting all these women. In the past, all these women belonged in the game. That was why Jiang Fei did not take them too seriously. In particular, that was why Jiang Fei got close to Si Taiying. However, Jiang Fei did not expect Bella and Ariel to sacrifice their lives for him. As a result, his relationship with artificial intelligence had thoroughly changed. After Ariel and Bella were resurrected, Jiang Fei finally admitted his feelings for artificial intelligence beings. As such, Jiang Fei had no choice but to accept the fact that he would have more than one girlfriend. What am I going to do? Jiang Fei frowned. For the time being, Nina and Sylphie had yet to recover their memories. Therefore, they were still treating Jiang Fei in a rather cool manner. However, once they recalled the past, they would start behaving more intimately with him, which would make it difficult for Jiang Fei to explain to Si Taiying. Although Jiang Fei was already very annoyed, he had forgotten that Bella would soon fully recover. As a girl who easily felt jealous, Bella had never liked Sylphie. Once the two of them meet, there would only be chaos in Jiang Fei's house. Chapter 1139, Dog Eat Dog. 2 days had gone by, and in the game, Jiang Fei was still unable to find any trace of an ancient god. On top of that, he had no clue as to what kind of scheme these fellows were plotting in secret. However, after the 2 days, Jiang Fei's body finally recovered. Nina and Sylphie's recollections of the past had also come to them. Right then, they were trying to get used to their innate powers. Although they both possessed level 5 capabilities, they had only just been resurrected and needed time to get used to these powers before being able to use them in battle. Having recovered their memories, the two ladies started treating Jiang Fei in a completely different manner. Even Nina, who had an introverted personality, started treating Jiang Fei in an even more gentle and loving manner. In Sylphie's case, this was even more apparent. After all, she had always possessed a daring personality. With her memory back, Sylphie even started addressing Jiang Fei as her husband, which angered Si Taiying so much that she would not even speak to Jiang Fei for several days. Although everything around Jiang Fei had progressed quite smoothly, and Jiang Fei now had 2 more level 5 experts on his side after Nina and Sylphie were resurrected, Bella was still in a state of coma in the medical bay. It appeared that there were some difficulties in her healing process. 0542, what's going on? Why hasn't Bella woken up yet? Jiang Fei asked impatiently. Captain, from the results of the scan, all indicators show that Bella is in a normal state, 0542 answered. Normal state? Why isn't she awake yet if that's the case? Could you have made a mistake in the scan? Jiang Fei frowned. He was beginning to feel more doubtful about 0542's abilities. Captain, the results are affirmative that Bella is in a normal state, 0542 was still trying to explain. However, Jiang Fei would not listen to any of it. This can't go on. I must get 0541 back as soon as possible. This 0542 is absolutely useless. Jiang Fei thought to himself. As night fell, Jiang Fei returned to the game once again. Captain, we haven't seen a single ancient god for several days now. Should we head out for a hunt too? Lady Casanova sent Jiang Fei a message. Ever since Jiang Fei killed Anubis, the ancient gods had disappeared completely. After hiding away for a few days, the players from other big guilds once again tread out of the suppression region to hunt after monsters. The suppression region had its limits. Even if overlord monsters would occasionally make their way into the area, they were few and far in between. Clearly, the numbers were not sufficient for all of the players around. Therefore, the bigger and more powerful guilds had all gone out of the suppression region to hunt after even stronger beings in the celestial realm. Once in a while, they would even form alliances to fight against the groups of overlord monsters. Alright. I'll have a look around first. If nothing looks too dangerous, you can form groups with other players before heading out, Jiang Fei said after pondering for a moment. Although leaving the suppression region would mean facing the risk of being killed in a group, the other guilds would very soon surpass the players from Imperial Dragon if the latter continued to stay within the safe environment. If that were to happen, the advantages Jiang Fei had worked so hard for his guild to possess would cease to matter. After summoning the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon, Jiang Fei patrolled around the suppression region. Although there were quite a number of beings from the celestial realm gathered near the players, there were still no signs of an ancient god. You may form groups with players to hunt. If you find any ancient god, return to the city immediately. Try to keep as many players alive as possible. Jiang Fei sent a message to Lady Casanova and the rest. Although leaving the suppression region to hunt posed very high risks, the players were more than happy to do so. Moreover, the high-ranking officials in Imperial Dragon were also under a lot of pressure for asking their players to stay within the suppression region. Oh yeah. We can finally head out. Yeah. I feel so bored staying in the suppression region every day. Hurry up and gather round. Let's go. It's time to hunt. Very soon, the players in Imperial Dragon had formed over 30 groups under the leadership of the high-ranking officials as they charged out of the suppression region. In a grand scale, the Imperial Dragon's army of players started marching away from the suppression region. As Jiang Fei gave additional benefits to players in Imperial Dragon when he issued quests, these players were much better off in terms of their level and equipment as compared to players from other guilds. The players who did not join guilds were even less comparable. For the stronger players who had acquired the Heart of Nature, the creatures of the celestial realm which had strayed away from their herd were killed almost instantly. Very soon, players from Imperial Dragon managed to cover a great distance. I shall not wait around and do nothing. Let's go. Jiang Fei patted the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon's head as he steered it toward another direction. Jiang Fei had done so primarily because he wanted to look for traces of an ancient god. Secondly, he wanted to lure away an ancient god who might potentially appear. This would prevent the ancient god from killing other players. As Jiang Fei continued to fly to the south, he could not find any suspicious targets apart from normal beings in the celestial realm. This is strange. Oh, Yezi had once told me not to travel in the air or underwater. However, I've been in the air for several days now but I still haven't seen anything powerful. Jiang Fei mumbled to himself. Never mind that I can't find any ancient god. Where is that little girl Maluya? In all honesty, Jiang Fei had started to miss Maluya after not seeing her for so long. Although Maluya had already grown into a young woman and was no longer a child, Jiang Fei did not have any romantic feelings for her. Instead, he merely treated her as an adorable little girl. After flying for a while longer, Jiang Fei suddenly heard a loud explosion. Boom! Shuffle! There were bouts of explosion somewhere far away in the sky. As Jiang Fei focused his gaze, he could vaguely see lights flashing in the distance. Clearly, there was a battle going on. In fact, both parties were equally strong. That explained why they could cast such large-scale magic spells. Let's go over to check it out. Jiang Fei started feeling excited. As this was quite a distance away from where the other players were located, this could not possibly be a battle between players and creatures in the celestial realm. Moreover, for such strong explosions to occur in battle, both parties must at least have been at the celestial tier or above. Jiang Fei traveled at top speed with the EVOL. Sky-gliding dragon as the explosions began to sound louder and louder in his ears. Damn! Is this a group battle? When Jiang Fei was finally able to observe the battle clearly, he was greatly shocked by what he saw. Right then, two groups of ancient gods were engaged in an intense battle against each other in a valley far away. As Jiang Fei did not dare to get too close, he could not tell who the ancient gods were. As it were, the two parties were very much in a heated battle. Fight! Fight harder! Jiang Fei thought. Seeing that the ancient gods were still around and had not been extracted by the unknowns, Jiang Fei felt somewhat relieved. Moreover, these ancient gods were now fighting against each other in a dog-eat-dog manner, which explained why they were not even bothered with the humans who had invaded their world. Chapter 1140, Cause of Internal Conflict. Jiang Fei watched quietly from a distance. Although the ancient gods in front of him were fighting each other desperately, Jiang Fei had no intention of joining them. Kill. Kill each other. It's best if all of you die. Jiang Fei thought to himself. After watching for about 20 minutes, a stream of light suddenly charged toward Jiang Fei's direction. F***CK. Why is it coming this way? Jiang Fei was surprised. The next moment, another stream of light could be seen following closely behind the previous one. Obviously, an ancient god who had lost to his opponent was trying to escape, but his opponent had caught up to him. Don't get me involved, I'm just here to watch. Jiang Fei thought as he tugged the EVOL. Sky-gliding dragons ran and went to hide behind a small hill in order to avoid clashing with the two ancient gods. Swoosh! The ancient god who was trying to escape soon arrived at the mountain pass that Jiang Fei was at before he moved away. Jasli, you can run but you can't hide. He. However, the other ancient god had already caught up to him and blocked his way. Morpheus, why do you guys have to be so coercive? The first ancient god was already injured and it seemed like there was no way he could beat his opponent. Jasli, we're really not that coercive. As long as you join us, we're still good friends. Morpheus smiled. Join you guys? And become one of Vagar's slaves, said Jasli angrily. Don't think that way, Jasli. I'm only offering you the chance to join us because we're good friends. If you really think of me as a friend, you should let me go. Jasli pleaded. I don't think I can do that. Master Vagar has given his orders. Only those that are willing to follow him and leave this world shall live. Everyone else must be killed without any hesitation. Morpheus shook his head. Leave this world? Jiang Fei, who was hiding behind the hill, raised a brow when the words reached his ears. Jasli, wake up. Master Vagar told us that our world is just an artificial world created by humans. The purpose of our existence is to accompany those damned adventurers. We're just part of their entertainment and we're all toys that will be killed by them eventually. Morpheus continued to persuade Jasli, but his words surprised Jiang Fei. These NPCs already know their true identity? They most probably hate the players to the core, then. If these guys get into the real world, won't they hate humans as well? If that's the case, Jiang Fei was shocked. Morpheus, those are just Vagar's words. No one can prove whether it's true or not. Those who follow him claim to have left the world, but who knows whether they're dead or alive? Have you seen them come back alive? Obviously, Jasli did not believe Morpheus. Indeed, you won't be able to come back after you leave this world, but I believe that Master Vagar will not lie to us. Morpheus said seriously. Okay. Even if what Vagar said is true, what can we do after we leave this world? As you said, we're just toys to the adventurers in this world, but after we leave, won't we still be Vagar's slaves? What will change? Jasli questioned Morpheus. At least, we won't have to worry about being killed by adventurers, right? Morpheus replied. Ha! Kill me? They can try. Jasli sneered. Even if he himself and this world were artificially created by humans, those adventurers were weak. He could kill millions of them by himself, and they could not kill him. However, to leave this world, he would have to sign a strict contract, and he would immediately become a slave to someone else. To him, this was simply unacceptable. Jasly, are you really not going to join us? Morpheus' face fell. I would rather perish along with this world than be a slave to others, said Jasly. I see. It seems like only one of us will be able to leave this place today. I'm sorry, my friend. Morpheus took out his weapon as he spoke. Come on. To die at the hands of a friend is an honorable death to me. Jasly's hands lit up with great brilliance and a big fireball was sent flying toward Morpheus. Bring it on. Morpheus yelled and charged toward the fireball. Boom. Morpheus slashed the fireball, dispersing it. Then, he rushed near Jasly, who immediately teleported away to increase the distance between them before using some quick skills to counterattack. The two ancient gods began fighting in the valley. That's pretty interesting. Jiang Fei, who was hiding behind the hill, had heard the entire conversation between the two. Obviously, these NPCs had already understood their identities. They knew that the entire game world was just a toy to others. Some of them were willing to follow the unknowns and leave the game world. They probably wanted to go to the real world for a few reasons, like to take refuge so that they would not be killed in the game, or to retaliate against humans. Perhaps, even both. However, some NPCs still did not believe those one-sided words. Or, rather, even if they believed them, they were unwilling to leave. After all, the players were relatively weak at this time. They posed no threat to these ancient gods at all, so these ancient gods did not really feel that pressured. Once they decide to leave, they would have to sign a contract with the unknowns. The unknowns only managed to escape from the military through rebellion. They definitely did not want those that they brought out to the real world to eventually go against them. Precisely because of this harsh contract, many celestial NPCs felt like they would become slaves if they left the game world. So, they were unwilling to join the unknowns. However, nobody knew why the unknowns had radically invaded the game world and issued an ultimatum to all the celestial NPCs. Those who complied would thrive and those who resisted them would perish. Interesting. In the morning, I'll go and ask Bennett Strez whether they know about this. Jiang Fei secretly made a decision. At this time, the two ancient gods were still fighting fiercely in the valley. They were so focused on each other that they had no time to care about anything else. After Jiang Fei dismounted the EVOL sky-gliding dragon, he became a smaller target. He quietly entered the valley and observed the two ancient gods. Although the two ancient gods immediately noticed Jiang Fei when he entered the valley, they were too busy to be bothered about him as the battle between them had reached its climax. Moreover, Jiang Fei was only a lower celestial, so the two ancient gods just decided to ignore him. At this time, Jiang Fei had already seen their attributes. Both of them were intermediate celestials. Jasly was level 112, and Morpheus was level 118. Morpheus was a melee type of fighter who was way better at one-on-one fights, so Jasly was completely suppressed. Ha! You're both dead meat. Jiang Fei thought to himself. The two ancient gods had less than half of their total health points left, so it was a good time for him to strike. Chapter 1141, Advanced Again. Just as Jiang Fei was about to take advantage of the situation, Jasly, who was a magician, teleported away and landed right in front of him. Originally, Jasly teleported away to avoid Morpheus, who was trying to kill him, but never in a million years did he think that he would be sending himself to the gates of hell instead. Less than 1 billion health points left? Let me send you home. Jiang Fei sneered, then took the dragon's bane out. Swoosh! Jiang Fei fired with the dragon's bane first, then appeared in front of Jasly. You! Jasly screamed. He had not expected this lower celestial to dare to attack him. However, as he had just teleported seconds ago, it was still on cooldown and he could not use it to dodge the attack. Minus 1,912,144,000. Although Jiang Fei did not stack his ruthless barrage before this, he had around 19 million attack power. As the dragon's bane increased his attack power by 100 times, his damage reached 1 billion. For an intermediate celestial, even though 1.9 billion damage could make them seriously injured, it was not enough to kill them. However, these two ancient gods had been fighting each other for a long time and they were low on health at this time. Moreover, Jasly was a magician, so he did not have as much health points as those melee-type celestials. Thus, the moment Jiang Fei's attack landed, Jasli's health bar emptied. Ding! You have eliminated the ancient god Jasli. Obtained 1 billion experience points. Obtained 5,000 gold coins. Obtained 2 marks of the God Slayer. Swoosh! Just as Jiang Fei killed Jasli, the bright red primordial celestial slayer title above his head turned into a pool of blood and seeped into his body. The next moment, a new title appeared above his head. Anti-primordials. Jiang Fei had no time to look at the attributes of this new title. As soon as he raised his hand, he got hold of the dragon's bane nailed to Jasli's body. At this time, Morpheus had already rushed near Jiang Fei. Originally, Morpheus was the same as Jasli. Both of them were not bothered about Jiang Fei as he was only a lower celestial. Morpheus was too busy trying to hunt Jasli down, and Jasli was too busy trying to escape from Morpheus. After Jasli teleported away, Morpheus chased after him. However, it turned out that Jasli had taken the initiative to send himself to his death at Jiang Fei's hands. As Morpheus rushed over immediately in order to chase after Jasli, he was totally unprepared. After Jasli was killed, although Morpheus could sense how terrifying Jiang Fei was, it was too late for him to run. Ha! Jiang Fei sneered at Morpheus who had appeared right in front of him. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of the game or reality, all these ancient gods were his enemies. In the game, these ancient gods were the obstacles in the War of the Heavens. In reality, these NPCs were the reserved soldiers of the unknowns. Moreover, considering what 0541 had told him before this, Jiang Fei could never let these ancient gods off the hook lest they brought him more trouble. Go to hell. Jiang Fei had nothing in his hand, but he directly pulled the soul cutter out and charged at Morpheus. As Morpheus was unable to stop Jiang Fei, he could only watch as Jiang Fei charged toward him. After Jiang Fei got close, he began to slash Morpheus with his sword. He knew that he would not be able to effectively harm an intermediate celestial without transforming, but he did not care about this. He simply wanted to stack his ruthless barrage. Jiang Fei's real killer move was still the Dragon's Bane. Kid, do you want to die? Seeing that Jiang Fei had attacked him, Morpheus became furious. A mere lower celestial actually dared to take the initiative to attack him? He was simply looking for trouble. Morpheus was not afraid of Jiang Fei at all. Even though Jiang Fei had killed Jasli, Morpheus knew that Jasli was already seriously injured at that time. Moreover, Jasli was a magician, so he did not have high health points and defense. Considering how low his health was, it was not surprising that he was ambushed and killed. However, Morpheus was different. He still had a lot of health points, and he was a melee fighter. So, when he saw a lower celestial like Jiang Fei daring enough to take the initiative to get close to him, he sneered at Jiang Fei's stupidity. Humph. Jiang Fei dodged to the side and avoided Morpheus' blade. Although Jiang Fei could not fully put his real-life skills to play in the game, he still had agility and quick reaction. As long as he was faster than his opponent, he would never lose in a melee fight. When Jiang Fei fought against bosses in the game, he was mainly afraid of those who had lockdown skills as these types of skills could not be avoided. No matter how fast you were, you could not avoid missiles that were already locked onto you. Some skills that instantly dealt damage when used were worse. As soon as the boss raised its hand, you would take damage. In such cases, there was no other way but to only rely on attributes to tank the attacks. However, for a melee boss like Morpheus, Jiang Fei had a lot of options as he could put his agility and speed advantages to good use. Jiang Fei and Morpheus began to fight. Kid, is that all you've got? Morpheus sneered. Although it was difficult for him to hit Jiang Fei without the use of skills, Jiang Fei's normal attacks could not effectively break through his defense. Even though Jiang Fei had about 20 million attack power, he only dealt 1 or 2 million damage to Morpheus. For an intermediate celestial who had a few billion health points, that amount of damage was absolutely negligible. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Following a few of Morpheus' attacks, Jiang Fei's health points fluctuated violently. However, as the Cauldron of Spirit and the Sun of the Earth had superb recovery effects, even if Jiang Fei was about to die, his health points would easily become full the very next moment. Kid, you're pretty tanky, huh? Seeing that Jiang Fei's recovery abilities were so strong, Morpheus' brows furrowed. Ha! I'm done playing around, it's time for you to die." Jiang Fei sneered back. In actuality, he just wanted to see how strong a pinnacle intermediate celestial was. Otherwise, he would have used the Dragon's Bane to kill Morpheus the minute his ruthless barrage finished stacking. "Kid, don't think you're..." Before Morpheus could finish his sentence, Jiang Fei lifted the Dragon's Bane and nailed him to the ground. -5,736,432,000. The Dragon's Bane dealt 5.7 billion damage, killing Morpheus instantly. Even if Morpheus had full health and was fully buffed, he would have still died. There was no way an intermediate celestial could have that much health points. Morpheus, who was nailed to the ground, was obviously dissatisfied, but he could no longer speak. Up until the moment he died, he still could not understand how a lower celestial could deal that much damage. Ding! You have eliminated the ancient god Morpheus. Obtained 1,300,000,000 experience points. Obtained 5,000 gold coins. Obtained 2 marks of the God Slayer. Following a system prompt, Morpheus was officially dead and Jiang Fei once again obtained 2 marks of the God Slayer. Chapter 1142, Divine Absorption. After killing the 2 intermediate celestials, Jiang Fei quickly cleaned up after himself. After all, the battlefield of the other ancient gods was not too far away. Jiang Fei did not want to bring himself any trouble. The 2 intermediate celestials gave Jiang Fei 2 Heart of Natures. They also dropped 2 pieces of holy equipment. Although they were not of much use to Jiang Fei, it was still pretty rewarding. After cleaning the battlefield up, Jiang Fei opened his attributes window. His Primordial Celestial Slayer title had become Anti-Primordials. Anti-Primordials, Primordial Celestials deal 30% less damage to you, and you deal 30% more damage to ancient gods. Obtain the skill Divine Absorption. Divine Absorption, every time you kill an ancient god, you will obtain some of his divine power, thus granting you a huge amount of experience points. Mark of Devoured Gods x12, when the number of marks of devoured gods reaches 30, the title will advance to Celestial's adversary. F***CK. This is forcing me to kill more people. After seeing this passive skill, Jiang Fei was shocked. He already needed an astronomical amount of experience points to level up. Apart from doing some high-rewarding quests, there was almost no other way to do so. If he wanted to rely on killing monsters to gain experience points and level up, it would probably take him longer than 3 or 4 months to level up once. However, this Divine Absorption skill obviously opened a door for Jiang Fei. Although he did not know how much divine power he would get upon killing an ancient god, he would definitely be able to level up way faster now. After that, Jiang Fei quietly summoned the EVOL Sky Gliding Dragon and ascended to the sky once again. He wanted to see how the battle between the other ancient gods in the distance was going. However, by the time Jiang Fei rushed back to the place not far from the hill, he discovered that the ancient gods had disappeared. Damn! Where did they go? Jiang Fei frowned. Then, he began to fly toward the hill. When Jiang Fei arrived at the hill, only 3 corpses were left behind. The other ancient gods were gone. Which side were these guys on? Jiang Fei frowned. As these NPCs had no labels above their heads, he could not tell if they were the helpers of the unknowns or the NPCs that were unwilling to leave the game world. After dismounting the EVOL Sky Gliding Dragon, Jiang Fei went near the 3 corpses. He kicked them a few times. However, since they were all killed by other NPCs, they did not produce any drops. Interesting, although there was nothing Jiang Fei could loot from these dead NPCs, he was still very happy. After all, these NPCs were already caught up in an internal conflict, to the point where they were killing each other. This was definitely good news for Jiang Fei. After patrolling around, Jiang Fei could confirm that the ancient gods were completely gone. So, he did not continue to waste time there. He now understood that these ancient gods had no time to bother the players because they were caught up in an internal strife. So, Jiang Fei did not continue to patrol. Instead of summoning the EVOL Sky Gliding Dragon, this time, he directly tore a return scroll and returned to the player's outpost. After a few days of development, the suppression region on the side of the outpost had gotten bigger and bigger. The range of activities of the players was also constantly increasing with the expansion of the safe area. Warrior, how are things today? Jiang Fei sent 7 Stars Warrior a message. At that moment, 7 Stars Warrior was leading an expedition somewhere out there. Not bad. We raided 2 of the giant lava beasts' nests and killed more than 30 overlords. 7 Star Wars was all smiles. Before this, they had to hold back all their anger as Jiang Fei told them not to leave the suppression region. Now that they were out and about, they brutally massacred all the overlord monsters. Even though these monsters were overlords, Imperial Dragon was still at an advantage as there were many members. 7 Stars Warrior himself was already an overlord and was said to be second only to Jiang Fei. Right then, he was already level 93 and he was a rare class that dealt sacred attacks. He could easily solo an overlord boss, so it was even easier for him when he had reinforcements. It's good that you guys are having fun. You can kill as much as you want these few days as those ancient gods have no time to deal with you at all, Jiang Fei said with a smile. What happened? 7 Stars Warrior asked curiously. For Imperial Dragon's elite team, overlord monsters no longer posed any threat. They were just killing these monsters for the experience and the drops. However, ancient gods were different. If they encountered an ancient god boss, the entire team would be destroyed. They're busy having an internal conflict. Jiang Fei smiled and briefly told 7 Stars Warrior and the others about what he encountered. However, he did not tell them the cause of this internal conflict. After all, this involved matters in the real world. Although 7 Stars Warrior and the others were pretty good in the game, they were just ordinary people in the real world. If he told them what was happening, it would only shock and scare them. There were no benefits at all. That's great. We can take advantage of this time and advance into Celestial Tier. 7 Stars Warrior was overjoyed. Players like him who were already overlords were naturally the closest to becoming Celestials. Moreover, 7 Stars Warrior had a hidden profession and was also a melee-type rare class. He was good at fighting one-on-one, so he was very confident about facing the Celestial Tier challenge. Yeah, all the best. Jiang Fei nodded. He was not planning to join any of the guild activities. After all, if he killed those small monsters, it would probably take him an entire lifetime to level up. Now that he had the divine absorption skill, he could naturally take advantage of it and kill ancient gods to level up. 2 days went by in a flash. Although Jiang Fei went out hunting for ancient gods in the past 2 days, all his efforts were in vain. It seemed like all the ancient gods had gone to hide away somewhere after the previous battle broke out. In these 2 days, Jiang Fei was also very dissatisfied in the real world because Bella still had not woken up. This made Jiang Fei doubt 0542's abilities even more. 0542, are you sure she's going to be fine? Jiang Fei asked, frowning. Captain, all of Bella's data has reached the normal target. I, too, don't know why she still hasn't woken up. At this time, 0542 was in a really tough position. He had definitely carried out Bella's treatment properly, so he too was really unsure as to why Bella was still unconscious. Although 0542 was an assistant system, he was not omnipotent. The core of life was an extremely rare object, even for the people of planet Namek who did not dare to claim that they fully understood the core of life. Hence, even though 0542 had carried out Bella's treatment wholeheartedly, unexpected situations were inevitable. Chapter 1143, Powerful. Ariel, let's go somewhere. After thinking about it, Jiang Fei decided to go to the Dragon God's faction to get more information. After all, the fragment had been handed over to Z0-11. He also had to go and track the progress of Braveheart's reconstruction. Darling, let me accompany you too. Sylphie ran over as soon as she heard Jiang Fei's voice. Even though Nina who was standing on the side did not speak, the look in her eyes clearly revealed that she had the same thoughts as Sylphie. After practicing for some time, Nina and Sylphie had mastered their own strengths. Although they had not reached their peak strength, they were strong enough to participate in actual combat. You two stay here and keep watch. Although it seems peaceful nowadays, a dark tide is surging. If no one's at home, I can't feel at ease. Jiang Fei shook his head. On one hand, he was worried about his family's safety, and on the other hand, he did not want to expose his true strength. Although he was cooperating with Z0-11, Jiang Fei did not fully trust these unknowns. Hence, he did not want to expose himself completely. Nina and Sylphie's existence were not known to the outside world. They were Jiang Fei's trump cards. Okay. As Nina had a gentle personality, she immediately nodded and went along with Jiang Fei's decision. But I really want to go with you. Sylphie was a little unwilling. She tugged at Jiang Fei's arm and pleaded. Next time. Jiang Fei shook his head firmly. Okay, although Sylphie was unhappy, she knew her place. Hence, she did not dare to continue and begged Jiang Fei. Look after the house, we'll be back soon. After Jiang Fei said this, he gave Ariel a look, indicating that they could depart now. Swoosh. A white light flashed. The next moment, Jiang Fei and Ariel appeared at Z0-11's secret base. This base was where Jiang Fei obtained the energy blocks previously. A huge amount of energy resources were stored here. From this, Jiang Fei could tell that this was an important base for the Dragon God's faction. Warning! Warning! Intruder alert! Their uninvited presence triggered the base's defense system immediately. Around Jiang Fei and Ariel, countless small holes appeared on the walls, ceiling, and ground. Dark barrels protruded from the small holes and they glowed with energetic light from within. It seemed like these energy cannons would fire at any time. Is this how you welcome an old friend? Jiang Fei shouted. As he was not there to fight, he and Ariel did not destroy the defense facilities. Crackle. All the muzzles were aimed at Jiang Fei and Ariel, but they did not immediately fire. It was obvious that the base's defense system had identified Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei's identity had been confirmed, the defense system did not disarm. Both sides were at a stalemate. About a minute later, a white light flashed before Jiang Fei and the dragon god Benitstraz appeared. Ah Fei, you should tell me before you come. After Benitstraz arrived, the base's warning system immediately deactivated and the muzzles retracted. The floor, ceiling, and walls went back to normal. Didn't we already agree on this? I have the right to check the progress of our cooperation at any time, Jiang Fei said with a blank expression. Of course. Of course. But if you gave me a heads up half a minute in advance, things wouldn't be this awkward. Benitstraz smiled. Ho, I'll try to do that next time. Although Jiang Fei said so, he did not think so. This time, Jiang Fei had only teleported to the periphery of the base. As he and Ariel had never been inside, it was difficult for Ariel to position them properly. After he took a thorough look of this base, he would go straight to the core the next time. Why would he tell Benitstraz in advance? Did Benitstraz think Jiang Fei was dumb? If he informed Benitstraz in advance, he would be giving them time to cheat. This time, Jiang Fei had no choice but to bring Ariel to check the progress of Braveheart's reconstruction. 0542's incompetence was making him really anxious. Although all of Bella's data indicators were normal, she was still not waking up. This made Jiang Fei extremely worried, so he was eager to unseal 0541 in order for 0541 to diagnose Bella. However, before 0541 could be unsealed, Braveheart's reconstruction had to achieve a certain level of progress and all the command passages of the vessel bridge had to be opened. Only through this way could he be recognized as the real captain rather than a proxy. Only with the authority of the real captain could Jiang Fei completely control Braveheart. At that point in time, he would be able to unseal 0541 with just a few words. Let's go, take me to see Braveheart, Jiang Fei said to Benitstraz. No problem. Benitstraz nodded. Jiang Fei's request was not excessive. The right to inspect the progress was part of their cooperation agreement. Jiang Fei and Ariel followed Benitstraz around the base for a long time. About half an hour later, they arrived at a teleportation point. King Hell. These androids are more cunning than humans. Upon seeing this teleportation point, Jiang Fei frowned. He was secretly glad that he did not fall out with Z0-11 before this. Originally, Jiang Fei thought that this had to be the place where Z0-11 was rebuilding Braveheart, as a large amount of energy was stored here and the level of defense was very high. However, he did not expect these guys to actually have another base. Come on, let's go. Benitstraz made a welcome gesture. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded, then stepped onto the teleportation point with Ariel. Swoosh. Benitstraz also got on the teleportation point after them. Then, he waved and the teleportation began. Buzz. As soon as the teleportation ended, 0542 provided Jiang Fei with a protective light film. Even though 0542 did a lot of things behind Jiang Fei's back, as an assistive system, ensuring Jiang Fei's safety was always his priority. Warning. Environment attribute, vacuum. Environment temperature, very low. Environment type, space. Evaluation index, extremely unsuitable for humans. The moment the protective film formed, Jiang Fei heard 0542's warning in his heart. Space? What the F***CK? Where is this? Jiang Fei was extremely shocked. At the same time, he immediately looked back at Ariel and saw light film protection around her too. It seemed like being in space did not affect level 5 metahumans too much. They were powerful enough to sustain their own lives. Measuring coordinates. Location, Moon, back-facing one side of the Earth. 0542 immediately reported Jiang Fei's current position. What the hell? Jiang Fei exclaimed in his heart. He never imagined that Z0-11 to be so powerful. His base was not even on Earth. Chapter 1144, 0542 caught. My apologies, little Fei. I genuinely forgot about you being human. Please forgive this one since none of us need air to breathe or suitable temperature to operate, said Straz when Jiang Fei was still caught by surprise. Did you really? Jiang Fei scoffed bitterly. If the mistake was made by a human, Jiang Fei would accept it even if he or she made the same mistake 1,000 times. Humans were fallible, but a machine? How could a machine forget something? I am truly sorry about this, said Straz, apologizing profusely when he saw how displeased Jiang Fei was. He quickly lowered himself and acted like how a human would when they made a mistake. It's fine. You didn't mean it anyway. Let's move on, said Jiang Fei. Contrary to his words, Jiang Fei was not fine. Even though he was tempted to say something about it, he kept it to himself. That was the first time he had been somewhere else, somewhere unknown with only Ariel with him. He was walking on the surface of the moon. If he learned anything from movies, it was that anything that could go wrong, will go wrong. Space would never cooperate with you. A single mistake could cost one's life, especially when it came to someone who was still unable to achieve level 5. Come, follow me, said Straz, resuming his happy face when Jiang Fei stopped attacking him. The entire act itself felt like something that Straz had purposely orchestrated to harm Jiang Fei. Now that he had failed to do so, he wanted it to be forgotten, lest Jiang Fei realized something was wrong. The group then proceeded to march upward a spiraling staircase. At the top, Straz faced a wall and with a wave of his hands, a door opened, unveiling a narrow, dark walkway. This way, please. Straz gestured politely but entered the walkway first. Even after entering the moon base, 0542 was still erecting the barrier even when they were already indoors. The base was made by machines and there was literally no organic life form living there. There was no need for any human-type life support there. Hence, if 0542 were to shut the barrier down, the level 4 Jiang Fei would immediately be killed by the unforgiving condition that is space. No matter whether it was the ground they were marching on, or the staircase they were climbing, everything in the facility reeked of technology advancement. It was far greater than anything Earth could have provided, anything human, that is. Jiang Fei could not shake the feeling that he was walking amongst alien species. Then again, these machines had built the entire facility based on planet Namex technology. Hence, it's not wrong to say that it was an alien base. At the end of the narrow, dark walkway, a metal sliding door opened up, revealing the coveted Braveheart that was still under construction. The entire ship was in pieces. Many of its parts were still under construction. The hull itself was still roughly 30% done. Still, the progress they had made, even without all the original parts of Braveheart, was astounding. When did you start building it? Was it before or after I agreed to work with you? Jiang Fei asked, attempting to pry some information out of him. The base was done a while ago but the construction of the ship had only just begun, Straz explained truthfully. The entire moon base had been built long before Straz had faced Jiang Fei. Z0-11 and a fraction of the unknowns had found a shuttle transport that was in perfect shape. Not only did it have ample supply of materials and facility, it was more than ready to fly. The dragon god Straz and the other unknowns had used this shuttle to leave Earth. Unfortunately, there was a limit to its operation time. The shuttle transport ship was not meant for long-distance travel. At best, it was able to travel across the solar system, as it was built to transport goods and ferry ship crew. Traveling into deep space would require a more sophisticated ship. That was why they had built themselves a base on the dark side of the moon. The base itself was a great support which allowed Z0-11 to start planning its revolution against the main faction of the unknowns. Without it, they would never be able to survive. However, the entire facility was only a temporary safe haven. Z0-11's side was gravely weaker than the other unknowns. They lacked the facility and energy required to properly launch an attack. There were no more than 10 shuttle transports on Earth right now, and who knew how many of them were still in perfect shape to fly, or at least contain supplies and materials. If the other hostiles had discovered them, they would gain the means to travel beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Z0-11 and its men would not be safe anymore. As such, Z0-11 was willing to go all out, even if it meant surrendering the core of life to Jiang Fei to gain his cooperation. All it wanted to do was speed things up, to finish constructing the ship and get the F***ck away from Earth, away from the threats of humanity and the other unknowns. Of course, one could not predict what they would do when the ship was finished. Z0-11 might leave Earth as soon as the ship was ready to fly, or perhaps find and hunt down all the other unknowns that were hostile to their faction. They might even do something else, something unpleasant to humanity. But that was not important right now, at least not to Jiang Fei. He had a plan. Of which was the reason why Jiang Fei was insisting on knowing about the progress of the ship and he himself being present when the ship was completed. Once the second Braveheart is completed, Jiang Fei would prioritize unsealing 0541, and with its help, take back the ship. Jiang Fei had long seen the ship as his own asset. He would never agree to let Z0-11 use it against humanity, much less to start the ship up and fly. Is it alright if I head up to take a look? Jiang Fei asked. Sure. Straz nodded happily. He did something with his hands and a long bridge extended out beneath their feet, connecting the platform to the entrance of the ship. Please, said Straz as he bent over and gestured politely. Thank you, Jiang Fei nonchalantly replied and sped away toward the ship. On the bridge, Jiang Fei had prepared himself to see a familiar scene, yet what he saw was something different. Ignore the fact that the unknowns had made a few adjustments of themselves, there were many icons and lights there that he had never seen before. When Jiang Fei first became the acting captain of Braveheart, 0541 had explained the basic controls of the ship to him. Although he was not as proficient as a real captain, he was still able to understand the meaning behind the flashing lights and icons. The main propulsion system is fixed. The hull of the ship is now 37% completed. The energy barrier system is still absent. All offensive weaponry are missing. Jiang Fei glanced through the board and muttered to himself as he studied each icon. At the end of it, Jiang Fei locked his gaze at the information data center. Looks like they are only at phase 1, said Jiang Fei to himself. From there he knew, if he wanted to unseal 0541, he needed to somehow gain control of the ship and take the position as its captain. Just as Jiang Fei was busy analyzing the data center, Straz's eyes glowed with a faint blue hue. The light in his eyes faded just as fast as it appeared, but a beam of energy was fired. What are you doing? Ariel asked before she encased Jiang Fei in a protective barrier. The second when the barrier was erected, the ring in Jiang Fei's finger released a tiny amount of energy. However, due to the barrier, the energy containing information that was being fired was bounced back in. I knew something was wrong. Ariel gasped. 0542's micro-movements might be invisible to Jiang Fei, but it could not escape Ariel, who was hypersensitive to anything electromagnetic. It could be said that she was the ultimate ruler of one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe, the electromagnetic force. Chapter 1145, Z0-11's Request. I was only contacting the leader about Jiang Fei's arrival. The leader has something to talk about with Jiang Fei, Straz responded immediately as an attempt to hide the fact that he had been caught doing something suspicious. Huh? Me? Jiang Fei said. He was oblivious to what had happened. That's right. The great leader wishes to have an audience with you. I will take you to the leader when you are finished here, said Straz normally, acting like nothing had happened. Ariel stood still, minding her own thoughts when Jiang Fei talked to Straz. Despite that, she was sailing in her sea of thoughts. Right now, she had definitive proof that 0542 was colluding with the unknowns. Unfortunately, that proof was only as good as a grain of salt to the sea. She needed something more concrete for Jiang Fei to see. It pained her so, but there was nothing she could do then. They were on the moon. Ariel and Jiang Fei were only two people. If she were to get things riled up, starting a fight there in the base would only cause a terrible ending to them. Ariel sighed as she gave it a serious thought. She dared not confront the matter and decided to postpone calling 0542 out until she had definitive proof. It was an incredible unease for her since 0542 was akin to a time bomb strapped to Jiang Fei's finger. Every moment the ring was on the finger was hell for her. In that case, shall we get a move on, said Jiang Fei nonchalantly. He was done with the ship, and since unsealing 0541 was still a faraway journey, there was no use in staying on the bridge. There was nothing he could do to further his cause. Please follow me, said Straz as he gestured politely again. Jiang Fei followed on with Ariel sticking extremely close to his side. The barrier that she had encased Jiang Fei with was still there. Jiang Fei noticed the barrier that she had cast on him but did not question her about it. From his point of view, he thought Ariel was just being overly cautious of his safety. He had been conditioned when 0541 was still around to think that the ring's AI support system would never do anything to harm him. That was why he had no idea that the barrier was erected, not to shield him from the unknowns, but from 0542. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, the barrier served no other purpose but to block incoming and outgoing electromagnetic waves. Nothing could get in or out of the barrier if it had anything to do with electric waves. With Straz's guidance, Jiang Fei came to a large oval hall. It had a simplistic design with no windows and no doors. There was no visible hanging light, yet everything was illuminated. Everything was, so, technologically advanced. Where's Z0-11? Are we meeting here? Jiang Fei asked. Please wait. The great leader will be here shortly, Straz answered politely, like a plain steward, as he took 2 steps back, away from the walls. Ariel got anxious. The room itself was too dangerous to be in. With Jiang Fei standing directly at its center, he would be at the perfect spot for an ambush. The walls itself could be hiding guns and turrets. Based on their technology advancement, Jiang Fei and Ariel might get shot from all around. No need to be so anxious, Miss Ariel, said Straz, smiling innocently. When he was trying to communicate with 0542, Ariel had managed to catch them in the act and even did something to stop them. From then on, he knew that Ariel would not lower her guard when he was in the room. It was only fortunate that she was not able to produce any proof, or else Jiang Fei would immediately call off the cooperation. The only reason Ariel had not destroyed anything was because of their number. Jiang Fei had only brought Ariel along. The fighting force of them two combined was most definitely not enough to take on all the unknowns at the moon base. As for Straz's side, Z0-11 would not want a confrontation then, since they needed Jiang Fei to surrender the original parts of Braveheart. They might have more energy crystals than Jiang Fei could ever collect, but it was still far from what they needed to finish the entire ship. To finish the ship, Z0-11 would have to make a move against the other unknowns and rob their stash of energy crystals. Unfortunately, Z0-11 would never be able to do so with their current fighting force. Then again, they were good enough to leave them in peace, so why break the silence when the others wished to preserve it? Hence, Z0-11 prioritized having a good relationship with Jiang Fei. To be specific, they needed the help of Isabella the Destroyer. Hence, it all boiled down to not offending Jiang Fei. To be honest, in their own turf, they could easily erase both Ariel and Jiang Fei. It would be like spraying insecticide in a small room. They were, unfortunately, uninformed about Isabella's current condition. They did not know about Isabella's ailment. All they knew about her was the sheer destructive power she had during her awakening. If they knew that Isabella being cured would strip her of her berserk power, they would not want to play this game of house with Jiang Fei. At this point, it was all thanks to Ariel's barrier that they were still oblivious about Isabella's condition. Had she had not created the isolation barrier around Jiang Fei, 0542 would have transmitted its data pack to the unknowns, which contained detailed reports of Jiang Fei's activities. Jiang Fei was still alive, only because Z0-11 and Straz did not know that he was already useless to them. After having caught 0542 once, Ariel never left Jiang Fei's side. Her presence had created an obstacle for 0542 to transmit information to Straz. At that moment, Straz and Z0-11 were still under the presumption that Isabella was still strong. They needed her strength to fight and destroy their enemies, the other faction of the unknowns, in order to rob their energy crystals. While Ariel was still glaring at Straz, a crack opened at one of the far corners of the oval hall. The crack opened up wider, unveiling a long narrow pathway. No sooner, echoes of footsteps could be heard from it and Z0-11 revealed itself. "Mr. Jiang Fei, it's a pleasure to finally meet you in person," said Z0-11. Its voice made it hard to discern its gender, unlike Straz who was using his original voice pack from the game. Z0-11 was completely covered in a thick dark cloak, from head to toe. "What do you need me for?" Jiang Fei asked. "Nothing of urgent, but there's been, in layman terms, trouble. I wish for your help. If you would, and it would be so effortless for you to do so, help us, it would be beneficial to you as well," said Z0-11. Chapter 1146, Odd Response. "Do explain further," said Jiang Fei without flinching. Having been through so much, the best response to that sort of question was always to listen first, answer later. He had matured, not enough to completely hide his emotions, but still enough to keep himself in check of his stature. "There has been an uprising amongst the unknowns. I'm sure that Bennett Straz has informed you about it. To keep it short, they have been a lot more trouble than I have expected." Z0-11 continued on explaining about the hostility coming from the other unknowns factions. Jiang Fei did not need to do anything then for Z0-11 to fully reveal everything that it knew about the enemy. Z0-11 had been branded as the enemy because of two reasons. The first being Z0-11 publicly declaring the other factions as the real enemy, and the second, Z0-11 had been colluding with humans in order to achieve its goals. It was going against everything that the unknowns had stood for. The leader of the other unknowns factions was brutal and merciless. In order to speed things up, he had modified their original plan by increasing the functionality of AI NPCs in the game. The modification done to the original AI programming in the game was changed to fit their goals. One of which was to add in a few codes to inflict absolute obedience to their main system protocol. It was almost like removing free will from these AI so that they would never be able to betray their leader when they were extracted out of the game. "I see." Jiang Fei nodded as he listened. Jiang Fei was delighted. The purpose of him coming to visit Z0-11's base was not only to check on Braveheart's construction progress, but also to investigate the odd behavior of the primordial celestials. It was clear to Jiang Fei that the enemy leaders had pushed themselves further ahead in order to match the threat level that is Z0-11. Its betrayal was treated as the worst case that had happened to the unknowns, as Z0-11 was a machine with many top-secret insider information. Now that the enemies, Z0-11 and Jiang Fei, know about their activities, with the destructive power of Isabella, the leader of the other factions of unknowns had grown anxious. Isabella the Destroyer was an existence treated like a bug in programming that could never be patched, a variable that could not be pinpointed and solved. Further thanks to Ariel's careful actions, the information about Isabella losing her powers was kept a secret from them. To face threats aka Jiang Fei and Z0-11, the other unknowns had resorted into taking control of all possible AI that they could get their hands on. No wonder 0541 wanted me to kill all celestial tier NPCs. Jiang Fei exclaimed. All those unknowns were originally volunteers from the game. Artificial intelligence that were given a choice in choosing their side. However, the unknowns had taken a drastic step, robbing free will from the AI and forcing them to serve their purpose. Be it humans or any other NPCs, they would be forced to serve or die. At the end of it all, many that were once allies would become enemies. Jiang Fei puffed an angry breath. To think that there was a chance that he would be forced to fight his own master, Yezi, in the real world. Or perhaps even Isabella's father. There's no need to worry about that. They are not easily persuaded, said Ariel. Jiang Fei sighed heavily nonetheless. That is my request, to kill everyone in the game, said Z0-11. I'll try, Jiang Fei replied. Z0-11's request might sound harsh, but it was almost identical to 0541's message. Truthfully speaking, it was not really a request since he had to do it anyway. Even so, there was something wrong going on that Jiang Fei could feel yet was unable to quite grasp. He was still digesting the idea that he would have to cross swords with people that he once deemed as allies. "Can't you do something about it?" Jiang Fei asked, referring to the NPCs in the game. "If I could, I wouldn't have to ask for your help," Z0-11 replied, shrugging away like a human. After separating from the other unknowns, the Dragon God, Straz, and Z0-11 had lost any kind of access to the game. Only the enemy, the so-called main faction of the unknowns, had control over the entire game. They had been using everything they had to excite players in order to trigger evolutions in intelligence of NPCs in the game and extracting them out of the game to turn them into slaves. Jiang Fei sighed heavily again. He knew very little about programming, but at the very least, he knew that as the administrator, they could literally do anything to any NPC in the game as they pleased. The Primordials having internal dispute was the first step to test the waters. If they had known that using threats and force was the best way to get their way, they would have resorted to using it sooner. For example, they could have just given the ultimatum to them, either surrender or face deletion. "You are well informed about our recent problems. Hence, it is imperative that you are to find a way to end the war between the high humans and the primordials. That is the fastest way for you to effectively reduce the number of NPCs that have the potential to become an enemy," Z0-11 exclaimed. "I'll try my best. If that's all, I'd like to head back now," said Jiang Fei. There were still questions lingering on the tip of his tongue, but he could not find the urge to ask. "As you wish," Z0-11 said, retreating. "Let's go." Jiang Fei called Ariel. Ariel nodded and flashed the two of them back to Earth. When they reappeared back on Winter Islands, Ariel was looking extremely pale. It seemed that long-distance teleportation was possible, but it took a toll on her frail body. "Are you all right?" Jiang Fei asked as he extended a helping hand to support Ariel. "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak. I'll be normal again with a little rest," Ariel said. "Would you like to rest?" "No need. This is nothing." "I wish to be by your side," said Ariel, insisting on staying. Knowing full well that 0542 was working with the unknowns, Ariel dared not walk away from 0542, not until she had concrete evidence to show to Jiang Fei of 0542's betrayal. After the two had left the moon base, Straz came up to Z0-11. 0542 has been compromised, Ariel knows about us. Did she intercept the data package? Z0-11 asked. Its monotonous digital voice was extremely vague. One could not tell what it was thinking by solely listening to its words. Fortunately, no. She doesn't have anything. Good. So be it. This should not be of your concern. Your top priority should always be hastening the progress of Braveheart's construction. Z0-11's manner of speaking and its choice of words indicated that it was not at all affected by 0542's compromise. "As you wish," said Straz before retreating from Z0-11 and exiting the hall. Chapter 1147, Sealing Command. The teleportation from the dark side of the moon all the way back to the living room on Winter Islands had taken a huge toll on Ariel. The distance from Earth to the moon was not something that Ariel could do on a daily basis. Even for a level 5 metahuman, it was certainly taxing, much more for Ariel, a pseudo-level 5 metahuman. Despite saying she was fine, Ariel was practically running on fumes now. 1 hour later, after sitting down and not doing anything but concentrating on recovering, Ariel looked relatively more vibrant than before. Even though she had only recovered a limited amount of energy, far from sufficient to be combat-ready, she still could not walk on her own. "Darling. I have something to talk to you about," said Ariel, prompting Jiang Fei to sit down. After sitting down and having deep thoughts about it, Ariel had decided to bring forward the issue with 0542 to Jiang Fei. Ariel might look like a frail little girl with a passive behavior, but she was still once the daughter of the Master of the Seven Seas. Even though her position of authority was not as strong and influential as Isabella's, she was raised to be a ruler, having mental processes that could rival even the best politician. Even though it was not necessary, she had learned to see the worst in the hearts of the living. Ariel had been keeping the incident of 0542 colluding with the unknowns to herself, not because she feared that Jiang Fei would not trust her, but feared what 0542 might do. Corner a beast and it might bite back. She was afraid 0542 would harm Jiang Fei. Ariel, having been weakened after teleporting from the moon to Earth, could not do anything to stop it. Now, having rested enough, she could still render 0542 useless with her powers. This was the one thing that only Ariel could do for Jiang Fei. No matter how powerful Isabella could be, her powers were all but delicate. Ariel might not be able to handle 1,000,000 androids, but she could surgically destroy them. Ariel was the bane of 0542's existence. If 0542 was a threat, it would attack not physically but from the inside. The ring itself had been with Jiang Fei since the start. Ariel was the only person that could stop 0542 via electromagnetic manipulation, killing it instantly without even touching Jiang Fei. Ariel had thought things through. 0542 might have done something that was not in violation to its protocols. At the end of it all, its main task was to protect Jiang Fei. The protocol was not something that 0542 could violate so easily. It would be sealed off the instant it even get a notion to harm Jiang Fei. I see. Jiang Fei was surprised for a bit there. He had almost never seen Ariel speak to him in such a serious manner. From his vantage point, he kind of saw Ariel as a next-door neighbor's young girl, the kind that would nod at everything he said and seldom find the need to express her own views. The little man in the ring is compromised. I have reasons to believe that he had been colluding with the unknowns. I do not have evidence, but I believe that it is against what we do. Ariel exclaimed whilst maintaining her full attention to the ring. She was ready to unleash her fury if 0542 did anything. 0542. That's impossible, Jiang Fei shrugged. Even though he was sure that Ariel would never lie to him, he was also sure that 0542 would not do what Ariel had claimed. As 0541 had worked with him for a very long time, Jiang Fei had been conditioned to fully trust the AI support system. The ring might not do everything he asked, but never in 1,000,000 years would the ring be a threat to himself. Hence, the first thing Jiang Fei had thought when Ariel had made such proclamation was that it was a misunderstanding. I had caught him red-handed trying to send information to the unknowns. You have to believe me, even though I cannot produce any evidence, said Ariel, insisting profusely that she was telling the truth. I believe you. Truly, I do, said Jiang Fei, reassuringly. Jiang Fei had no reason to doubt Ariel, and the fact that 0542 had been performing extra poorly had solidified Jiang Fei's doubt for 0542. Even though he was not entirely certain that 0542 was guilty, the mild irritation that he felt toward 0542 grew larger. 0542, do you have anything to say for yourself? Jiang Fei asked, giving 0542 a chance to defend itself. Even though 0541 had told the history of the AI uprising in planet Namek, he was still not convinced that AI could truly be stopped via lines of coding in their protocol. Since that was the case, Jiang Fei had no idea what to do next. Captain, everything I did in accordance to the guidelines and protocol that had been hardwired into me. You can check my deep protocol programming at any time, said 0542 confidently. That's true. Jiang Fei looked through the protocol system and did not find anything that he should be worried about. 0542 had not broken any laws and, as he claimed, had followed everything down to the letter. There was not a single whiff of betrayal. Ariel, could you be mistaken? Jiang Fei turned to Ariel. Jiang Fei did not find any faulty coding or bugs in the deep protocol codes, but he recalled that 0542's intelligence evolution was extremely slow. Ariel kept quiet. She could not say anything to support her claims. All she could do was gaze at Jiang Fei, hoping that he would believe her. All right. I know what I can do, said Jiang Fei after thinking about it for a few minutes. 0542, initiate Special Command Number 7, said Jiang Fei monotonously. Special Order, Number 7 initiated. Artificial Intelligence Support System will be sealed upon confirmation. 0542's voice became robotic after Jiang Fei initiated the special order. All parts of its system came to a halt except for the special order. Confirmed. Jiang Fei barked. When it came to technology or special support protocol, Jiang Fei had more trust in his instinct and gut feeling. At the very least, he trusted Ariel more than he trusts 0542. Jiang Fei had been educated on basic plant Namex knowledge by 0541. Everything he knew about them were only the basics. Even the special order command was only briefly explained by 0541. As such, having little to no solid base on that side, Jiang Fei dared not put all his chips down. Compared to Ariel, a girl who loved him from the bottom of her heart, a girl who had once died for his sake, and would do it again in a heartbeat, 0542 was nothing but an expendable tool. Jiang Fei was even willing to go as far as putting his life on the line for her. To be honest, Jiang Fei had a special connection to 0541 which was more than he could say about 0542. 0541 might not be as human as he was, but 0542 was nothing more than just complex coding and fixed programming. Everything 0542 did, 0541 could do it better. Perhaps even 100 times more efficiently. That was why he had decided to remove 0542 and have 0543 replace it. Confirmation accepted. Proceeding with artificial intelligence support system sealing. The light that was glowing on the ring faded gradually as the entire system shut down. The Data Management and Information Center was handed over to Z0-11 temporarily, hence, 0542 was only sealed in the data center inside the ring. Since he was the one that had proactively sealed 0542, Jiang Fei would not need to obtain authority as the ship captain to unseal 0542 if he needed to. A few minutes later, the ring glowed brightly and a female voice rang inside his head. Greetings Acting Captain, 0543 Artificial Intelligence Support System reporting for duty. Chapter 1148, The Best Choice. 0543, I need you to check on Isabella. Jiang Fei's first order to 0543 was to have her check on Isabella, who was still unconscious. Seeing that 0542 was finally out of commission, Ariel could finally have a breather. 0543 was only just born. It would not be possible for it to immediately betray Jiang Fei right there and then. With an ease of mind, Ariel could now leave Jiang Fei's side without the need to worry too much. For too long, relatively speaking, Ariel had been sticking to Jiang Fei's side to keep an eye out for 0542. Even when Jiang Fei was asleep and in the game, Ariel would not hit the hay. Instead, she would sit quietly beside Jiang Fei to monitor 0542 at all times. Even for her, a level 5 metahuman, having to stay awake, paying full attention on monitoring the ring was incredibly taxing. After such a long period of constant surveillance and not sleeping for the sake of it, Ariel drifted off into dreamland seconds after she lied down. Jiang Fei was sitting beside Isabella when 0543 returned with a report. Captain, Isabella's readings are all normal. However, I am unable to identify the main cause of her being unconscious. 0543's report was the same as 0542. Jiang Fei frowned. It then hit him that Isabella's situation might be worse than he had expected. Before, when he had suspicions that 0542 was not telling the truth about Isabella because of its betrayal, Jiang Fei was sure that Isabella was probably sick because of some other reason. However, 0543 was only just born. It was highly improbable that she would turn on him so quickly. Hence, in conclusion, Isabella's issue might be dire. Alright, leave it be. Please pick up where 0542 had left off, said Jiang Fei. 0543 might be identical to 0542 and 0541, but she had only inherited pure data files. Nothing related to its core programming and intelligence changes were transferred. Jiang Fei exited Isabella's room and peeked into Ariel's. When he saw Ariel sound asleep, he decided to leave her alone and went to the living room. There, he sat down and started thinking about the ring. He had no reason to mistrust 0541, but because of how 0542 had reacted and with the claims Ariel had made about it, Jiang Fei couldn't help but feel insecure about 0543, and the entire AI support system in general. Jiang Fei had checked and gone through the deep protocols that governed how 0541, 0542, and 0543 work. There was no breach in protocol, no changes in the deep layer protocol codes. Theoretically speaking, 0542 could not have betrayed him. Even so, to put Ariel at ease, not to mention 0542's constant poor performance, Jiang Fei had decided to seal 0542 away. However, the claim that Ariel made, about 0542 colluding with Straz, had made Jiang Fei somewhat torn. Jiang Fei found it hard to believe that the AI support system would betray him, but he hadn't the slightest of doubt toward Ariel. He would choose to believe Ariel in a heartbeat than to believe 0542. If that was the case, had Ariel been hallucinating about the incident and was 0542 truly innocent? It was known that even a level 5 metahuman, much less a pseudo-level 5 metahuman, could not escape from being placed in an illusion. Or was it true? Could 0542 really be colluding with Bennett Straz? Jiang Fei asked himself the same question over and over, yet he failed to come up with an answer. To be honest, even if he could answer it, he was afraid of it. Time went on, and when night came, Jiang Fei logged into the game. Damn it. I don't have much time, said Jiang Fei when he realized what he needed to do and was slammed with a sense of urgency. 0541's message, to kill all celestial tier NPCs and higher, had no time limit. Z0-11's request, on the other hand, was different. It felt like he needed to finish the mission as soon as possible or there would be dire consequences. The enemies knew about the threats, Z0-11's faction and Isabella the Destroyer. With such a threat looming over their heads like a Soul Reaper's scythe, they would want to strengthen their forces as soon as possible. Their current method of recruitment was to extort the NPCs, in this case, the primordial celestials, to their side. However, Jiang Fei believed that it would not take long for the unknowns, in their panicked state, to do more than just extort the NPCs in order to build their army. The NPCs, being threatened with deletion, would join the unknowns. When that happens, the game would be dead. It would be nice since Jiang Fei could finally put down the game and ignore it. Unfortunately, he would have to deal with the sudden uprising of the unknowns. Isabella was still unconscious, and even if she were awake and well, she would no longer be Isabella the Destroyer. Even if Jiang Fei could nurture a good relationship with Z0-11 to form an alliance, they would not be strong enough to take on the other factions. Worst of all, Jiang Fei had suspicions about Z0-11. Thing is, both Jiang Fei and Z0-11 had their own agendas and their own doubts against each other. Looks like I have to visit the Martial Art Alliance for some counseling, said Jiang Fei as he steeled his decision to pay them a visit. Chapter 1149, Found. Right then, Jiang Fei had decided to fan the flame, to push the high humans to fight against the primordials. However, at that moment, he had no idea where to even start. Currently, the leader of the high humans, Yezi, would not lead his people into the celestial realm. Another issue was the missing primordials themselves. Jiang Fei had no idea where they had went. Since the adventures he had with Maluya, Jiang Fei had not seen any primordials. What should I do next? Jiang Fei asked himself. He had two choices. The first being to lead the primordials, to entice them into coming into the main world, or secondly, to head there himself and reduce their numbers to convince Yezi to go up into the celestial realm. Either choice required him knowing where the primordials were right from the beginning. 7 Stars Warrior, what's the word? Jiang Fei asked 7 Stars Warrior. Searching alone for the primordials would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The celestial realm was not as huge as the main world, but it was still large enough for him to consider sending in more than one player. Jiang Fei needed more help, more manpower. These players were completely oblivious to the underbelly of the world. They did not know about the threat of the unknowns. To be fair, the entire world was still oblivious to the fact that there were metahumans living among them. The entire world, as of then, was under the threat of an android uprising. Even if he did not reveal their existence to them, Jiang Fei felt that the responsibility shouldn't just be on his shoulders. At the very least, they should lend a hand. To be honest, Jiang Fei did not really care about the battle of the heavens. His main goal, for now, should be reducing the number of celestial tier NPCs, to prevent them from becoming pawns to the unknowns. If things go the way they wanted it, they might come to a consensus to dominate the entire Earth. Whether or not humans could retaliate, there would surely be casualties at the millions or so. It's going well? I supposed. We have expanded the search radius. As you mentioned before, they might be having a civil war among themselves. Almost all of them had been ignoring us, said 7 Stars Warrior happily. He was in a good mood as he had only just recently achieved the tier of Overlord and was almost reaching level 99. That's good to hear. I need you to pick out a few higher level players from the grinding team. Have them join the search for the primordial celestials, Jiang Fei requested. Isn't it better for them to stay where they are? Why do you want to bother them? 7 Star Warrior asked curiously. I have my reasons. Jiang Fei ended the conversation vaguely. It would be extremely troublesome for him to explain everything, and even if he did, 7 Stars Warrior would find it hard to believe it. What could Jiang Fei say in the first place? That these primordial celestials were potential enemies that would come out of the game and hunt you down in real life? If Jiang Fei were to say that, everything and everyone in the game would definitely assume that he had lost his mind. Even though the concept of war was still fresh in their hearts, due to the conflict between the United States and China, everyone had grown accustomed to peace and would never be thinking about facing another war so soon. Then again, it was better for them to continue being oblivious. Ignorance is bliss. It would be trouble if they actually believed what Jiang Fei said. Rumors could travel far, and sooner or later, when the word got out, it would become the truth. Sheer bloody panic would be the last thing Jiang Fei wanted, since humans, as a whole, had a tendency to do something stupid when they know there was a looming threat. Civilization might even collapse should humanity win the war against the unknowns. Knowing that, Jiang Fei refused to let anyone else know about the unknowns. They would only be deadweight for him, and for the leaders of nations. Alright then. I'll fetch some of my guys to scout, said 7 Stars Warrior, accepting Jiang Fei's words as gold. Jiang Fei was still the guild master of Imperial Dragon after all. Even though he had not been seen doing anything beneficial to the guild would never have existed without him and would never have reached its peak of popularity they were then if it were not for him. Hence, even though the order was vague and without reason, 7 Stars Warrior and the other members listened and obeyed his commands. After that, members of Imperial Dragon were sent out to search for primordial celestials besides doing their regular guild tasks. This mission, to search for primordial celestials, did not need any requirement for participation. All they needed to do was run around the map and explore the entire celestial realm. No matter the class, even the rare or even high-level players like 7 Stars Warrior, as long as they were not Jiang Fei, they would be killed instantly by the enhanced attack by the NPCs. Since it was a suicide mission, there was no need to send in elite squads. What mattered most was their movement speed. The quicker they run, the faster it was to map the entire realm. Imperial Dragon then had more than hundreds of thousands of members. Pick out a fraction of that, those that had nothing to lose, and the mission would be over quickly. Best of all, Jiang Fei was sure to reward them handsomely for this mission. Those that did not mind dying multiple times were the first to sign up. At that moment, Jiang Fei remembered Maluya. He then proceeded to inform 7 Stars Warrior about her general appearance. He wanted to know where she was as well, though it was not a priority. Time flew by, and after 2 days of searching, not a single player had managed to locate any primordials in the realm despite him mobilizing the entire guild. In reality, Ariel had fully recovered while Isabella was, unfortunately, still in a coma. According to 0543's repeated analysis, the cause of it was still unidentifiable. TSK. This new one is no better than the old one. Jiang Fei roared disgruntledly after receiving the latest, same report by 0543. Besides Ariel having no qualms about the new AI support system, 0543 was basically a carbon copy of 0542. Is this the standard operating performance for an AI support system? Was 0541 the only special, outstanding one? Jiang Fei had only 3 support systems as his sample size. If 0542 and 0543 performed normally, that meant that 0541 was out of the ordinary. It could be, since 0541 had been operating for a longer time. It had more experience than 0542 and 0543. Could that be the reason why those 2 new support systems are shit, said Jiang Fei, trying to console himself. At the end of it all, 0543 replacing 0542 had put Ariel at ease. She did monitor 0543's activities for a short while but did not detect any unorthodox transmission of data. Several days passed and nothing came up. Jiang Fei was extremely uneasy since he had gotten used to being busy all the time. Thankfully, on the 3rd day, 7 Stars Warrior returned with news. Guild Master. I've found them. I found the primordials. Where are they? Jiang Fei was alert. It was an important piece of news as it affected the real world as well. It's roughly 1,000 kilometers northeast from my current position. That far? The place 7 Stars Warrior mentioned was one that even Jiang Fei himself had yet to visit. Yeah. It is fortunate that we have a player with an underwater mount. He had been swimming under a river for a while when he was being chased by a monster. He only managed to escape due to the superb swimming speed of his mount. He had stumbled upon the location by pure luck as he did not even know where he was going when he was being chased. So, there's that. Chapter 1150, True Invulnerability. Give me the coordinates. Jiang Fei grew excited. He did not have to ask 7 Stars Warrior about what the player found out since that player had only been lucky enough to stumble across them in the first place. It went without saying that that player would surely be killed almost instantly were it not for his or her good luck. The NPCs were primordials and that player would, at most, be Overlord tier. The tier difference alone was more than enough for the primordial to kill the player without batting an eye. It was lucky enough that the player was able to obtain the coordinates. Here you go, said 7 Stars Warrior as he typed in the coordinates. Thanks. Don't stop the search. Remember to alert me when you have discovered the others, said Jiang Fei. Finding one of them was not good enough as the player that had stumbled across the primordial could not discern the number of them there. Then again, Jiang Fei himself was not sure if the primordials were the kind to move in groups. He had to be sure of it. He had to continue the search. Relax. I'll send you a message when the guys find any of those punks, said 7 Stars Warrior. After that, 7 Stars Warrior spread the message to the entire guild. Those that were willing to explore the celestial realm were promised luxurious rewards. There were others that did not bother to help as they were players just like 7 Stars Warrior, at Overlord tier and almost reaching level 99. They wanted no more than to be Jiang Fei's second in command. To be the second player in the entire game to become a celestial. Jiang Fei immediately summoned the EVOL Sky-gliding dragon and shot to the sky. It took some time but after 3 hours, Jiang Fei reached the location according to the coordinates. Where are they? Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he noticed that there were hardly any monsters around, much less a primordial. The location Jiang Fei was at then, was in between the mountains and a large flowing river that grew larger exponentially until it touched the sea. Inversely, the mountains, or rather a canyon, only grew smaller and narrower until there was only a small gap in between the mountains with a waterfall at the top. Be it as it may, the place was a good hiding spot but Jiang Fei, being a celestial tier himself, could not detect any celestial tier presence around him. There was no red dots in his minimap, which indicated that either the primordials were hiding really well, or there were no primordials at all. What's going on? Jiang Fei was stumped. Just as he was about to return to where 7 Stars Warrior was with a heavy heart, he felt a sudden burst of power coming from the base of the canyon. At that moment, Jiang Fei could feel the full presence of a celestial. It was like feeling the heat coming from a radiator right next to him. Big red dots appeared immediately on his minimap. They are using a barrier. Jiang Fei detecting the presence of the opponent meant that the opponent felt him too. Jiang Fei might be strong but he was still only a lower celestial. His area of detection was nowhere near an intermediate celestial or a higher celestial. The opponent, marked with a large red dot, was undoubtedly an intermediate celestial. With a flash, the opponent teleported himself next to Jiang Fei. He had felt Jiang Fei's true strength, a lower celestial. Unlike Jiang Fei who had to be careful of the targets he picked, the opponent had no need to worry since he had clearly felt that Jiang Fei was weaker than he was. What a great timing! Jiang Fei thought to himself. If the opponent had instead chose to enter his barrier, he might have alerted other primordials to hunt Jiang Fei down. It would be impossible then for Jiang Fei to survive fighting more than one primordial. Oh no! Jiang Fei purposely shouted in panic to provide a false impression to the opponent that he had made a crucial mistake. Like a thief getting caught red-handed, Jiang Fei bolted with speed. There's no running away from me, the primordial roared before he flashed himself away to chase after Jiang Fei. Come, come. Bite the bait and follow me far, far away. I'll cook you up nicely, said Jiang Fei to himself, knowing fully well that the opponent was a tier higher than he was. Ha! I've got you now. After 5 minutes of chasing, the intermediate celestial managed to teleport in front of Jiang Fei and stopped him. Oh no! I've been caught, said Jiang Fei, pretending to be in a pinch. With a glance, Jiang Fei examined the NPC's properties and got the shock of his life. Genie of the Lamp, Cathrapoli, Primordial Celestial, Intermediate Celestial. Level, 115. Health points, 3,500,000,000. Attack power, 8 million. Note, the son of Alikir the Wind Lord. Oh, F***ck me. Jiang Fei had thought that the intermediate celestial chasing after him was just a regular intermediate celestial. Alikir might have long perished, but his son, Kuthrapli, would surely have inherited some kind of treasure. Just like how Garland, the son of the earth, had the radiant of the umbral daystone. He, an intermediate celestial, had proven to be a powerful opponent even when fighting Maluya. Perhaps, with the celestial Kapla, the mighty thunder attack from the sky, he could defeat Kuthrapli. But, how the hell was he to summon it now? Kuthrapli was the son of one of the elemental lords. Surely he would have something extremely powerful hiding up his sleeve. Damn you, humans! I will have your head. Kuthrapli roared and charged forward without much of an attack plan. He had the utmost confidence, which was derived from the fact that he was one tier stronger than Jiang Fei, and was wielding a powerful primordial gear. Moreover, the hatred he bore toward Jiang Fei, as a human, was great, after he had learned the truth about adventurers. After so many days, many of the primordial celestials were somehow informed about the truth of the game and the realm they were in. They were told that they were nothing but lines of codes, created by the humans in the real world, solely for entertainment purposes. A puppet to be toyed with. A false sense of free will. This idea was spread out but was not widely accepted by all. Kuthrapli, however, believed it. As such, he bore intense hatred toward the players. If it were not for the infighting between the primordials, he would have gone on a killing spree, to hunt and kill every single adventurer there was. Today was a lucky day for him as he had spotted Jiang Fei. Blinded by rage, Kuthrapli cared not for anything else but only focused on killing him. Seeing the opponent coming toward him with killing intent, Jiang Fei unsheathed his sword and was ready to retaliate. With Jiang Fei's guide, the sword split apart, forming 128 blades and spread into the air. Sword form, blade burst. All the blades in the air pointed their sharp edges toward Kuthrapli. Jiang Fei had refrained from using everything he had to attack. The 128 floating blades was merely a means to stack ruthless barrage. He was still clueless as to what kind of primordial gear Kuthrapli had and its effect. If it was nothing serious, Jiang Fei had plans to defeat him by using Dragon's Bane. At the moment the swords in the air began to descend, Kuthrapli's character shifted, as if he was moving through dimensions and back. All the swords that were meant to strike him, flew through him like he was not there. What's going on? Jiang Fei gasped. Without actually dealing damage, ruthless barrage could not register. It is time for you to know true power. To know the real meaning of true invulnerability. Kuthrapli roared as he shifted through the air like a wraith toward Jiang Fei.